testifying as a...
Welcome. Let's get this party started. Good afternoon and welcome to the Judiciary Committee. My name is Justin Wayne, Justinwayne, and I represent Legislative District 13, which is North Omaha, Northeast Douglas County. I serve as the chair of the Judiciary Committee. We'll start off by having committee members and staff do self-introductions, starting with my right, Senator Geist.
Good afternoon. Suzanne Geist, District 25, which is the southeast side of Lincoln and Lancaster County.
Hi, everyone. I'm Wendy DeBoer. I represent District 10 in Northwest Omaha.
Good afternoon, Rick Holcroft, District 36, West and South Sarpy County.
Teresa Ibach, District 44, Southwest Nebraska, 8 counties.
Also assisting us is our committee page is Logan Burtek from Norfolk, who is a political science and criminology major at UNL, and Isabel Cole from Omaha, who is a political science and pre-law major. This afternoon, we will be hearing 6 bills, and they will be taken up in the order outside of the committee room. You'll see senators come and go. Typically, they are testifying in another bill that they have in a different hearing. On the tables on the side of the room, you'll find a blue testifier sheet. If you are planning on testifying today, please fill out the blue form, hand it to the page before you come up so we can keep accurate records. If you hear testimony or maybe don't want to testify but want to have your presence be known and your position be known, at the same table is a gold sheet. I would encourage you to fill out the gold sheet so we can keep things moving in a timely manner. Also, notice the legislature's policy that all letters to the committee letters of record to the committee must be received by the noon prior day of the hearing. Any handouts submitted by the testifiers will be a part of the record as exhibits. If you have handouts, please have 10 copies. If you don't have 10 copies prior to your testimony, please give your copy to the committee page so we can make 10 copies for the committee. Testimony for each bill will begin with the introducer's opening statement. After the opening statement, you will hear from those who support the bill, called proponents, and those in opposition. Then they'll followed by those speaking in a neutral capacity. The introducer of the bill will be given the opportunity to make closing remarks if they wish to do so. When you begin your testimony, please state and spell your name for the record. We will be using the 3-minute light system. When you begin, the light on the table will be green. Yellow means you have 1 minute left. Red, we ask you to wrap up your final thoughts. I would like to remind everyone, including senators, to please turn off or silence your cell phones. And with that, we will start with LB 248, Senator Vargas. And while he's coming up, just so people know, I am leaving today early. My wife scheduled the end of the year basketball party for my daughter's team, and I happen to be the coach. I probably should be there. So I'll leave about 5 o'clock today. It's not that I don't think this is important, but my daughter comes a little first sometimes, and this is one of those times. So thank you, Senator Vargas. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chairman Wayne and members of the Judiciary Committee. Thank you very much. My name is Tony Vargas, T1YVARJAS. I represent District 7 in the communities of downtown and South Omaha, the Nebraska Legislature. For those who have previously served on this committee, you may remember LB 248 as LB 1020 or LB 196 in previous years. Put simply, LB 248 will prohibit discrimination based on source of income under the Fair Housing Act. Source of income is defined in this bill to include income from Social Security, child support, foster care subsidies, alimony, veterans benefits, or any other form of federal, state, or local public general assistance or housing assistance. Source of income discrimination is seen primarily with housing choice vouchers, commonly referred to as Section 8. I'll give a brief background on Section 8 just to make sure we're on the same page about what is now and how it works. Section 8 is the federal government's major program for assisting very low-income families, the elderly, and the disabled to afford decent, safe, and sanitary housing in the private market. Decent, safe, and sanitary housing. Participants find their own housing in the private market after receiving a voucher from the local public housing agency. The agency uses the federal funds for the vouchers to pay landlords directly the portion of the rent that the voucher that they received covers on behalf of the participating family. Now, if you're eligible for a voucher, the process is generally as follows. You apply, you go through a background check, then you're interviewed and placed on the wait list. Once you receive a voucher, you have 60 days to find a place to live that accepts Section 8. If you find a place to live, the portion of your rent that is covered by the voucher is paid directly to the landlord, and the tenant is responsible for paying the remainder of the rent on time each month to the landlord. This goes directly to the landlord. A couple of additional notes that I think are important for the context of this bill. First, Section 8 is public assistance, but is different than programs like Medicaid and SNAP. In those programs, if you're eligible, you get the benefits. But for Section 8, there are a limited number of vouchers available, and the number available doesn't even come close to meeting the need. I'm going to give you an example that highlights the need in just the Omaha area. In September 2019, the Omaha Housing Authority opened up its Section 8 voucher list for one day to accept up to 1,000 applicants. They received roughly 10,000 calls. I want to take a moment to acknowledge up front some of the pushback that we will likely receive in this hearing. First, I want to reinforce that even though landlords would no longer be able to hold a no Section 8 policy or not discriminate against Section 8 specifically because those funds are federal funds, they wouldn't be able to discriminate against Section 8 or any of these other forms of income, they can still run their business like it's intended to, which is they can use regular screening mechanisms. For those of you that might be a landlord yourself, you can use regular screening mechanisms. You can include rental and tenant history. You can use background checks. You can use credit history. We're not forcing them to accept any tenant, we're not forcing them to accept any tenant that holds a voucher. We're merely opening up the possibility for families that do hold vouchers and preventing them from being disqualified solely on the fact and the basis that Section 8 income is covering part of the rent. It's the only thing. So that means if somebody's applying for Section 8, they're using the voucher, they can't be turned away because they're using the Section 8 voucher from being eligible. They can be turned away for all the other normal everyday reasons that you might determine that somebody isn't a quality tenant. Second, landlords can still charge their regular rents and security deposits. And another tick in the pro column here is that rent payments from the vouchers are reliable, and voucher holders have an incentive to maintain their unit and pay rent on time. The incentive being on a wait list is that being on a wait list this long and the threat of the loss of the housing subsidy if they damage the rental unit or don't pay rent on time or are evicted, those are significant threats and are an incentive for people to follow suit with this. The third argument we often hear against banning source of income discrimination is that landlords find the paperwork and the inspection processes of a federal program like Section 8 onerous and not worth their time. Now, I'm not here to say that the programs run perfectly. I'll be the first to say that it is not. But there's changes that need to be happening at the federal level, and there's changes that happen every single year in terms of updates. There's clearly more that needs to be done. But I would submit that the reason for the inspections is to ensure that units are safe for tenants. And I don't think legislators could or should be persuaded that safety measures should be foregone when there are public tax dollars in the welfare of families involved. The fourth argument we always hear is that Section 8 tenants ruin rental properties and landlords are left to come up with the funds to repair these units. LB 248 addresses this exact concern by creating the Landlord Guarantee Program, which appropriates $50,000 to provide grants to reimburse landlords for unpaid rent or damages. This is entirely new language that we haven't included in the past. I'd like to acknowledge, however, that a very similar program exists in the city of Omaha, and it is very underutilized, which leads me to believe that this argument may not be founded in reality, but rather in misplaced blame. Nonetheless, we still reacted and put this language in as a reaction to their concerns. We acknowledge some of the concerns from landlords and others. It is critical that we address the reasons for LB 248 and answer the question about what is necessary to prohibit housing discrimination based on source of income. I talked earlier about a few of those reasons: a long process, a wait list, the number of families needing voucher assistance, far exceeding the availability. Those are the process reasons and the much larger systemic and individual reasons that are at play and relevant to the context here. Now, in 2015, HUD published a new rule on affirmatively furthering fair housing that requires housing agencies to, quote unquote, take meaningful actions to address significant disparities in housing needs and in access to opportunity, replacing segregated living patterns with truly integrated and balanced living patterns, transforming racially and ethnically concentrated areas of poverty into areas of opportunity and fostering and maintaining compliance with civil rights and fair housing laws. To accomplish this, housing authorities must conduct an assessment of fair housing to better understand local and regional fair housing issues, set priorities and goals, increase accountability in their planning processes. HUD's AFFH rule includes the policy of overcoming patterns of segregation and the denial of access to opportunity that are part of this nation's history. This housing assessment, this picture paints a very bleak picture when we're talking about housing. It acknowledges decades long of redlining practices. These were federally supported segregation practices in 1968 with the Fair Housing Act, but many of these things still are in effect. Minority populations are more concentrated in East Omaha, for one example, where over 90%, and west of 72nd, 90% of the residents west of 72nd are white or Caucasian. Source of income discrimination is what we are discussing here and trying to eliminate with LB 248. It is identified specifically as a contributing factor of segregation and notably as a barrier to housing for the disabled and differently abled community. The report talks about disparities across the opportunities because of the impact of segregation on housing issues, noting Black, Hispanic, and Native students. We consider all these things work together, and it's led us to where we are right now. Federally sanctioned redlining policies led to segregated communities that still exist today. These disparities are clear. We need to make sure that we're doing everything we can because in a nutshell, intergenerational poverty is, and the state of Nebraska is perpetuating it by allowing this type of discrimination based on source of income. There's a lot of research out there that shows that this is going to impact long-term earnings, child educational achievement, lifetime earnings, and the likelihood of ending up in our justice system is in housing. But here's the last thing. Some context about source of income, discrimination bans, and the impact they've had across the country. So far, 11 states, including our middle of the country neighbors, Oklahoma, North Dakota, as well as over 50 cities and counties have enacted laws that do what we're trying to do here today. These laws cover about 1 in 3 voucher holders across the country. And a recent report says that these two major outcomes, first, voucher holders in areas with non-discrimination protections like what I'm asking are about twice as likely to succeed in the vouchers to lease a unit. And second, some areas with non-discrimination protections, voucher holders are able to live in lower poverty neighborhoods than before, leading to desegregation and more opportunities. We see this nationally, that source of income non-discrimination laws can address these concerns. Landlords can still use their regular screening history for tenants. They can still charge regular security deposits and rents. They're assured payment for rent every single month. Tenants have more housing options and more success actually using these vouchers. Communities are less segregated. And again, the landlord guarantee program makes sure that we're accessing funds should any unpaid rent or damages be in place. Last thing I'll say is I appreciate this committee. You've heard this argument before. Every year that we do this, more and more states and municipalities enact these types of non-discrimination laws into place. And what it's doing is making sure that programs that currently exist in federal law are working more effectively and getting enacted and making it easier for people to have housing on the books. That's what this is about. Thank you very much. I'm happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, Senator Vargas. Senator Kay has a question.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Vargas, for bringing this today. When you're talking about the vouchers, is that a percentage for the rent or do the percentages, can they change or are they all a constant number?
So there'll be some individuals talking about the different changes in these HUD vouchers. What I can tell you is they're not always covering the full amount. I would say that that's
Right.
very, very typical. But they are being paid directly to landlords and, depending on whatever the landlords are charging for their rent, that's a factor in it, but they can charge whatever they want. But this program is working across the country. Working doesn't mean it's perfect. It doesn't mean it's entirely bad. The intent is to make the program work better, and what we can do to make it work better so that we don't have to start new housing programs is pass this non-discrimination source of income law.
Well, I appreciate that. I was just wondering if it was like 50% of what the rental price was, 40%, or where that landed in, or it's liquid where it could change from like 30 to 50 depending on the tenant or whatever.
It's much more sustainable than that, but obviously people's income overall for low-income families does change in terms of their portion. But there'll be other people that speak to that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Decay. Other questions from the committee? I don't see any. You're going to stick around for close?
I'm gonna try. Yeah.
All right, thank you. We'll have our first proponent testifier, please. First proponent. Welcome.
Hi, good afternoon, Chairperson Moore and members of the Judiciary Committee. I am Alicia Christensen, ALICIA-CHRISTENSEN, Director of Policy and Advocacy at Together, which provides services and supports to individuals and families experiencing food and housing insecurity. We are a proponent of LB 248 because people deserve the same access to safe, affordable housing, no matter what lawful source of income they use to pay rent. Housing policies that comprehensively address housing insecurity and homelessness create economic and social benefits for everyone. Because housing plays such an important role in community well-being, federal programs provide housing assistance to help Nebraskans pay rent for safe homes. How we pay for something shouldn't determine what we can buy. Shoppers paying with cash don't enjoy a wider selection at the grocery store than those paying with a check. But right now, housing assistance programs like housing choice vouchers, commonly known as Section 8, SSDI, and others, can't be used to their full potential. Right now, a tenant using housing assistance is subject to different screening criteria than any other applicant. Together's case managers have firsthand experience with the barriers of this incomplete housing policy. In 2022, case managers assisted with over 700 individual housing searches for participants who rely on housing assistance to afford rent, from those living on the streets, in vehicles, or in emergency shelters, to households facing a crisis that threatens their family's ability to remain in their home. Our current policy approach means that this is a much more difficult procedure than it's much more difficult when a tenant uses housing assistance. These housing searches consume more time, energy, and funds than they would if all households had the same opportunities to rent safe, affordable housing. It's frustrating because we have the tools to help the households find stability and exit homelessness, but we're unable to use them effectively. LB 248 will allow households and service organizations to use housing assistance programs to their full potential by giving everyone the chance, an equal chance to rent a home, regardless of how they pay. Therefore, we urge this committee to advance and support LB 248 because it will ensure fairness for all Nebraskans seeking safe and affordable housing. I'm open to any questions if you have any.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this testifier? I don't see any today, but thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Let's have our next proponent testifier, please. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairwoman Orr, and members of the committee. Can you wait just a second to turn on the light? I got elephants for some of it. Okay. Yeah, please. Thank you. No. I apologize. Okay. Please turn on the light. Hi, my name is Josephine Litwinowitz, LITWINOWICZ, and I support this bill on the heels of what Senator Vargas said. There was a partner that triggered me because I was homeless once in my wheelchair, and that's an interesting story. But a month and a half probably, and then I was rescued. I had I put a couple slashes in my wrist, a few staples and some stitches. And so I was at the mental ward, and I couldn't even act on my own behalf at the time to try to find something. So I was in the mental ward, and I got a beautiful person from Lutheran Family Services. Okay, so she helped me. She was calling everybody, and because everything's all booked up, the only places she ended up calling are the ones that didn't have waiting lists. And that's not many. And plus, there's not a lot of places anyway. And so what happened was it took 10 days, but that's just because she was an animal and it was the turn of the month. But if I would have, if I would have been discriminated against based on my disability income, I'm just saying, because that would have been a huge problem. And I don't know, I think I got my voucher used just before the 60 days. I'm not sure, I think so. But, you know, my voucher would have expired. And if some landlord, because I've only been in buildings, you know, with bigger buildings where you don't have that problem, I suppose, typically. And so, yeah, if I would have been discriminated against and I had to get a new voucher, even though you can accelerate your, you know, you can actually move up your place in the list if you go through this, you know, budgeting or, you know, education program. But that would have been insane. And I knew other people when I was at the mental ward, because I was there for a while. The couple times I've gone, there's been people that are every time waiting, just waiting for, you know, a place to go, you know, and so I've seen that. And so it's kind of personal to me, just like with bill number 3 today. Thank you, everybody. Any questions?
Thank you. Are there any questions for this testifier? I don't see any today. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Senator. I did get the monkeys for some of you. I mean, the elephants.
We'll have our next proponent testifier. Welcome.
How's everyone doing? My name is Tutkailech, Tutkailech. I am here on behalf of NeighborWorks Lincoln in support of LB 248. Chair Wayne is not here, but distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee, at NeighborWorks Lincoln, we open doors for people to achieve their dreams of home ownership, as well as those who are committed to strong and inclusive neighborhoods. 36 years of doing this work has shown us that communities are stronger when everyone has safe, affordable housing. Maslow's hierarchy of needs provides additional perspective here. The world-renowned sociologists intentionally place physiological needs such as food, clothing, warmth, and shelter at the foundation of the pyramid. And intuitively, I think we all understand that no great structure, in this case, communities, can be built on a cracked foundation. In the case of today's hearing, those cracks equate to vulnerable residents that remain housing insecure because they rely upon voucher-based housing assistance. The Lincoln Housing Authority distributes about 28,000 vouchers, and there is an 8-month wait to appear on that list. But as I have indicated, simply having a voucher does not ensure a safe, affordable home because at least 20% of Lincoln's voucher holders are not able to use them due to source of income discrimination by local landlords, a practice which is still legal in Nebraska. This practice further exacerbates the severe shortage of affordable housing in Lincoln, which we understand to exceed 17,000 housing units. So universal acceptance of vouchers would help the Lincoln community solve almost a third of its shortage overnight, since apartments renting for less than $1,000 a month account for 5,000 units. So voucher recipients have educated themselves. They asked for help. They verified their need. They waited nearly a year and have inquired about a dozen apartments or homes within their budget, only to be denied because of their source of income. Our work in the community building program at NeighborWorks causes us to hear many devastating stories of people being denied on the basis of their voucher. This includes people with disabilities, single parents, marginalized members of the racial minority populations. In our experience, less formal households or landlords often misunderstand the voucher approval process and stigmatize recipients as a result. This leads to landlords missing out on the subsidized income that comes with the voucher. According to Shelter Force, voucher recipients are more financially stable than their unsubsidized counterparts, not less. Studies show that when well-kept subsidized properties are located near the other market rate units and developments, they do not cause any loss in property values or increase in crime. Overall, there is little to distinguish properties that rent to voucher holders from those renting to low-income tenants.
Sir, sorry, your red light is on. That's okay. Let's see if there are
I'll
any
take any
questions.
questions, yeah.
Let's see if there are any questions for you. We have your written testimony. Thank you. Are there any questions for this testifier? I don't see any. Thank you so
Thank
much for
you.
being here. We'll have our next proponent. Sorry, we got a full room. We got to stay on the lights today.
Thank you, Chairman.
Welcome.
Thank you. Members of the Judiciary Committee, my name is Casey Ogle, and I'm a senior staff attorney with Nebraska Appleseed for Collective Impact Lincoln. I'm here today on behalf of Collective Impact Lincoln in support of 248, and we support 248, LB 248, because it ensures that those who rely on vouchers or other forms of rental assistance are able to use that money to pay rent. Senator DeKay, to answer your question earlier, I did want to answer that vouchers are designed so that a tenant who uses them pays, I don't remember if it's 30 or 33% of their income, and then the voucher covers the rest of the cost. So it's a sliding scale based on the tenant's income.
All right, thank you.
Nationally, at least 20% of voucher recipients are unable to use them because so few landlords accept vouchers as a form of payment, and voucher success rates in Lincoln are currently running at about 74%. That is 26% of voucher holders or voucher recipients in Lincoln are unsuccessful in finding housing that will accept their voucher. LB 248 helps voucher recipients be able to successfully use their vouchers, and studies show that housing voucher recipients are 12% more likely to be successful in using their voucher, which cuts the voucher failure rate in half. You'll likely hear from those opposed to this bill that it will force them to comply with housing choice voucher inspection requirements, but this is not the case. This bill prohibits landlords from refusing to rent to a tenant because they would use a voucher to help them pay their rent, but it does not require landlords to ensure their units comply with inspection requirements. If a unit fails the inspection required by the Section 8 program, landlords will have the opportunity to fix the problems. If they do not, the housing authority will not authorize the tenant to rent in a substandard unit using a federal subsidy. While it would be in the landlord's interest to ensure that the unit meets basic quality standards, the bill doesn't force compliance. And the inspection required by the Housing Choice Voucher Program ensures that a federally subsidized rental unit meets basic housing quality standards outlined by the federal government. You may hear that these housing quality standards are difficult to navigate and ensure that a unit passes on first inspection, but inspection standards are available for landlords to review. And the most common inspection problem, as reported by the Lincoln Housing Authority, is a problem with a smoke alarm. So these are basic health and safety standards to which every tenant is entitled. And for these reasons, we would urge the committee to advance LB 248.
Thank you. Are there questions for this testifier? I would go over something with you here. So the Housing Choice Voucher Program, so that's the Section 8, requires that there be an inspection. Does that have to, so I'm a landlord, I accept the voucher tenant, and then after I accept them, is that when the inspection would happen? Or
Yes,
when does the inspection happen?
I believe it's a process where the tenant would apply, the landlord would express interest, and then there'd be some negotiations, not exactly negotiations with the housing authority, because there's a standard contract that the housing authority will use, and also these these inspection points. So there will be an inspection of the unit. As long as everything checks out, then the contract would be signed between the housing authority and the landlord to ensure that the landlord receives payment.
What's the timeline on that? How long does that whole process usually take?
I couldn't
You don't
speak
know.
to that,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I'll ask someone that. But let's say that they fail the inspection. Something is improper. So then what happens next if something doesn't work out and they fail the inspection?
Sorry, Senator.
No.
There is a chance for a reinspection. So there's a chance to fix whatever the issues are and then have a reinspection. I'm not sure if there's a second reinspection allowed or not. I don't remember that off the top of my head.
Okay, so let's say that the landlord fails it. Can the landlord just say, okay, I failed it. It was nice, we tried, go on your merry way, we're not gonna make it work? Or does the landlord have to try to fix it?
I think under this bill, it might be, I think that is a bit of a question. Whether they would have to try again, and whether, I think the idea of the bill is that landlords would not be able to discriminate based on this source of income. And if they refuse to come into compliance with the housing standards, there is a point at which the housing authority will say, we won't allow a tenant to rent to that unit. And I think there'd be a question of how much sort of back and forth has to happen before the housing authority decides not to pursue a relationship with that landlord.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Next proponent.
Hi, my name is Carolyn Pospisil, Pospisil. I'm with the Housing Foundation for Sarpy County, and more specifically to the conversation today, I'm with Bellevue Housing Authority and housing and our prospective programs. I have prepared statements, which I've also submitted via writing, but in the interest of time today and the questions that have been answered so far or asked so far, I'd like to be able to answer those and then and also to answer any questions you have as a representative of the Housing Authority and a former member of other committees for that. I think I can give some answers that apply to the entire state as well as the HUD programs. Our waiting list the question was asked about waiting lists. Our waiting lists are open in Sarpy County every 2 to 3 years. In a 2-hour period, we take as many names as possible. Last time the waiting list was open, we took 1,000 names in 2 hours. We roughly only have 400 vouchers in our system. And 2 to 3 years is what it's going to take to go through those names. Of our persons that we serve, 50% are fixed income, so we're receiving some sort of Social Security or other disability payments. 45% of our families are working families. That does leave about 5% of our persons who are claiming minimal or no income. We do review those claiming minimal income quarterly, and income or rent is then sliding scale based on that. Rent is based on sliding scale, and to address your question, Senator, that is for 30 to 40% of their income. 30% is the base for our fixed income families, and 40% people can go up to if they're working. As far as the question about inspections are done after a unit has been approved as a Section 8 unit. So it would have to have been identified already as someone that wants to rent it. Unfortunately, we don't have the time to do pre-inspections in order to keep things going. We can't answer general questions though before someone rents. The process for us, once someone takes assistance or once a unit is found, it takes about 10 days for us to process everything on our side. The question was also asked about second inspections. We do allow for, HUD in general does allow for second and third inspections if they want to. The question was asked if people can do that inspection and decide they don't want to do the program. Landlords do have that option if they choose. We try and encourage them not to, but they do have that. To take one of the misnomers out of these conversations, 70% of our families are working families that applied for the vouchers, and 30% were fixed income. We don't allow anyone to start a program if they're claiming zero income, so they have to show where money is coming from to pay their regular bills before we allow them to receive assistance.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Senator Decay.
Thank you. You say you take up to 2,000 or 1,000 calls in 2 hours to fill those vouchers?
We do them online, and then we take as many names as we can take in that time, and then we send them all pre-applications.
And
There
when
are-
tho-
Go ahead, sorry.
And when those applications get filled, somewhere down the line, 2, 3, 4 months, whatever, down the road, if a unit comes available, is it the next person in line, or how do you fill?
We operate from a waiting list, so someone applies for the voucher. As we get to their name on the waiting list, we do a criminal background check, and then at that point, we bring them in for a voucher briefing where we explain all the rules. At that point, they receive their voucher, and they use that. It takes us about 2 to 3 years to go through the list that we have. From 1,000 names, we qualified 750 people, and then it takes us about 3 years. Did I answer the question?
Yep, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Decay. Other questions? Okay, so let me ask you mine then, just to be clear about it. So typically, what I remember from this hearing in the past is that there was a complaint that in order to be a Section 8 housing unit for rent, you have to reach what I think I remember in the past has been said is a pretty high standard of good shape, I guess.
There is a minimum housing quality standard that's required to be met. And for the most part, that comes down to something that's safe. There's very few things we've ever rejected for that were anything above what you would have for a standard unit. And as far as safety is concerned, the most common one we see the comment was made was about smoke detectors, and that has been it. The only thing we require as far as smoke detectors is they have to be working, and HUD does require a carbon monoxide, and those are available at Menards or wherever you want to go that are combined units anymore. So,
And you said the process takes about 10 days, so somebody would come in and apply, and then it would take about 10 days?
we issue them their voucher, and at that point they can do the search. The 10 days comes into once they find a unit, and a landlord has screened them and wants to take them as a tenant. It takes about 10 days to go through the inspection process, and then us to get them back out the door.
And at any point, the landlord can say, this is getting too difficult for me. I want to get out of this because
That's
I don't want to fix whatever it is, or it's going to be too hard for me to fix whatever it is you say I have to fix.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Senator Holdcroft.
Thank you, Vice Chair DeBoer. Can you tell me what's your chain of command? I mean, who do you work for? How do you get your funding?
Funding comes directly from HUD. We are a pass-through to the landlords. It's our job to administer the program according to HUD's rules and regulations.
And who do you report to?
Myself, I report to a board. Our board is appointed by, and every board in Nebraska is appointed by either the jurisdiction. So it's appointed by the mayor's office, by city council, or by county commissioners.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Holdcroft. Other questions for this testifier? I do not see any. Thank you so
Thank you.
much. Let's have our next proponent.
Good afternoon. My name is Scott Jackson, SCOTTJACKSON. Dear committee, I work for Heartland Family Service as a permanent supportive housing case manager. I'm writing today in favor of support of LB 248 on behalf of our agency and the clients we serve. Through our housing and supportive services program, we serve individuals and families experiencing homelessness. We assist our clients in identifying affordable housing and provide financial assistance to subsidize rental costs with the goal of clients achieving financial independence on their own. Our clients face many barriers, including lack of available and affordable housing, landlords and property owners unwilling to collaborate with clients receiving financial assistance, and clients with criminal history or poor rental history. In certain instances, landlords and property owners simply refuse to work with housing programs altogether. Landlords and property owners also incorporate income guidelines requiring individuals to have 3 times the rent for a monthly income. This is an example of income discrimination our clients face, preventing clients from finding safe and affordable, stable housing. This practice is unfair and perpetuates the stigma of individuals who need housing. LB 248 also supports landlords and property owners. LB 248 also gives them the opportunity to pursue unpaid rent and damages with the landlord guarantee program. It also allows, the fear of damages and unpaid rent should not prevent current and future landlords from working with housing and financial assistance program. LB 248 allows individuals the opportunity to pursue housing without fear of discrimination due to their income. It also provides a chance for individuals to break the cycle of homelessness and allows individuals to meet the basic human right to housing. LB 248 will prevent homelessness by allowing individuals to move into housing from the shelter and the streets. LB 248 promotes housing stability for folks coming off the street and to hopefully live independent in the community. By passing the income discrimination bill together, we can close the gap between affordable housing and the number of individuals who need housing. It supports landlords and property owners We ask that you vote this bill out of committee and pass it on forward. Thank you for your time, and I'll take any questions you may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this testifier? I do not see any. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Let's have our next proponent. Welcome.
Howdy, y'all. My name is Andrew Farias. That is AndrewFarias, and I'm the Policy Fellow with the Asian Community and Cultural Center here in Lincoln. Today, we are testifying in support of LB 248 to ban source of income discrimination in Nebraska. The Asian Center is a nonprofit organization that supports and empowers all immigrants and refugees through programs and services. For over 30 years, our organization has served the Lincoln area by increasing the stability of immigrant and refugee families who face economic and cultural barriers to self-sufficiency as new Americans. In 2022, we served 1,735 clients who spoke 31 native languages and were from 36 different nationalities, including Vietnamese, Chinese, Karen, Latina, Sudanese, Yazidi, Afghan, Ukrainian, and so many other populations. This includes individuals who are second and third generation immigrants, but also new arrivals who have escaped religious persecution, ethnic cleansing, and war. These are folks who have sought better lives for themselves and their families because they have heard from other community members about how great it is to live in Nebraska. Upon arrival to our state, many immigrants and refugees that we serve receive rental assistance in the form of a housing voucher. This is because some of our clients arrive in the United States with little to no money. They literally have the clothes on their backs and whatever else they could carry in a few suitcases. We have dedicated staff of case managers who support clients in settling into the United States. This includes learning the basics of the English language, securing employment, and supporting their family here in Nebraska, as well as those that they have back in their home country. They do their best to ensure that these new Americans have the resources they need to work towards self-sufficiency. But the barrier of landlords discriminating based on housing vouchers makes it much more challenging to work towards this goal of not relying on assistance. When we have clients who are able to find housing with the voucher, that means there is one less worry for them. They can focus on acclimating to life in the United States and also building a better life for themselves and their family. Everyone deserves quality, safe, and affordable housing that is free from discrimination based off of their source of income in Nebraska. LB 248 will help promote housing stability and ensure that immigrants and refugees feel welcome in our state. Therefore, we urge the committee to advance LB 248 to general file. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for this testifier? I don't see any. Thank you so much for being here. Let's have our next proponent.
Good afternoon. My name is Scout Richters, SCOUTERICHTERS, here on behalf of ACLU of Nebraska in support of LB 248. We want to thank Senator Vargas and the committee for its time today. The overarching goal of the ACLU with respect to housing justice is to end barriers to fair housing and ensure fair housing opportunities for women, with a particular focus on women of color, women with minor children, and survivors of domestic violence, as these groups disproportionately face barriers to fair housing opportunities. Housing justice is a priority area and goal of the ACLU because we know that one's home is central to all aspects of their life. If someone doesn't have housing stability, advocacy for their rights while at school or on the job, for example, don't mean much. LB 248, as you've heard, would provide critical protections against housing discrimination based on a potential tenant's source of income, as well as create the landlord guarantee program. Again, as you've heard, as the law stands now, landlords can deny housing applications simply because the applicant uses income originating from areas such as Social Security, child support payments, or Section 8 vouchers. This legislation would rightfully prohibit this harmful practice and ensure that no tenant is denied housing due to the origin of their rent money. We are already accustomed to anti-discrimination provisions in housing, and this simply adds another protected characteristic to our already existing scheme. So with that, we reiterate our thanks to Senator Vargas for bringing this legislation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
there any questions for this testifier? I will ask you, so I think one of the things in the past that folks have said is that a landlord might get into trouble because they're denying a person for some other reason, but they're worried because they have a voucher that they're going to be said to be doing it for that reason. Is there some legal mechanism for that to sort of be sorted out, or what's,
Yes.
can you speak to the way in which the legal practice would work on it? Because you're a lawyer, right?
Yes.
Yeah, can you speak to the legal practice in this area?
Right, so as I said, we already have those protected characteristics in the law, and yeah, would be a whole legal process that someone would go through where proof would be required to show the evidence of that discrimination, and they would have their opportunity to rebut that as well. So there are already built-in protections where a landlord wouldn't be on the hook just because they were accused of this kind of discrimination.
So there'd have to be some sort of evidence that it was about that and not about some other reason?
Correct.
And who has the burden of proof to show that, that it was about that?
It would be the person bringing the charge of discrimination.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Are there other questions? I don't see any, thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
Next proponent.
Good afternoon. My name is Scott Mertz, SCOTTMERTZ. I am the Director of Legal Aid of Nebraska's Housing Justice Project, and I have over 13 years' experience representing low-income tenants in Nebraska. I want to thank you for providing us the opportunity to appear today and support LB 248, and I want to extend thanks to Senator Vargas for both introducing this bill and inviting Legal Aid of Nebraska to testify today. Legal Aid of Nebraska is the only statewide nonprofit law firm that provides free legal services to low-income Nebraskans and low-income tenants across the state. In my written remarks, I have some numbers in here that reflects how dire and serious the need is for support for housing here in Nebraska. In 2022, Legal Aid of Nebraska closed 12,701 individual cases, and of those, 2,823 unique cases were related to housing and preservation of housing. So that's over 20% of the work that we do involves somebody at risk over loss of their housing. And we know that only a small fraction of our clients in those cases actually have a Section 8 housing choice voucher. But we also know that the majority of all of our clients are actually eligible for subsidized housing and specifically eligible for the vouchers. 84% of all of our cases involve people living below 125% of the federal poverty line and 31% below 50%. That's deep poverty. And these are individuals who should be accessing the Section 8 Housing Choice or Voucher Program, but are not. The program, the Section 8 Voucher Program, is designed to provide relief to our cost-burdened Nebraskans who are renting from private landlords. It's providing subsidized rent to low-income families. The relief provided by the Section 8 vouchers is frustrated when the burdened tenants face the burden of having to relocate and secure housing in a market where so much of the renters will not accept Section 8 rental vouchers. And we can just see this through the public record when people advertise on Craigslist, on Facebook. People are told not to come here and apply because they will not accept a Section 8 housing choice voucher family. This is counter to the entire purpose of this program, which is to keep people in need housed and keep them housing secure. So the money afforded with the Section 8 program is designed to ensure that people who are low income can still provide money to the landlords and keep the landlords solvent and to keep their businesses profitable as well. It's supposed to be a two-way beneficial arrangement between the tenants and the landlords. It is our belief that every Nebraskan deserves quality, affordable housing without the constant dread of an eviction and the loss of housing over them. When a Section 8 recipient in particular is facing eviction, they not only face the burden of having to leave their homes, but to find a home that will take the voucher, of which there are so few, and that's what we're facing day to day.
Thank you. Let's see if there are questions. I'll just ask you
Yes.
sort of what I asked the last testifier, because it sounds like maybe you interact with some of these kinds of lawsuits on a daily basis. So if we pass this bill and someone thinks that they have been discriminated against based on source of income, what would a lawsuit look like in that case? They would bring the lawsuit, and then if the landlord had said, no, it's because I don't think you're going to be able to pay the remainder of the cost that is assigned to you under the voucher or under the rent, how would that go then at that point?
As was discussed previously, there's a burden on the person bringing the suit to prove up their claim, but this already exists as we have a number of protected classes in both state and federal law, so that individuals could bring cases because they perceive that they have been denied housing due to their gender, their religion, their race, their family status. Variety of classes exist right now that are protected. It has not resulted in some deluge or flood of frivolous or unnecessary lawsuits right now. That you still have to have merit. There still has to be facts that are proved up in any discrimination case.
So there hasn't been whenever one of these protective classes is passed, have there been a deluge of lawsuits?
I would have to say we're not certainly bringing them legally in Nebraska, certainly, and I don't believe that the state is in turn flooded with a lot of discrimination claims, certainly not to any extent that's unmanageable or proof that these are meritless cases.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I don't see any, thank you.
Thank you.
Next proponent. Welcome.
Thanks for having me. Welcome to Landlord Tenant Day. Vice Chair DeBoer, members of the Judiciary Committee, my name is Erin Feichtinger, ERINFEICHTINGER, and I'm the Policy Director for the Women's Fund of Omaha. As I said, welcome to Landlord Tenant Day. As some members of this committee know, this is the third iteration of this specific bill. And I've heard it said by past committee members about this specific day in Judiciary Committee, didn't we fix all this yet? And the answer to that is no. Much like property taxes, school funding, criminal justice reform, we talk about them time and time again in front of this committee, in front of other committees, because they are important enough. Everyone knows there's an affordable housing crisis in this state. You could walk over to Appropriations Committee and hear more about it. It's easier to focus, I think, on the bricks and mortar aspect of that affordable housing crisis because that solution seems simple. I mean, it's not simple. We know it's not simple, but it certainly seems that way. We just build more housing. But there are two parts to the affordable housing crisis, the housing itself and the people who live in it. And it's that second part that we're addressing here today. Opponents to this bill and to all the other bills, they'll say that there are unintended consequences of these bills, that this will raise the cost of housing, which the landlords will in turn be forced to pass on to tenants, which will start us down the slippery slope of collapsing the affordable rental market in Nebraska entirely. Increasing the safety and accessibility of housing will not collapse the rental market. Increasing the stability of families and communities will not collapse the rental market. They'll talk about unintended consequences. I want to talk about the intended consequences of allowing for source of income discrimination. Women had 75% of households served by HUD rental assistance programs. For those 75% of female-led households attempting to use the vouchers in the free market, source of income discrimination means they could and often do lose the voucher by not being able to use it. It's worth noting that housing assistance also helps to reduce domestic violence, provides critical support for survivors. And opponents to this bill in all of its past iterations have testified that the paperwork is too onerous or the habitability requirements too bothersome, and that people who are receiving housing assistance are just not good tenants because they are poor and they have nothing to lose. We would argue that the benefits accrued to society from the housing stability resulting from choices in the free market and the safety of housing far outweigh a problem with paperwork. We would argue that far from being bad tenants with nothing to lose, voucher recipients have worked harder than most to provide for their families' long-term housing stability. Passing LB 248 will not ruin landlords and the affordable housing market. It will give Nebraska families a better chance of success. We would once again urge this committee's support of this bill, and please do not hesitate to ask me any questions, and I will answer them to the best of my ability.
Are there questions from the committee? Senator McKinney.
Thank you, Senator DeBoer, and thank you, Ms. Feistinger. I remember being a kid and we were on Section 8, and I remember there were times where my mom would be calling around trying to find a place to rent. And I remember those phone conversations because she would have them on speaker a lot of times, and the responses she would get from landlords was super offensive a lot of times. And do you view housing discrimination by source of income as a form of redlining? Because it's not just based on race, it's kind of redlining based on your socioeconomic position.
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I know that Senator Vargas mentioned in his opening that source of income discrimination has been identified as one of the ways that we can overcome this decades of housing discrimination in this country, and that's true. We know that the idea behind something like a housing choice voucher is to allow tenants the ability to participate in the free market, to move to neighborhoods of better opportunity, whether that's economic or have better schools. And we also know that the majority of public housing assistance right now is being used in exactly the way that it's not intended, which is to say, continuing to be segregated into what HUD would define as racially and ethnically concentrated areas of poverty. Your district, Senator Vargas's district, both of these places are where most of it's being used. So I think that it does serve to perpetuate that form of housing discrimination, certainly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McKinney. Are there other questions for this testifier? Don't see any. Thank you for being here. Next proponent.
Hi, my name is Karina McCormick, CARINAMCCORMICK. And I'm going to try really hard to only compliment things that were said, not repeat it. I do have a unique experience that I would like to share. I'm testifying as myself, to be clear, but I have extensive experience with the South of Downtown Community Development Organization here in Lincoln. Actually, we're sitting in it, in which I've just been appointed president of. And I've been involved with that for several years. And we have tried so many things to increase housing stability in this neighborhood. The neighborhood we work in is the 2 lowest census tracts in Lincoln. And we've even gone so far as to buy parcels of land and build buildings on it, get grants for that. But that process is extremely extensive, very labor intensive for the board, and also very slow in order to, get the contractors and everything like that. And so it's really not enough for nonprofits to try to work around this problem of the vouchers not being accepted. Maybe way down the line, but there's also not enough land for nonprofits to come in and try to build new affordable housing or even private equity-driven groups, like equity in terms of like they're trying to be socially just, not investment equity. And we have progress we're really excited about, but that's going to be several years from now. We are making sure that it will accept Section 8, but there's only so much we can do. Meanwhile, all of these existing apartments are sitting here that are part of the tools that are available, that are well-researched, and are decided to be necessary. And the senators here, you all make these policies, and this has been proven as an essential policy tool, but the independent actions of the landlords who refuse to accept the vouchers are thwarting the ability of policy to be implemented. And the the implication of that is that people cannot have safe homes that give their children the stability that they need to learn and grow. I'm sure other people are going to, either have or will give more research about that stability. And that's what we all want. And I just really want us to think of these vouchers as something that's been established as an effective tool that somebody else is coming in and stopping that policy from being able to be implemented. And it hurts everyone.
All right, thank you. Are there questions for this testifier? I don't see any today. Thank you for being here. Next proponent.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Jamie Gibson. It is JAIMEGIBSON. I am here to represent the Bellevue Housing Agency serving Sarpy County. I am the Section 8 Director. Today I have a letter from one of our current tenants who is also our resident advisor on our board. She states that LB 248 is a bill I support because it recognizes the increasing issue of legal discrimination towards single parents, large families, gender, race, elderly, disabled, low, and very low income. By not passing this essential bill, Nebraska is basically banning the populations I mentioned from living in Nebraska, or they are to be homeless in our great state. Being denied affordable and safe housing is a pox on what Nebraska promotes locally, nationally, and globally, the good life. I have a Section 8 choice voucher. I have used it in 2 Nebraska cities for about 7 years. I have no criminal record, never a late rent payment or lease violations. I am retired educator, college learning resource program and assistant professor specializing in coaching special need learners at colleges and high schools. I have no vices. I serve my community as an advocate and educator for persons on seeking a Section 8 housing choice voucher. Being retired, I live a quiet artist's life. I am elderly, 74, and have multiple physical and medical disabilities. I would like to move from my current home to something more appropriate for my needs. I have made approximately 400 phone calls, PMs, texts, or emails to property managers over the last 3 years seeking safe housing. Landlords have seemed eager to rent to me until I ask them if they accept Section 8. At that time, they become abrupt and tell me no and terminate our discussion. Please help me and other women and men who rely on Section 8 to live in safe and affordable housing. Thank you for taking the time to listen to us today and to take our needs of our constituents into priority. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Are there questions for this testifier? Don't see any. Thank you so much for being here. Next proponent.
Good afternoon. My name is Jess Giesecke. That's JESSGIESEKE. I am a longtime resident of Lincoln, Nebraska, and I'm a landlord. I'm here representing myself today. And I own an apartment building in the historic Mount Emerald District. As a property owner, I put a lot of effort, time, and money into restoring my 120-year-old units, and they are clean. They're very high-quality units, and in addition to being charming, they are furnished with energy-efficient appliances, on-site laundry, and secured entry. They are also affordable, as I rent them out at about 80% of what would be considered fair market value. A household making the median income in my census block can afford to rent one of my units. By the way, that census block is actually below the median income, average median income of all of Lincoln. So while being landlord has hardly been an easy job, I've been very fortunate to have great tenants. In the past 12 years that I've owned my apartment building, I have returned over 85% of the security deposit dollars paid by renters and can count on one hand the number of times I've received a late payment. Regardless of their source of income, my tenants have taken great care of their apartments and they pay their rent on time. Over the years, my tenants have included Indigenous persons, people of color, LGBTQ folks, individuals with disabilities, single men, expecting mothers, and a Catholic family. Under the Federal Fair Housing Act, I would be prohibited from discriminating or denying them tenancy based on the above mentioned statuses. However, I could have easily denied any one of these tenants housing based on their source of income, as not all have been regular W-2 reported employment income, and as their role of main means of paying rent. I'm proud to say that I continue to uphold my obligation not to deny housing to tenants of protected classes, and I will never discriminate based on their source of income. When a person with traditional employment compensation as their sole means of paying rent are given preferential treatment, housing inequity, lack of affordable housing, and gentrification are invited into urban neighborhoods. Low to moderate income residents have to seek out housing further away from accessible public transportation, schools, work, service agencies, grocery stores, and other necessities. This discrimination makes life especially difficult for individuals with disabilities, single parents, people escaping domestic violence, the elderly, low income, and many people that rely on public assistance programs to help cover household expenses. It disproportionately affects historically marginalized communities, perpetuates housing insecurity within my community, and it puts financial stability further out of reach for a huge number of Nebraskans.
Thank you for your testimony. The clock is ready. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here today. Proponents. First, next proponent. Welcome to your judiciary.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Lizzie Turner, Lizzie-Turner. You will be hearing from me later this afternoon in a different capacity, but for now I am here to share the testimony of a community member. This person wishes to remain anonymous due to safety concerns and requested that I share their story on their behalf. I am a person that has experienced source of income discrimination directly, and I am sharing my story in support of LB 248. This bill can save other Nebraskans from going through the grueling and demeaning process of searching desperately just trying to find one decent landlord who is willing to accept housing vouchers. I applied to the housing voucher program in October of 2021. I had been struggling due to my disability and had to leave work. I became homeless and had nowhere to live. When I applied for the voucher, I was originally told it would be an 18-month wait, but due to my disability, I was moved up the list and received my voucher in January of 2022. Over the 2 months' time, I had to find a landlord that would accept my voucher. I spent all day, every day, looking for and contacting properties. By the end of those 2 months, I had contacted about 200 different properties across the city of Lincoln. Only 4 or 5 of them were willing to take my voucher. One of them had a year-long waiting list, another had no openings at all. One of these supposedly available units I got a tour of. It was an incredibly sketchy situation. He had no website or work email, but I was running out of options. The ceiling of this unit was caving down nearly 2 feet. It was filthy with crumbling walls and a stench of cat urine. He told me he would clean the carpets and tack up the ceiling, but it was obvious it was a bigger issue caused by water damage. The place should have been condemned. I remember being terrified, thinking that this would be the conditions I would have to live in. I thought maybe I should just keep living in my car. It would be better than this. Miraculously, I eventually found a livable unit. I had passed the building and saw a for rent sign outside. I called and was relieved that they would accept my voucher. It was clean and decent and had basic maintenance. I searched harder than anyone should have had to search. Out of the approximately 200 units I called, it was the only livable available apartment that would take my Section 8. It was just sheer luck that I found this one. The process of searching for a unit was incredibly burdensome and degrading. Many of these properties required a $20 to $40 application fee that is not covered by the voucher. When I would call to ask if they would accept Section 8, I was often met with smugness that was so demeaning. One person even asked me if I would use their unit to start a roach farm. The discrimination against voucher holders is very real. No one should have to go through this. There are a lot of injustices in this world, and I hope that this bill can help to alleviate some of that injustice so that all voucher users are able to secure safe, accessible housing and dignity. Please advance this bill. Thank you for your time.
Well, she's reading somebody else's testimony. Next proponent. Next proponent. Welcome to your judiciary.
Hello, thank you for having me. I'm speaking on behalf of, or for myself, but also on behalf of, I guess, another community member who is a good friend of mine, who didn't feel comfortable coming here because she is not social anxiety, I guess. My friend was trafficked and she ended up in Lincoln, and she ended up having being able to have a Section 8 voucher. And I just want to talk about the very real discrimination that happens not just to her, but to everybody, and because I've talked to other people that got Section 8 vouchers. And it ended up being that she would just call places, and that would be the first question out of her mouth, was whether or not they took Section 8 vouchers. And it was, every place that she looked at, they all said, no, we don't take Section 8 vouchers. And that's the kind of open discrimination that this bill can alleviate, or can eliminate, basically, is that, if it had been the case, if this law gets passed and something like that happened for her in the future, she wouldn't be suing somebody if there was one or two people that said no, but nobody says yes. And all the landlords feel safe and expecting that that's just the standard, And so the other thing I wanted to mention is that from what I understand about the process of going in and inspecting the units, what they're inspecting for are things that are already required under the law. So if they're already compliant, then there isn't a problem. It's just that we're not inspecting all the units anyway. So it's not anything, there's no surprises there. They're just requirements. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Can you spell your name for the record?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's Micah, M-I-C-A-H, Lemur, L-E-A-M-E-R.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, thank you for being here.
Okay, thank you.
Next proponent. Next proponent. Oh, he tricked me. He got up and walked out, so I thought he was coming up to I fall for it every once in a while. Next proponent. Welcome.
Good afternoon, members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Jeffrey Owusu Ansah. That is JEFFREYOWUSUANSAH. I am a student attorney for the Housing Justice Clinic at the University of Nebraska College of Law. I am testifying in support of LB 248 in my personal capacity as a student of the law and a housing advocate. I support LB 248 because it will help Nebraskans by decreasing the chance that families become homeless. As a country and as a state, we protect many groups from discrimination under the law. However, we still permit discrimination in housing based on a family's source of income. Through source of income discrimination, we as a state tolerate discrimination based upon not if someone can pay to access housing, but how someone can pay, which should be irrelevant. Source of income discrimination has broad negative impacts on an already extremely vulnerable population, the poor. Passing LB 248 can only create positive opportunities. I am going to state 3 reasons why I urge this committee to support LB 248. First, passing LB 248 will have the direct benefit of decreasing homelessness in our state. Frequently, when I am working with a family on the brink of eviction, the facts are tragic: sickness, temporary job loss, or an unexpected bill. But often there's hope that they can get on their feet with some form of rental assistance. We've seen many occasions where money distributed from emergency rental assistance programs has repaired tenant-landlord relationships and kept them financially solvent. There's no reason a landlord should shun other housing subsidies like a housing voucher. Secondly, by supporting LB 248, we can improve welfare across our state. In the past month, I have had the opportunity to represent tenants in eviction hearings at the Lancaster County Courthouse. In this short time, I've represented families with young kids, and I know that facing instability of this sort can disrupt children at an incredibly formative time in their lives. Finally, I support LB 248 because source of income anti-discrimination laws can increase the chance that families find housing. To address some potential concerns, I want to highlight that this bill helps vulnerable renters without taking power away from landlords. LB 248 would not prevent landlords from performing any other lawful screening of potential tenants. This means we can increase options for renters without decreasing income received by landlords. So at the end of the day, landlords can get paid and the state can decrease homelessness. I urge this committee to support LB 248 and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here.
Thank
you. Next, proponent.
I am not gonna drink it this time.
Thanks for letting me know. Any other proponents? Any other proponents? Welcome. Go ahead, sir.
My name is Jada Bolley, Jallah-Bolley. I'm glad to be here today, and let me just say all protocol observed. And I'm just going to compliment all of the profound points that most of the speakers have already made, so I won't be going over most of them, but to just give our supporting point from where I come from. Well, as a person who have been actively affected as a result of, I would say, primarily retaliation, prosecution, and as a result of my religious principles and that of social transformative social views, I've come to have a first-hand experience, which is a key thing. Experience plays a key factor and gives you a deeper understanding. When you walk in the shoes of people, you get to understand from a very first-hand experience. And I would just say, all right, I do support every necessary initiative to decrease homelessness. Homelessness is something that nobody should really face. It is counterproductive to our economy, and it destroys hopes of our young people especially. And like I said, I'm supporting every effort that's going to decrease, every effort necessary to decrease homelessness. I've seen a lot being out there. As a person who's actively been affected as a result of homelessness, like I said, based on the factors I just mentioned, my religious principle, as well as transformative social standards of views, seeing out there interacting with other people who are homeless, I just think it's very terrible because it leads to a vicious cycle. If a person's homeless, they don't even have a chance to have decent sleep, which makes them even more vulnerable and susceptible to a lot of social crimes, which will even prevent them from even taking subsidies to get back on their feet. So every necessary measure that's necessary to prevent that is going to be very helpful for our state, because there are just so many worse things that goes on out there. Number one, for ladies, especially female kids who are vulnerable, it just places them very much at the grace and mercy of predators who are out there. And these are things that does not really add value to our society. Our world needs hope, and home plays a key role in that. And not just home, but safe home. Home that is free from that of malicious intent. And I also support a couple of bills over there. That's also going to help to have a clean slate for people who are out there who need to get back on their feet and get them out of the system by creating a system that's positive. So like I said, thank you all for your effort. With much ado, let's look forward to a very productive society, and thank you all for your work you do, and I'm going to stop it right here from now.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Next proponent. Next proponent, seeing none, we will move to opponents. First opponent.
My name is Rick McDonald, RICKMCDONALD. I'm president of the Metropolitan Omaha Property Owners Association in Omaha, Nebraska. We're opposed to this bill. I hear a lot so far today about the discrimination against the Section 8 people. From my organization, from the feedback I get in my personal experience, it's not the tenants, it's the Section 8 program itself. It's very dysfunctional, it's poorly managed, and it's very hard to work through their system. In order to give you a couple of examples, personal cases just of my own, I've dealt with them for over 20 years. In the last couple of years, it's near to impossible to try and work with them. I had a rent coming from Section 8 that didn't show up. It's automatically deposited into your account. It doesn't show up. There's no letter, there's no phone call, no reason. All my properties that were Section 8 didn't get any rent paid. You call down there, you can't get through on the phone. If you leave a message, they don't call back. If you send an email, you don't hear from them. I've actually had to have some of my tenants try to contact their workers down there so I could ask questions. With that rent not being, they had me come in for a meeting. We had 4 meetings over the course of a month. In order to find out what happened to it, they said, you were overpaid $500. They automatically deposited it in my account. So being overpaid by $500, which I couldn't find, they kept all the rent on all the properties. Once we went through this, they said, we're working on it, we're working on it. We're pushing the second month where they're not gonna pay any rents on any properties because of this $500. And you're talking thousands of dollars in rent I don't get for my business. In the end, they finally called me and said, well, our computer said we overpaid you by $500. Turns out the computer was wrong. We didn't check it. Sorry about that. Let's move on. Last year, I had a property that couldn't pass inspection. They inspected it in February. The only issue they had, they said, was touch up some of the paint on the outside. This is in February. They failed it. I touched up what I could. I wanted to do it right. I'm going to change some of the siding, anything that needs to paint the whole house. He came back, re-inspected. I said, how do we do? He says, you're going above and beyond what we asked. Thanks a lot. I got a letter a few days later. It failed. They came back out to re-inspect after I'd done some more work on it. And I said, what's the issue? They failed it again. I said, because of that one spot in the corner, I said, it's 35 degrees outside. I'm wearing a winter coat, 2 stories up on a ladder. It's 40-mile-an-hour wind. I'll get to that corner. He says that corner's not a problem. It's the new siding that you put on that hasn't been painted yet.
Thank you for your time. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Senator McKinney, followed by Senator Geis.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Where are your rentals primarily located? In areas of high poverty or in areas of higher income?
Mine are, most of them are around the Crossroads area, if you know where that 72nd Dodge Street area. They're not in South Omaha, they're not in East Omaha, they're not in North Omaha, pretty much west of 72nd Street.
Do you have issues with people around your rental properties not wanting individuals that are on public assistance to live at your property?
Do I have trouble with them?
Yeah.
No, the Section 8 people are great.
No, I'm talking about the neighbors not wanting those individuals in those areas.
I don't know most of the neighbors in those areas. I'll have a house. I don't know who's around it.
So you never heard any comments about why are you allowing people with Section 8 to live here?
Nobody's ever questioned me on that.
All right, thank you.
Senator Geis.
I'm just curious. I know that you're going through the details of your inspection, but are there things that you have to do to satisfy Section 8 housing that are over and above just regular housing, or is it just that Section 8 is the minimum standard?
They don't require me to do anything. If a city inspector came out, they said you need to do this, they're pretty much in line with them.
Okay.
I don't have an issue most of the time if they have something on there that I need to do. I don't have a problem with it. I understand it. And for 20 years, I went through this, and you get to know the inspectors, you know what they expect, and I could get through without an issue. My problems come up in the last couple of years with an inspector I've never dealt with. And over the last 2 years, this one inspector has never passed a property of mine and has never required the tenant to fix anything. And even my tenant said he doesn't like you. And I requested a different inspector. So let's try a different inspector.
Can you, if you request a different inspector, will a different one come out? Is that complied with, or?
No, they say, no, we can't do that.
Okay.
You get who you get. I've never dealt with this guy before, but for 20 years, it worked great for me. I promoted it all the time. Over the last several years, it's just gone downhill they abated 4 months of my rent because of the paint on the outside. And how can you expect me to paint it in February or March? They said, ask for an extension. I did. They gave me 8 days. So,
yeah.
And I lost 4 months of their rent because of that. So it's always something with them, and you can't function when you don't know when the rent's coming. You don't know if it's going to come.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Next opponent.
My name is Dennis Tierney, Dennistierny. Chair Wayne and Senators. LB 248 creates another protected class of individual that is based on source of income. There's no such nationally recognized class of individual. This is a bad precedent and opens up the door for anyone to apply to the legislature to have themselves declared as a protected class based on what they think are their unique circumstances of victimhood. The bill would result in discrimination claims being laid against landlords who discern that a prospective tenant is a poor risk because they don't have a stable source of income. This is akin to telling a bank or a car dealer that they have to give a loan to an individual without considering their ability to repay the loan. We also saw that a disaster similar policies had on the financial industry in the 2008-2009 financial crisis. Specifically, this law forces landlords to accept voucher program individuals or risk being sued for discrimination. When this law was proposed in 2021, Chairman Lathrop asked a fair housing organization if a landlord doesn't have any Section 8 tenants, would they sue that landlord on the basis that mere lack of Section 8 tenants proves discrimination? And they affirmed that they would sue on that basis. So just mere lack of Section 8 tenants proves you're discriminating. That's what the Fair Housing Organization said. Senators, this law will result in significant increase in the cost of the residential rental business. There's already a crisis of lack of affordable housing, and this law will result in more landlords leaving the business, and those remaining will be forced to increase rents to try to recoup these costs. This will result in less, not more, affordable housing. Many landlords with whom I've spoken refuse Section 8 because they found OHA almost impossible to work with, much like what Rick just said. I urge you to reject LB 248. Instead of forcing landlords to accept a flawed OHA, force the administrators of the OHA to work with landlord groups to make it a more viable voluntary program that works for both the tenant and the landlord. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Senator DeVore?
I do have a question for you. You mentioned without considering their ability to pay, that forcing them to accept the vouchers is forcing them to accept it without the ability to pay. That's the piece that I wanted to ask you about. Wouldn't they have the voucher to pay, and couldn't you also look at their total source of income to determine if they could cover the rest of the portion of that? My understanding is under this bill, you would be able to still do a background check on the amount of income that they had.
Correct. You can.
Okay.
But if you do that and your result is you don't have any Section 8 tenants, you're going to get sued by the fair housing people. because they said that the mere lack, that's what they said in 2021. They said the mere lack of having Section 8 proves you're discriminating just by the lack of having Section 8. So they're going to sue you if you don't have any Section 8. That's what the fair housing people said in 2021.
We'll have to ask them. I think that would maybe be evidence maybe, but I don't think it would be proof, but we'll definitely ask them.
Well, that's what they said in 2021.
Yeah, okay,
Chairman Lathrop asked them.
okay. Yeah.
You were there.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember back.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Next, O'Connor.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairman Wayne, members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Gene Eckel. That's Genebeckel. I'm a board member for the Apartment Association of Nebraska and the Nebraska Association of Commercial Property Owners, appearing today on behalf of both associations in opposition to LB 248. The Section 8 Housing Choice Voucher Program is a federal program regulated, controlled, and funded by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, and it was created by Congress to be a voluntary program. The state of Nebraska, nor any of its cities or counties, have any oversight or control over the program or the public housing agencies. In line with Congress's intent, both associations oppose this legislation's mandate for housing providers in Nebraska to participate in a program due to the overburdensome regulatory requirements. The handout that I provided shows the difference between the standard leasing process and the process for the housing choice voucher leasing. Some of the overburdensome regulatory requirements that a housing provider must comply with when participating in the voucher program include the housing provider must enter into a housing assistance payments or HAP contract with the housing authority and comply with the added lease terms and administrative responsibilities contained in the HAP contract. Delayed inspections by the housing authority of the housing prior to move-in and annually. Possible delay in rental payments at any point during the lease term without recourse due to federal budget appropriation delays, lengthy administrative processes, and even arbitrary withholding of payments by the housing authority. And lastly, mandated termination policies and procedures, including strict limits on when a housing provider may evict a resident for what reason they can do it so. Some of those who will testify after me can educate you on how these overburdensome regulations actually work as a disadvantage to individuals and families that use the housing vouchers. Instead of mandating participation in the federal program that is problematic, a better option to improve availability of rental housing for voucher holders would be to increase funding for the program and reducing the bureaucratic requirements associated with it. Currently, the U.S. House of Representatives and the U.S. Senate have introduced versions of the Choice and Affordable Housing Act. That is H.R. 680 and S32. Both pieces of legislation seek to provide $500 million for signing bonuses to landlords, provide bonuses for housing authorities, and provide security deposit assistance. Use neighborhood-specific data to set rents fairly for landlords and reduce inspection delays. We urge you to not advance LB 248 to general file. Thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that I can. Otherwise, the people that follow me can answer your questions for you.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing Senator McKinney.
Thank you. And thank you for your testimony. So are you saying that with the assistance and things like that, it's too cumbersome for landowners?
The regulatory requirements that are controlled by HUD, the way they operate or the way they are funded by HUD makes it difficult for those programs to operate effectively. You've heard a lot today about the housing authority in Lincoln. That might work well. OHA, you're going to hear a lot of problems
So
about today.
is it hard for you to understand those processes, or the processes are too lengthy?
I'm going to defer to the people who are going to follow me so they can take you through the process because they have been in the industry for decades and have been working with Section 8 voucher programs for decades. So I will let them answer those questions for you.
Did you help write the standard lease for the apartment association?
I review it.
And if that's, so do you think tenants fully, how long are they?
What's that?
How long are they?
How many pages?
Yes.
The lease itself is 8 pages long.
And that's not, so how long is the average piece of paperwork that you have to do or go through for a voucher for OHA?
The HAP contract, I don't know how how long that is. And again, depending on the program though, if you're dealing with the HUD lease, it's completely separate. And I don't recall how many pages that the HUD lease is. There's different leases. Sometimes a landlord may be required to use the lease that's used by the housing authority. But again, I will let the people who follow me be able to answer that question for you. But the NEA lease that you're referring to is 8 pages, the main part of the lease.
So if on the other side, what you had to read through or sign or whatever, if it was 8 pages, would that be too much or too little?
I think it's just about right. I mean, obviously everyone needs to read a contract before you sign it. And they had the opportunity to take the time to read it. I don't think it's complicated. But I think it's just about right. 8 pages isn't too long.
So if it was less complicated, you wouldn't have a problem with it?
With the less complicated with the lease?
With whatever the voucher stuff.
Well,
program is.
our problem with the voucher program is, well, first of all, I would say that the HAP contract and even the HUD lease needs to be updated. It's way behind the times. But I can't really, I don't know if I'm answering your question. I apologize if I'm frustrating you, but we would not, we would not agree to the terms right now as they're written, especially on the HUD lease, because they leave out a lot that would not, for example, if a tenant or tenant's occupants are harassing other neighbors or the staff, that's not covered as a lease violation in the HUD lease. And according to state statute, it's violations under the lease or another section of the Landlord-Tenant Act. But there's some things that in that lease are just so outdated that it really does not leave any protection for the landlord or other tenants.
So what protections are in it for the tenant when a landlord or a property manager is being rude and being offensive and harassing them?
Well, if it's harassment, then I think that's something they could, depending on what the harassment's about.
It's not always harassment though.
True, but you mentioned that as one of your examples. Depending on if someone is perhaps maybe of a protected class, they believe the harassment's based on that, then they can seek redress under the Fair Housing Act of Nebraska or the Federal Fair Housing Act. If it's something that they believe they're being harassed by the landlord and it's covered by the Landlord-Tenant Act, they can seek redress under the Landlord-Tenant Act.
All right, thank you.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Senator.
Next opponent. Welcome.
Oh, thank you. Senator Vargas, or Senator Wayne, I'm sorry. And the members of the Judiciary, my name is Lynn Fisher, LYNNFISHER, and I represent the Statewide Property Owners Association and the Real Estate Owners and Managers Association here in Lincoln. And I sent out as comment online our basic statement. I think just to save time and not to recover all the same territory that you've heard, I'd like to fill in a few gaps here in the testimony and answer a couple of questions that were asked earlier. So generally, we're opposed to LB 248 as a private property rights issue for us to have business processes and choices on how to best fill our properties. And we have members who own properties and those that also manage for other owners. And as a group, we have some owners that choose not to accept Section 8. We have some that will accept Section 8. They really don't care either way. As a property manager, we can handle the processes for them. And we have some that seek out Section 8, that actually try to put together a building or a group of buildings or units that they specifically seek out Section 8 tenants for obvious reasons, portion of the rent being guaranteed, et cetera. So it's a program that can be worked with, but it should be the choice of the owner. It's a private property rights choice. We ourselves serve on our own properties dozens and dozens of people in Section 8, and we're quite successful about that. We actually have on an ongoing basis, we have Section 8 eligible units that go unfilled with Section 8 tenants every month. We have many tenants all the time that come to us with Section 8 vouchers. We're happy to help them. And there was a 20% non-filled number that was thrown out there. And I would say that that's based on folks who apply and for whatever reason don't qualify on their application. It isn't that we turn them down based on Section 8 because we're accepting that, but they're not always going to qualify. So maybe the people out there that aren't able to utilize their Section 8 vouchers, that's the reason for that. Also, if you're not aware, the Lincoln Housing Authority has several hundred properties that could be eligible for Section 8 that they choose not to utilize for that program, but they put them out on the open market, and we have to compete with them in the open market on several hundred of their units. So there's one solution, at least in the Lincoln area, to put more units out there for the folks that are on the waiting list.
Thank you for your testimony.
Sure. Any questions? I'll be happy to answer any.
Any questions from the committee? Senator Geis.
Quick one. So you're talking about, I'm just trying to be clear on, are there additional requirements if you decide to accept Section 8 as a landlord? Are there additional requirements for you that make this a different consideration than it would be if you didn't accept Section 8?
Well, yes. I mean, you've heard talk about the inspection process.
Mhm.
There's the HAP agreement, which has certain different types of requirements and regulations than a standard lease, even under the Landlord-Tenant Act. So, for example, for us to be able to give a rent increase, at least in Lincoln, we have to give a 60-day notice as opposed to the standard 30-day notice required by the Landlord-Tenant Act. In Omaha, they have a different program altogether. We do manage one Section 8 property in Omaha, and we were unsuccessful in raising the rent for nearly 2 years because of their very difficult to understand regulations that we were not made aware of in the very beginning. So that cost us probably a few $1,000s.
So do those costs then drive up your rent?
They do, yeah. This program, this bill, if passed, will certainly increase our owner costs that have to be passed on to tenants, increased rents. Yes.
Which then kind of counteracts the whole intent.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the committee?
Thank you.
Seeing none. At this rate, I might be able to drive to Lincoln and drive to Omaha to my daughter's basketball party and come back. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chairman Wayne, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Corby Gilbertson. It's spelled KorbyGilbertson. Preparing today as registered lobbyist on behalf of the Nebraska Realtors Association. I'm going to take us in a little bit of a different direction. You've heard a lot about rental agreements and renters this afternoon. The realtors represent both commercial and residential practitioners who represent owners of as well as commercial, residential, and both single family and multifamily investment properties throughout the states. We are concerned that this proposal might have some unintended consequences that haven't been discussed yet today. I'm going to give you an example. If you have a property owner that needs to sell their home and they decide they want to do a cash sale because they can't afford to do any of the repairs to the home and they choose not to do those repairs, if there would be an FHA or a VA loan, they would not be able to do that. They would be required under this to follow FHA or VA requirements, and that would restrict them from how they could sell their home. So that is, I'm going to cut off there because I know you have a long day ahead of you. So I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Next opponent.
Thank you. Good afternoon, committee. Thank you for your time. My name is Christy Lamb, K-R-I-S-T-Y-L-A-M-B. I'm the Vice President at MP Dodge Management Company, and I'm also a member of the Institute of Real Estate Management and the Local Apartment Association. To provide context, we currently oversee about 4,000 apartments in the Lincoln, Omaha, and Council Bluffs area. And about 40% of those properties are dedicated to low income and moderate income housing. And we successfully work with about 6 different housing authorities presently and work with them as a part of that housing choice voucher system. That being said, we are still opposed to LB 248 for a number of reasons. We do believe we are a third-party management company, so we do believe wholeheartedly that our property owners should have the ability to choose on whether or not they would like to participate in that program, even though we are proponents of the program itself and would support any efforts in order to increase the funding associated with those programs so that we can work with them to build more affordable and low-income housing in the communities as well. Specifically, the language in the bill, I see it first referenced potentially on page 5, where it uses the word any. It requires the property owner to comply with any requirement of any federal, state, or local public general assistance and housing program. And to one of the questions earlier, the participation in this program does require specific requirements, including execution of a contract between the property owner and the housing voucher provider. And so this gives the housing voucher provider 100% control over the terms, conditions of that contract, and little recourse on the part of the property owner if they have concerns with the nature of that. We have heard about, obviously, inspections. I'm happy to answer questions on what that would look like and the timing of it. On average, we hold units on average an extra 30 to up to 60 days. By morning, average of 30 to 60 days. While we kind of work through that process, I wish all housing providers, not all of them were able to administrate the program equally. We saw members of Bellevue Housing. They're actually really easy to work with, but unfortunately your largest housing voucher provider is one of the most difficult to work with. And it could be anywhere from restricting rent increases. I have 5 properties that haven't received their funds in 3 months. Over $10,000 easily between those 5 properties that we're still working through to get those funds. There's highly large inconsistencies in inspection requirements and our ability to correct those. And we do have situations that often go above and beyond safe housing. We want to provide safe housing. That's what we're in the business of doing. But some of the requirements go above and beyond that. So it just makes it really difficult for us to be able to work with them in a manner that's, I think, for the intent of the program, while still managing our fiduciary responsibility to our property owners.
Thank you. Any questions from the consent of the board?
Thank you. So let me, because I've heard this a few times, the contract that you're talking about that you would have to sign with the housing voucher provider, that's, what did they call that?
It's called a HAP contract, a housing assistance payments contract. So often we have our rental agreements with the participant, and then we have to sign a separate contract between the property owner and the housing voucher program provider.
And the concern is that it's a form contract that you have to sign and you may not like what's in the form?
Correct. It gives them 100% control of the terms and conditions of that contract that we have to follow. Absolutely.
Which is kind of what you all do with tenants. They have to sign a form contract.
Correct, but they have a choice, right, of where they live in the terms and conditions of that contract. And there's also restrictions on what we can put in our leases within the bounds of Nebraska landlord-tenant law. But for example, kind of inconsistencies on those inspections, obviously we will always replace the smoke detector as of number one. That's not a big deal, but we've had other situations where it's either damages caused by the resident or we'll fix it and then they repeatedly cause it, or just their failure to allow the inspector in the unit will cause a unit to fail. And we have zero recourse other than issuing those residents a lease violation for failure to comply. But eventually, once that is abated, there's no recourse for us to recoup those funds regardless of what caused the failed housing inspection. There was a question earlier on timing. Yes, on that initial inspection, if there's something in the unit, we have a couple of new construction affordable housing projects in the Omaha area where one of the bedrooms doesn't meet the HUD requirements for egress, but it does meet SOTI code requirements. So the only way that we can use those 3-bedroom apartments is to offer them to voucher participants if they have a 2-bedroom that still fits under our 3-bedroom rate, or we have to lower the rate for that 3-bedroom so someone with a 2-bedroom voucher could use it because it doesn't meet those minimum requirements. in those particular cases. So we could back away and say, nope, this isn't going to work because that unit doesn't fit for that particular case. But when it comes up for the annual inspection, in a perfect world, that annual inspection would occur prior to the next renewal, but they're so far behind on their inspections, it usually occurs after we've already engaged them in a renewal process. And so if the unit fails then it could be in a situation where rent is 100% abated for the entire rest of the term of the contract, and we don't have any recourse.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Next opponent. Next opponent.
Good afternoon. My name is Dana Steffen, DANASTEFFAN. I'm a residential property manager here in Lincoln. We only manage properties inside the city limits of Lincoln. And I have a problem with just the Lincoln Housing Authority and the way the program is administered here in town. We do have a lot of properties that are the old military housing based out in Air Park, the duplexes out there. And the Lincoln Housing Authority does have quite a few of those. And I lose tenants to the Housing Authority quite often for market rate rents. They're not renting to people with housing vouchers. They take tenants out of my property and put them in their properties because their rates are consistently $200 to $300 lower than ours. Their properties are upkept better because they have staff and maintenance to take care of them. So my opposition is just the way the program is run or administered through the Lincoln Housing Authority. As a property management company, we have chosen not to accept Section 8 housing vouchers. We will take them if there is a current tenant in place and they apply and are approved for a voucher. We will go through the process and get them on board. Or if a property is purchased and the Section 8 tenant is in place already. Currently, starting January 1st, we required our tenants to have renter's insurance, proof of renter's insurance. I am still waiting for Lincoln Housing Authority to get back to me if that is going to be allowed at the lease renewal for the few tenants that I do have on Section 8. It just holds up the whole program. And I guess I just wanted to let you know, it has nothing to do with the tenants. Section 8 tenants, they're lovely. They pay their rent. They do great. It's the way the program is administered. And I feel that they really have some work to do on that end before that it can be openly accepted by all landlords.
Thank you for being here. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Next opponent. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm pleased to speak before the committee. My name is Pierce Carpenter, Piercecarpenter. I've been a landlord for 36 years. I am opposed to LB 248. Most of the information's already been given, but I did look up some stuff. So a typical fine for a fair housing problem is $10,000 for the first offense and $50,000 for the third offense. And then if it goes to court, you're probably looking at another $70,000 or more. So, I mean, if you just average it out, you figure $100,000 per case. If you get 100 cases in Omaha, that's, what is that, $10 million? Omaha's annual rent roll with 96,000 units is about $1 billion. So that's basically a $10 increase on the average for, if they were all $1,000 a month apartments, that'd be a $10 increase on all the apartments in Omaha to cover that. I mean, if you believe in the market concept of the rental business, then if there are additional charges, everybody's still going to try to get the same return. So the tenants are going to, the good tenants that are paying the rent are going to have to pay that. Second thing is, one of the things, when I read that bill, I found it confusing, and it was very annoying because my big question was, can I still use my 3 times rent rule? So for example, if I have somebody with Section 8 come and they get an $800 voucher and they're making $1,200, does that mean that I can consider their income as $2,000, which we always use 3 times the rent? So they wouldn't qualify because if the rent's 800, they'd have to make 2,400. So can you use that 3 times rule? It's not clear in the documentation. And so my belief is you cannot use that rule. Let's see, I had one other comment. I think Aaron or something said that this was the landlord tenant day. It's really not. It's the landlord housing advocate day, because there's only one tenant here, and the rest of them are housing advocates, people that are politically involved, people that have organizations that cater and make money off these tenants, people that have government programs in their pocket and they want to profit by it. So that covers everything I wanted to say. So thank you for listening. And if you have any questions, otherwise.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Senator McKinney?
Yes, sir, Mr. Senator.
Thank you, Senator Wayne, and thank you for your testimony. So as a landlord, do you not make money off the tenants?
Yes.
And do you not think that they have rights as well?
Yes.
And do you not see an issue with denying them based on them taking public assistance?
I don't have a problem with where the money comes from. What I have a problem with is the Section 8 organization that causes you problems. I mean, the classical case in Section 8, this is a story I heard from Paul Wojcicki. They tell you that we've discovered that your refrigerator, you're charging for it, but yet your lease doesn't have it in it. So they don't pay rent on that unit, and they don't pay rent on 10 units or for the 5 other units you got. And then you call Section 8 and it takes 3 months to resolve. But if you're a company like Landmark Management, where you got a lawyer that deals with Section 8 on a regular basis, when that happens, that problem goes directly to that lawyer. That lawyer calls over to Section 8 and that problem is handled within a few days and they get their rent. Meanwhile, I wouldn't get 5 rents for 3 months. So, I mean, that type of a problem, plus accepting all of the issues in the HAP contract and the other peculiar things that when I took Section 8, which has been like 15 years, they went through my contract and said, you can't do this, can't do this, can't do this, can't do this. And it was tolerable. And I went ahead and read it to them. And then at the end of the contract, I didn't get the check, and I called and called and called. And finally, I found out the guy was moving out, and they were colluding and not telling me he was moving out. I've never dealt with him since then. It's not the money or the source of the money. It's what they put you through to get it, and the high risk of really getting jerked around hard.
So would it be fair to say that if your anger is with the entity that pushes out the vouchers or administers the program, shouldn't you take your anger out on them? And I say this because I think if you did that, there wouldn't be a need for LB 248 or these other bills. These bills come because tenants' rights are being violated, and they have been discriminated against by land and property owners. As much as many say that it doesn't happen, it happens. So that's where I think you should channel your energy.
I agree 100%. You're absolutely correct. The issue on the table, though, is you can't deal with Section 8. They won't deal with you. You have to. The only thing you got is you got a digital program. You either take them or you don't. And if you take them, then you've bought into Section 8. You got to deal with Section 8. You can't really get after Section 8. They won't take your calls.
But you still take the program.
If I could use my 3 times rent rule, I would rent to Section 8.
But, and it's probably not for you. I find it really weird and crazy that landlords and property managed owners ask for 3 times the rent from people who are not making a lot of money. a lot of these individuals come from areas of poverty or low socioeconomic backgrounds where it might not be that easy to have 3 times the rent, but you ask it and then you say, oh, we offer affordable housing. But if you look at the median income of these areas where most of the renters are renting, that's impossible. So I don't understand that. You want to use a policy to ask for 3 times the rent, when in reality, most of the people that are on public assistance, most likely, or it will be hard for them to come up with 3 times the rent. So honestly, in translation, it feels like you're discriminated against them again because of their economic status.
Well, I mean, the whole screening process to get a good tenant takes those economics into consideration. If the situation was different and I couldn't find anybody to rent, yeah, I would reduce that 3 times. But I'm not having that problem. And I would rather accept someone who has 3 times rent than somebody who has less.
Wow.
You know, the reason for that 3 times rent is if the guy drives to work and his car has a problem and he's only at 2.5 times rent, he's got to spend $1,000 on the car. He'll never catch up in rent.
So basically you're saying unless you're in an economic position where if you come into a hardship because of, for example, a car repair, that you should only be able to, you should only rent to those people, only rent to people who are making a substantial amount of money to where if they end up in economic hardship, they can still pay their rent. That's the only people you want to rent to.
That's true, but we have units we rent for $650. So that would.
So where are the people who are not making that amount of money supposed to go?
You know,
homeless shelters, living on the streets.
I'm not providing it. You know, I wish I could be, you know, a be all end all and just.
I'm not saying you have to, but I'm just saying that's the reality that we're left with. Either we figure out a way to house people who don't have the most, or we end up with a huge homeless population and people living on the streets and people complaining about crime, coming down here saying we need to lock people up because they're homeless. Then people want to build and spend and waste taxpayer dollars on prisons and jails. That's what we dealing with here. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for explaining that. I was not looking at it that way.
Thanks.
Thank you, Senator McKinney. Any other questions? Thank you for being here. Let's take our next opponent. Welcome, sir.
Yeah, my name is Scott Hoffman, Hoffman. Senator Vargas has brought this bill up several times before, and I've testified each and every single time. And this year, I've noticed a difference in the language of the bill. And one of them I've always testified was the housing doesn't pay for damages. Well, now they've got the landlord guarantee. I just talked to a couple of my colleagues, and the amount is $50,000. I don't know if that's some sort of a joke or not, but I don't think the state should be participating in trying to bail out a federal program. And that is certainly not enough money. Nobody's actually even discussed about how much rent is paid by the housing. Is it in the millions? So how does 50K cover millions of dollars worth of paid HUD funds? So I'm concerned about that. And I know that's probably why he put it in there, because I've testified and pretty tried to kill this bill every single year. Two is I want to echo the last person here, because I was going to bring that up too. We have a lot of advocacy groups here. We have one gentleman that testified. Could be more than that. Could be an ADA situation. But I want to hear about tenants. Some people are testifying on behalf of somebody else. Senators, you're talking about creating a law that if one of us end up having to go to court in housing, that the proponents are on what we would refer to in some of your attorneys as hearsay. Okay, we don't know actually what's going on personally from the tenants themselves. So I just, got a problem with that as far as funding. That is exactly why I don't take housing. I've been doing this for 40 years, more than you senators, and sometimes maybe even older than you are. But the situation here is once the going through all the red tape of trying to get people into your property, and trying to find them a place to live, if it's on housing or whether they're making, in my situation, it's 2.5 times the rent. And I have had people call me on housing. I've explained it to them. I said, housing doesn't pay for damages. So, and they were very understanding. Okay, I can tell you right now, I've got a vacant property I've been trying to rent, and every one of them are coming from houses where people are selling their properties. I just got hit from the county assessor. You have another law that requires them to be assessed at 100% value. I'm looking at $10,000 in additional taxes that I got to take out on my tenants, and there's no way I'm going to be able to do that. Last time this happened in 2019, I lost half my tenants. So we have an inflationary problem. Two is the building cost, building materials, and trying to find people to work. I had to work on one of my properties for 2 years because I couldn't even find anybody to help me. So we're having a real labor and building material cost of trying to keep these properties maintained, which could be another issue involved in even another bill I see about replacing lead or pipes that might be lead. Like you'd have to tear out ceilings. You'd have to run the plumber. You can run PEX. I had that done with one of my properties. It's extensive amount of work. And how much time are you going to have to be able to do that? Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Let's see if there are any questions. Senator Geist.
I have a question for you about when the legislature gives housing or landlords or home builders or whoever additional regulations that are over and above a safety standard, although they're all called safety standards, but some of them are over and above that.
Minimum housing codes, yeah. Building codes, yeah.
Do those cost you extra? Do those codes, do those requirements, do those generally add cost to your unit?
Senator Geis, I can tell you in the 40 years, I've never, ever had a building inspection issue on any of my properties where they came in and said had to do something. And we've got another bill that will testify that involves the registration, which means they'll start to come in and see something that, might have existed for decades, but this doesn't meet our minimum housing code. Okay, so we fix it. Then we got to go hire somebody to go do it. That brings up our cost. Okay, who's supposed to pay for that? Again, right now, my biggest tax deduction is property taxes. I mean, it's given a new reason for a new tax deduction. I have no idea what I'm going to do this year as far as, getting my tenants to pick up that bill. And I'm going to tell you right now, I'm probably going to be eating half of it. Absolutely.
But generally, if things cost you more, you have to pass that cost on to your tenant.
We can, but it's hard. Right now, usually, say for example, you've got a $100,000 house. Years ago, we used to be able to use the 1% rule, okay? Mm-hmm. So if you had a $100,000 house, you'd be looking at $1,000 a month. Well, now those $100,000 houses are now $130,000, $140,000. So how do we raise the rent $400 a month? It's called a return of money, okay, and on your investment. And with all these bills, I can tell you the last 10 years, I wasn't here for 30 years. In the last 10 years, I'm going, hey, wait a minute. We've gone from 3 days to 7 days. We've gone to, continuances. We're just trying to get people out of property. The word here, there's a 4-letter word. It's called move. Okay, if you're not happy with your landlord, then find another place to move. And if he's violating some building codes, then that's what the building and safety is for in that area. So, yeah.
Thank you.
You bet.
Thank you, Senator Geist. Other questions? I'll ask you one.
Sure.
This is kind of a theme I'm hearing, is that one of the problems is not the Section 8 tenants, it's Section 8. Do you also agree with that?
I don't really call it discrimination. In my situations, I just don't want to participate in the program, and I think you heard a lot of testimony.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Do you agree that the program, it's not so much that you don't like the Section 8 tenants, it's that you don't like the program?
The program, yeah. Years ago, and I talked to a landlord today because I told her I was going to come down here and testify. Well, good luck. And I said, and we talked about the housing paying for damages. And it's funny because she said they used to. I go, I know. It's amazing that you know that. They used to pay the damages, and then they retracted it. Okay, now you as a state want to fund it with $50K? I mean, I'm sorry, that's a joke. I mean, you're talking maybe $1 million or more to cover lost rent, damages, and that's another thing about getting into the amount of rent due and everything, whether it's 2.5 or 3 times. cars do break down. People need to buy food, buy clothes for their kids. That is computed into trying to devise how much people can afford if they have an issue or emergency that needs to be taken care of outside of paying the rent.
So what I was going to ask you,
Sure.
and I'll ask some of the others who might still be behind you, is what is the single biggest problem? So I've heard you guys come in and talk about this issue several years in a row.
Mhm.
And I finally got through my thick skull that the problem is not the Section 8 tenants, it's Section 8 program. So what I want to know is, how do I fix the Section 8 program? Because it turns out that some of us have some of the ability to do that, so let's do that.
Well,
So what's
the question here is recourse, okay? Recourse. What do we do? And I'm going to tell you right now, I had 2 tenants last year. One was in there for 3 years, one was in there for 2 years, 10 years. They moved out. And I said, hey, wait a minute, what are you doing with all your stuff here? You got to come get this. I told you not to smoke. You take off the pictures, a big stain on the wall. I spent almost a year, but I'm just telling you, the point is, I sued them for several $1,000s, which was actually very minimal. And they paid me after I had to go take them to small claims and everything, which is also hard to do, but they claimed it because I knew where they worked. But
Okay.
that's the problem is, how do you go after somebody if they're being helped with the rent? But yet, how do you help them with the damages if indeed it does
So the
occur?
damages are something that you would like to have fixed up?
No, it's easily, it can be several $1,000s,
Perfect.
carpet, holes in walls, windows, screens, everything, yeah.
Perfect. That is an answer we'll look into then.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you,
Any other questions for this testifier? I don't see any. Thank you for being here.
thank you.
Next opponent. Welcome.
Thank you. For the record, Nathan Haugen, Nathan Haugen. I'm a small mom and pop landlord from Omaha. This is my first time ever being here in this building. It's quite the experience. And I can say that I have a Section 8 tenant living in one of my homes. And until 3.5 years ago, I had no experience with the Section 8 program. I can echo some of the comments with OHA and the difficulties. Unreturned phone calls, unreturned emails. I actually had to find 17th and Harney, I believe, is where their office was at. And actually walk in there to talk to somebody, to answer my questions, to try to just learn about the program. There was one gentleman there who was very helpful at the time. But I think that is, I had to go to that length just to get the answers. And then, but your emails and phone calls still go unanswered with the program. I would also say too that never having dealt with Section 8, it wasn't the fact that she was getting money from Section 8 that was my problem. It's typically the collections and other issues, credit-wise, that has to go on. But this particular applicant was stellar in every other aspect. So I gladly accepted her, and she's still in the house today, 3.5 years later, and her house is impeccably clean every time I go over there for inspections. Yearly inspections, sometimes for whatever reason they schedule them 6 months, 8 months apart. But I just comply with the inspection and don't really raise any issues. But with that, I just want to let you know that she's a fantastic tenant, and I wish I had more just like her. I would take them if qualified.
Are there any questions for this testifier?
May I ask?
Senator
Geist.
I'm curious, so are you in opposition to this bill or are you for this bill?
Yes, I am in opposition. I don't think anyone should be forced to take, because there's a slippery slope, and I think that's also been mentioned.
Gotcha.
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
yes, thank you.
Other questions from the committee? I'll just ask you briefly, have you had any trouble with the Section 8 other than unreturned phone calls? I have that written down, and unreturned emails. Have you had other problems with working with the program that you'd like to?
Sometimes there's payment issues where they do mispay, and then you have to sort that out, and that's where a lot of times some other issues happen.
Okay. Thank you.
I have one more.
Oh, Senator Geist.
Sorry, one more. And I've been meaning to ask all the people who have payment issues, and I haven't. What do you do? Do you just pay that yourself when you're not paid, or your gentleman behind you or before you said something about $10,000 that wasn't paid for 3 months in a row? As a property owner, do you just pay that? Do you take out a loan? What do you do?
No, absolutely. So I've got a line of credit with a bank and that's currently, has a balance and yeah, you just have to eat it and then pay it back when you hopefully get the money.
Wow, okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you for being here. Next opponent. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I am Seth Perkins. It's SETHPERKINS. I am an executive vice president at Selden Company in Omaha, and we are a third-party property management company. And we are similar to what Christy said earlier. We, are in favor of the housing voucher program in Section 8. We currently have nearly 4,000 affordable units that we manage in Nebraska, in Omaha, and throughout the state. So again, we don't have any issues or anything with generally accepting the voucher and with the program. What we are opposing with LB 248 is forcing, all landlords and owners to be a part of that program. A lot of it similar to what many people have said earlier because of the issues with the Section 8 program itself. So I won't go into a lot of those issues because we have the same type of stuff with the way that it's ran. Even the payment standards, a lot of the times, I wanted to kind of point out, of the 4,000 units that we manage, someone said earlier that, we end every month with vacancy of those, approximately about 5%. So I think a lot of that is not that we're not accepting those people or they're not able to find some housing. Maybe they're being denied for other reasons, or maybe they're just not actively, trying to find housing for those. But there is housing available. I can vouch for that we do end every month again with available units that will accept the vouchers. I did want to state some of my concerns are the increase of fair housing suits that this could bring, and that increased expense to the landlords to try to fight those. Somebody mentioned that it was on the person bringing those to the forefront. That would be on them to support of what was the fair housing discrepancy, but that does fall on the landlord or the owner to show that there was not that. And in many cases, when we have fair housing and other issues, most of those go where they find no finding, but it does take a lot of resources and expense to fight those and to go through. So I would kind of focus on, like what many people said, trying to improve the housing authority or the voucher program and improve that process to make it a much easier and better system for the landlords. So I'm happy to answer any questions anyone may have.
Any questions from the committee, Senator Decay? Oh, I thought you had your hand up, sorry. Sienna, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Any other opponents? Opponents? Anybody testify on a neutral capacity? Are you opponent? Neutral, come on.
We're almost done with one, with this.
Welcome.
Thank you. So good afternoon. My name is Paula Gardner, Paula Gardner. I'm the Executive Director of the Nebraska Equal Opportunity Commission. And I'm here today to speak in a neutral capacity on LB 248 and to answer any questions that there may be. While it's difficult to know how many additional investigations passage of this bill could result in, we do our best to absorb any additional investigative work. As this is not a basis currently covered under federal law, we would not receive any federal reimbursement from HUD for these investigations under our work share agreement. However, having a state law more expansive than federal law does not affect our substantial equivalency with HUD. It would be our hope that through our education outreach functions, we could educate respondents on this to help prevent this potential discrimination from occurring. I would like to note that the bill in its current form also is making an amendment to the public accommodations law, which is on page 3, line 8. It's possible that this occurred due to the PA law and housing law still being somewhat conflated. At one time, they were one law. They were separated. People paid close attention to the housing statutes, but kind of ignored the public accommodation statutes, and so they're very incomplete and inconsistent. Aside from other questions and concerns we have about how it's structured within the context of the current statutes, our biggest concern is the requirement for the NEOC to administer the landlord guarantee program. And we did submit a fiscal note on this, as we're an investigative agency. We don't have staff trained or available to administer a grant program. It's also unclear if the $50,000 noted for appropriation is the grant money or if it's for something else. Our extremely lean budget does not have any extra money to provide to landlords or pay a staff member to develop and manage the program.
Senator DeBoer.
Thank you. I think you may have heard earlier that there was some discussion about whether a lack of Section 8 tenants within a landlord's portfolio, I guess we'll call it, would be a prima facie case of discrimination on source of income. Can you speak to that issue?
Yeah, I can talk about the investigative process, how that would work. So an individual could bring to us a claim of discrimination based on a protected class. So they need to be a member of a protected class. They need to have a housing harm. From that, we take that information and then ask the respondent to respond to those allegations. It's a burden shifting paradigm. So once we have that information back from the respondent, it shifts back to the complainant to explain why what the respondent is saying is not just incorrect, but that it's discriminatory. So simply not having Section 8 wouldn't in and of itself be an action of discrimination. We would look at all of the evidence before making a determination.
Okay. So the simple act of not having Section 8 would not in and of itself.
Right, because we would look at how many people have come to you with Section 8 and
Right.
what is the reason why they were rejected? Was it because they had Section 8 or was it for other non-discriminatory reason?
Okay, thank you.
Here, Senator Holcroft.
Thank you, Chairman Wayne. I'm sorry, I missed the organization you represent.
Nebraska Equal Opportunity Commission, so we have jurisdiction over the Fair Housing Act.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Next, neutral testifier.
Thank you, Chairman, members. My name is Randy Lenhoff, and I'm coming here to talk to you as in neutral position. I worked for Settling Company for about 40 years and CIP in Lincoln before that. And I retired in 2016. When I retired, I decided I wanted to work with a nonprofit. I got involved with St. Vincent de Paul Society in Omaha. And since then, we moved our facility down to 17th and Izzard. We give out about 300 lunches a day to anyone who wants to get in line. So you get down around between 11 and noon. You'll see people in line getting their lunches. I'm a little surprised. I came here to talk about the fact that I deal with some people all over town. What we do, the other thing we do is work to help prevent homelessness. We raise money and we try to avoid that. And a couple of things that I heard said today bother me a little bit, because I can tell you that because I worked in housing so long, fair housing complaints do get investigated. They are not shared with the owner. And all the tenant has to prove is that they're a protected class. Then the owner has to prove that they didn't get discriminated against. So you got to understand that. And a lot of times it's used, then they're used as leverage because the owners don't get a copy report. That's in Nebraska law and that's in the federal law. So it puts the landlord at a disadvantage. And usually that's used to leverage a settlement with the owner, because there can be $50,000 in finding against them. That's what one guy said here. So usually you settle those. And I've been on both sides, or I've been on the other side of that because all my years was Selden. And so I've experienced. So I think if you're going to do this, I think you need to put some guardrails on it. And there needs to be a right for both parties to see the investigative report. That'd be number one. Then the other thing is put some limits on how much it'll be. The other thing I want to say before I forget is St. Vincent de Paul and the people I talk to are people that we call near homeless. So we've got people I've helped who their rents, one lady I can think of, her rent was $900 a month, and she makes $1,100 a month on Social Security. So try and figure out how to live on that. I was able to find her in one of the Selden buildings that the gentleman was up here talking about, an affordable housing, and it was a Section 8 on that property. And so we were able to get her moved in there very quickly with the help of their people. And she calls me about every 6 months and thanks me again for helping her. And we help a lot of people like that, the society does. We raise somewhere between $1 million and $1.5 million a year. We have 500 volunteers in Omaha, and all the money comes from private donations. So there's no federal help or anything. But I do think the city needs to, a couple of things that need to be brought up at this committee is the city needs to work on providing transportation for people who, if you want to get people spread out, get them other parts of town, you need to figure out a way to get them out there. Bus service is lousy.
The red light's on, so let me see if there's any
And the
questions.
city is also an
Sir,
area.
the red light's on.
Okay.
Hold on one second. We'll probably
Well,
get to.
all
Any other questions from the committee? So what else should the city be doing?
Well, they should allow TIF west of 680. They don't. I mean, I talked to a guy this year who went in and was going to do an affordable housing. And so if you want to get it spread out, you need to get it out there. And the city said, no, we don't do it west of 680. The other thing I'd ask somebody find out if anybody's doing any for 202 this year. I mean, there's 202 housing money out there through the federal government. I helped do about 3 of those over the years. 2 of them were in West Omaha and one was in north of downtown. But that money's out there and HUD provides it. And somebody from the city has to help a nonprofit to get it. And you can get 100% of the cost. But you got to put an application in. It's pretty difficult process. So you got to have some patience. So anyway.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here.
All right, thank you.
Next neutral testifier. Seeing none, Senator Vargas comes up to close. We had 72 letters for the record, 35 in support and 35 in support and 37 in opposition. Senator Vargas.
Look, we're adding more people to the ledger on both sides in the last couple of years. Thank you very much, Chairman Wayne and members of the Judiciary Committee. I think we heard a lot of testimony, so I don't want to rehash this. There's just a couple of things I wanted to address. The first is, once again, we don't want to stop or impede any of the everyday reasons why somebody would not be able to rent. There are valid reasons that exist from their employment history, their credit history, rental history. They can still set the cost, how much security deposit is. This is all can be standardized. These are reasons why individuals cannot be rented to. What we're trying to do is utilize a solution that's been implemented in states all over the country. Since the last time we introduced this, I actually didn't have updated data. I said 10 states or 11 states and 50 cities. We're now closer to nearly 20 states and 100 cities that have source of income discrimination bans on the books. In those areas, landlords are still effective. The point of the matter is, I understand the concerns from individuals saying they don't like Section 8 housing or there's things that are onerous. That's something that we clearly have to improve on in the federal government. I also understand that it is difficult and onerous for people trying to get Section 8 housing vouchers to jump through those hoops, even to then have application fees and to spend years on a waiting list to then have such a minimal amount of housing units available for them to be able to even apply and have 6 months to be able to get into a housing unit. The point of the matter is we need to make sure that we're removing barriers, and this is making sure that you cannot discriminate against somebody solely because of where your income is coming from. In this case, it would be a housing voucher. This doesn't discriminate against any other reason why the landlords would be able to say no to a tenant. And it's not forcing them, but we don't want to punish people for poor administration at the federal level. We want to make sure an existing program is working for individuals. We want to address homelessness, affordable housing, and stop the large number of low-income families that are on this from being able to then have safe housing. That's what this does. So happy to we can add more than 50,000. Doesn't matter to me how much we put into it, if it's going to be pacify some of the concerns, but not doing something in this arena, which is it is a simple change that can have a significant impact. I appreciate your support and help. Hopefully we can get this out of committee.
Thank you. Any questions for the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here. That'll close the hearing on LB 248, and we will open the hearing on LB 175. Senator Duncan.
Oh, there is, I see him.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair Wayne and members of the Judiciary Committee. I'm Senator George Dungan, Georgedungan. I represent the people of Northeast Lincoln in Legislative District 26. Today I'm introducing LB 175. Legislative Bill 175 is a bill to adopt the Residential Clean Slate Act. Under this act, a judicial action to evict tenants from a residential dwelling unit would automatically seal when that action results in a dismissal. To reiterate, this only applies to eviction cases that were dismissed. LB 175 also applies to the following scenarios. The eviction action ended in dismissal, but the record nonetheless remained public for some reason. The eviction action resulted in a judgment against the tenant that was later reversed or vacated. The eviction action resulted in a judgment against the tenant and a writ of restitution was issued but never executed, meaning the eviction was never carried out. Or 3 or more years have passed since the eviction judgment was entered against the tenant and the writ for restitution of the premises was executed. Currently, if your case is dismissed essentially, the eviction remains on your record. It has a massive negative impact on people trying to find a place to live. When people can't find a place to live, they have to seek help elsewhere, which ultimately has an increased cost to our state and communities. When cases are dismissed for whatever reason, that charge should not remain on their record. We do not do that in other cases. If you're charged with a crime, for example, now, and ultimately it's dismissed, we've passed legislation that makes sure that is now sealed. This is what's happening to people whose eviction cases were dismissed or reversed. Essentially, they remain guilty of a crime they did not commit, to put it simply. You will probably hear from a lot of opponents today about how this infringes on their rights and denies them the ability to deny tenants based on their findings. One of the best things I think about LB 175 is it strikes a balance between interests. For example, landlords are still allowed to inquire for references, for example, from previous landlords, assuring they have control over who they lease to and they have the ability to learn information about those they're working with. Ultimately, LB 175 would allow tenants to obtain clean slate relief when they have faced wrongful eviction actions, have come to settlement agreements with their landlord, or vacate the unit voluntarily prior to an entry of judgment, or have rehabilitated their rental history. Sealing such an eviction record would protect tenants from having their housing options arbitrarily limited based on a judicial action that either did not result in an eviction or no longer accurately reflects the tenant's current course of conduct. Thank you for your time and consideration this afternoon. I would urge the committee to vote LB 175 out of committee, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions from the committee? Senator Hobrow.
Thank you, Chairman Wayne. Thank you, Senator Duncan, for bringing this. Do you have some numbers as far as how often this occurs?
I don't. I'm guessing some of the people after me who are more experts in the subject might have more exact numbers. I do know that the vast majority of folks that I've worked in and around when we've been dealing with eviction cases get these things resolved without a judgment happening. As you know, I used to work in the courthouse, and I personally did not work on eviction cases, but many of my friends and attorneys I know did. A lot of these cases, the eviction action is brought, and then ultimately something is an agreement is reached or something is settled, and then the judgment ultimately is not made. But that eviction action still remains on your record. And so what we're trying to do is ensure that individuals don't have that eviction follow them, despite the fact there was never actually a judgment or an eviction or writ executed on them. But I think if you ask that question to some folks after me, they might have more exact numbers for you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here. First proponent.
Good afternoon, Senator Wayne and other members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Destiny Fant, DESTINYFANT, and I am the Tenant Assistance Project Specialist within Together's Crisis Engagement Program. I am testifying today in support of LB 175 as a concerned citizen and not on behalf of Together. Working in the community and within eviction court, I see on a daily basis the negative impact eviction filings have on the people who appear. Right now, even if an eviction is filed, it never goes away. It doesn't matter if the eviction was filed wrongfully, incorrectly, or dismissed before the hearing date even came. For the cases that are heard before the court, a lot of times stipulations are made that the tenant agrees to, and the property's attorney will vacate or dismiss the eviction. Currently, vacating or dismissing the action does not matter. The filing still shows up on the tenant's permanent record and counts as a strike against them when attempting to locate alternate housing. Ultimately, the tenant is forced to settle for housing that is poorly maintained, unsafe, and unhealthy, because a majority of these types of properties do not run the checks that larger, more well-known properties run. As we have all seen, those properties tend to end up being condemned and their residents put out on the street, further exacerbating the already overwhelming homeless community. As for the other part of this bill, I'd like to speak from personal experience and put a face to the community that this affects. The ceiling of rehabilitated rental history. I made a lot of dumb choices in my early 20s, which led to a very poor rental history, multiple evictions in the course of just a few years. Due to that, I struggled finding housing for my children and I, and eventually ended up homeless. Let's fast forward to 2023. 10 plus years after my last eviction, I've established a very healthy rental history, 5 years or more with no evictions. I'm still unable to rent from anyone who is not a private property manager or owner, and my housing options are extremely limited to areas located in higher crime communities, higher poverty, and in areas that have little to no funding within the school zone district. In conclusion, advancing LB 175 would give families like mine and hundreds of others just like me a chance at relocation and an opportunity to start over without the eviction stigma following us and denying us the options of safe and affordable housing that so many others have. I encourage you to advance LB 175, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Next proponent.
Good afternoon, Chair Wayne and members of the committee. My name is Lee Heffelbauer, LEEHEFLEBOWER. I'm the Domestic Violence and Economic Justice Specialist at the Nebraska Coalition to End Sexual and Domestic Violence. I'm here to testify as a proponent of LB 175 and support the adoption of the Residential Tenant Clean Slate Act on behalf of the coalition and the 20 network programs across the state serving survivors of domestic violence, sexual assault, and human trafficking. In the interest of your time, Senators, in addition to my written testimony, copies of my written testimonies, I've also provided the written testimony of one of our partner organizations, the Women's Fund of Omaha. Their testimony is very similar to ours, so we thought that'd be a little more efficient. LB 175 is critical in providing statewide support for people experiencing or fleeing gender-based violence who are in need of safe, stable housing. Intimate partner violence is prevalent across our state, with approximately 1 in 3 women and 1 in 4 men experiencing intimate partner physical or sexual violence and/or stalking in their lifetimes. The rates of victimization statewide are similar across rural counties as well as in urban communities. The issues of domestic violence and evictions are intertwined, and domestic violence survivors are often evicted from rental housing as a result of the abuse against them. Abusers often use tactics of economic abuse in addition to physical violence to control their partners. These tactics include interfering with and controlling a survivor's employment, access to economic resources, and ability to establish good credit. This can leave survivors without the ability to support themselves financially or to leave their situation. Survivors of domestic violence must often make a distinct choice between remaining in an abusive relationship or becoming homeless due to eviction. Survivors who do leave abusive relationships can find themselves denied future housing options because they have a previous eviction. Affordable, safe housing is important for survivors and their children to achieve economic stability and healing from the trauma they have experienced. For survivors of past evictions, they are often shut out of the affordable housing market and their applications denied due to their rental history, leading to long-term housing stability and unsafe housing options. Adopting the Residential Tenant Clean Slate Act would support survivors in moving forward with lives free from violence and escaping cycles of homelessness. sealing records for evictions which occurred as a result of their experience as a victim of domestic violence would eliminate that long lingering effect of the abuse that they have suffered. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Just want to remind everyone, there is gold sheets if you want to make your position known and don't necessarily want to come up and repeat everything that was being said before. Gold testifier sheets, you just fill it out and list your position. It does become part of the record. Next proponent. Welcome.
Chairperson Wayne and members of the Judiciary Committee, my name is Casey Ogle. I'm a senior staff attorney at Nebraska Appleseed for Collective Impact Lincoln. That's KASEYOGLE. Nebraska Appleseed is a nonprofit organization that fights for justice and opportunity for all Nebraskans. And Collective Impact Lincoln is a partnership between Nebraska Appleseed and Civic Nebraska that works with residents of 6 Lincoln neighborhoods to build community, develop neighborhood leaders, and take action on policy that's responsive to their needs. I'm here today on behalf of Collective Impact Lincoln in support of LB 175. Collective Impact Lincoln advocates for better housing quality, more affordable housing, and fair rental practices for low-paid Lincolnites. And we support LB 175 because it will ensure that tenants who have faced eviction actions will not experience unreasonable barriers to housing. Eviction records are public records available to anyone who seeks out the information. These records are available to the public regardless of whether the tenant prevailed, the case was dismissed, or a writ of restitution was issued against the tenant. Eviction records are routinely used to screen tenants from seeking housing. Unfortunately, these screening methods are not very discerning. Often they do not distinguish between cases in which the tenant prevailed and cases in which a writ of restitution was issued against the tenant. This means that the very fact that an eviction case was filed against the tenant can and does disqualify the tenant from future housing opportunities. Regardless of how an eviction case is resolved, the record of the case can cause barriers to housing for years. LB 175 remedies this problem by creating a mechanism for sealing eviction records. It automatically seals eviction records if the tenant prevails or if the case is dismissed. It also removes the barrier, or this removes the barrier to housing that an eviction filing can cause regardless of the outcome. LB 175 also allows for tenants who have a writ of restitution issued against them to apply to have the record sealed after 3 years. This process would ensure that tenants are not forever barred from housing opportunities because of a past eviction. While it would allow landlords to use more recent evictions as a screening tool, it would also allow for tenants who have consistently demonstrated good rental practices for the last 3 years to remove that barrier from their future housing opportunities. Sealing eviction records in which a tenant had a writ of restitution issued against them would not be automatic. Tenants would have to petition the trial court to have the record sealed. The landlord in the case would be notified and have the opportunity to file an objection, and prove why the eviction should remain public. LB 175 also ensures that tenants cannot be asked about eviction records that have been sealed, and that sealed eviction records cannot be considered in an application for housing. This bill provides much needed relief from unfair rental screening practices, and for these reasons, we urge you to advance LB 175.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Next proponent. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Wayne. Good afternoon. My name is Alan Duggar, ALANDUGGER. I'm a licensed attorney and regular volunteer for the Lancaster County Tenant Assistance Project, or TAP. I'm testifying and speaking in support of LB 175 in my personal capacity as a housing advocate and attorney with extensive experience defending tenants from eviction. I am also a residential tenant. Plenty of us are here today. LB 175 promotes housing stability in 2 ways. And I'll talk about those by providing this committee some context into how evictions resolve. First, it requires courts to seal eviction filings whenever a case is ultimately dismissed, often because the tenant agrees to move out and then does so. TAP attorneys aim to prevent a judgment from being entered against our clients, and we're often successful. However, regardless of how a case resolves or why, as you've heard, the eviction filing remains. Filings themselves present barriers to finding new housing, which leaves tenants unable to actually move out in an agreed upon timeframe. Filings are public record, and many landlords evaluate a tenant based on the presence of the filing, not just a judgment. Many companies that offer screening services to landlords automatically disqualify any tenant with a filing, without even providing the landlord relevant context. Further, even when a tenant wins a trial, or the landlord realizes the eviction actions should not have been filed, the filing still counts against them. Many evictions filed in Lancaster County are unlawful in some respect. To give you one example, because the landlord did not give the tenant enough time to pay the rent due before filing an action. We've seen cases where the landlord tried to evict for poor conduct based on a neighbor's unfounded accusations, or where the landlord failed to comply with the Fair Housing Act. Tenants settle these cases not necessarily because they did something wrong, but because the risk of trial and possible immediate eviction are just too great. And this discussion assumes that tenants make it to court. Tenants often miss their one and only court hearing for a variety of reasons, including the landlord fails to properly serve the tenant with the summons. Sometimes, tenants don't think they'll have any success in court and just try to move before the court date. Failing to appear, for any reason, usually results in a default judgment being entered without any chance for the tenant to contest the eviction. Even judgments, then, often lack meaningful context for landlords considering tenant applications. The second way LB 175 promotes housing stability is that after 3 years, it allows tenants who are ultimately evicted to petition to seal their eviction records. For many reasons, prior eviction history is a poor judge of a tenant's current resources and circumstances. Clean slate relief is a great stride toward achieving housing stability in our communities. I urge this committee to take that stride and advance LB 175 to general file. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the committee? Senator Hobart.
Thank you, Chairman Wayne. Same question I had for Senator Duncan. Do you have any ideas, numbers, how often this occurs?
To clarify, Senator Holdcroft, how often unlawful eviction filing occurs?
Yeah.
So I can't give you numbers offhand, unfortunately. I can tell you a couple of useful things. First of all, in the copy testimony you have, the footnotes 3 and 4 will lead you to a study that'll give you an idea of unlawful eviction filings for years 2019 through 2021. I can also tell you that in my routine work handling these cases and preparing these cases for other volunteer attorneys to handle, we usually see one or more reasons the eviction was procedurally defective or unlawfully brought on the merits.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Next proponent. Welcome.
Hello, thank you. Scout Richters, SCOUTRICHTERS, here on behalf of the ACLU of Nebraska in support of LB 175. We want to thank Senator Duncan for bringing this bill. Eviction has emerged as a national crisis in the face of rising housing costs, stagnant wages, and minimal protections for tenants. For many tenants, evictions can have a domino effect of devastating consequences, including job loss, health issues, material hardship, and even homelessness. Landlords routinely employ screening policies that deny housing to any renter previously named in an eviction case, regardless of whether the case was dismissed, occurred many years ago, or was filed on unlawful grounds. Eviction disproportionately burdens tenants of color, and in particular Black women. ACLU National's data analytics team found that on average, Black renters had evictions filed against them by landlords at nearly twice the rate of white renters, and that same statistic holds true here in Nebraska. The mere existence of a prior eviction filing is enough to lock tenants out of housing opportunities for years to come, even when the case, again, did not result in the final judgment against the tenant. And that lasting stigma of a prior eviction filing often compels poor tenants to avoid court involvement at all costs. Rather than exercising their rights, many tenants endure horrible living conditions or comply with unlawful lease termination notices to avoid sustaining that permanent mark of an eviction filing. Myself and other attorneys in my office volunteer with the Tenant Assistance Project, and as you heard from Mr. Duggar before me and Senator Duncan as well, I can tell you unequivocally that an eviction filing does not equate to a judgment. Yet just having that filing can present a multitude of sometimes truly insurmountable barriers to future opportunities. Eviction filings are like any legal dispute that needs to be resolved in court proceedings or through negotiation. One party unilaterally filing an eviction action against another should not carry the collateral consequences for tenants, and LB 175 rectifies this significant problem. So with that, I thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Next proponent. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairperson Wayne, my name is Scott Mertz, SCOTT MERTZ. I'm Director of Legal Aid Nebraska's Housing Justice Project. I have over 13 years experience representing low-income Nebraskans in Nebraska. I want to thank you for the opportunity to appear today in support of LB 175, and I want to thank Senator Duggan for introducing this bill and inviting Legal Aid Nebraska to testify in support. I have written comments I will let speak for itself. I want to address Senator Holdcroft's earlier questions regarding quantifying how often this is a problem. It is hard to quantify exactly how often this is going to be a recurring problem for potential renters to secure alternative housing, but we know firsthand at Legal Aid Nebraska, having spent decades representing people at eviction court, and vast majority of the time, well over 85% of the time, avoiding those judgments and getting satisfactory resolutions, either by agreement or by judgment, it still is a problem for those tenants, even years after the fact. We have our former clients come back to us, say, I know you represented me in court back in 2019. I thought we won. I'm trying to apply for new housing. They're saying this is an eviction that's keeping me from getting new housing. We then have to go get records, do correspondence, write things up, or even talk to potential renters to explain, no, this is what the record says, this is what actually happened, and there was not even an eviction, just to enable that person to rent new housing, even though they were not legally evicted before. It simply is common sense that people should not have to go through that process, and obviously a great number of these individuals will not have attorneys at Legal Aid Nebraska that they can reach out to and assist with just clearing up this miscommunication or misreporting with potential landlords. I would also note in our written statements, Legal Aid Nebraska provides a similar clean slate service for people who have been convicted of low-level criminal offenses. And that's a law that is available here in Nebraska. People can get those criminal offenses set aside after some years of good service. It only makes sense that the same opportunity for tenants to better themselves after a clean rental history, that they should have the same opportunity afforded people convicted of criminal offenses. So I see my light is up, and I just want to reiterate that Legal Aid in Nebraska supports the passage of LB 175, and if there are any other questions, I welcome the opportunity.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Next proponent. Next proponent. Next proponent. Moving to opponents. First opponent. First opponent. Welcome.
Thank you. Name is Rick McDonald, RICK McDonald, President of the Metropolitan Omaha Property Owners Association in Omaha. We oppose this bill. There's a simple fix as far as a tenant having an eviction, even if it wasn't followed through, if the tenant abides by the lease that they voluntarily signed, if they respect the property they're in, they pay the rent or work something out with the landlord, there's no problem. There's no eviction filed. I don't see that it comes up very often, if ever, that an eviction is filed in court where once it's filed, the landlord says, oh, sorry, he did pay his rent after all. I guess it was caught up, my mistake. I don't see that happening. So in order for us to run a business and be able to pick tenants and stuff, we need to know their history, whether it's their rental history, their work history, if they have evictions filed against them. where you were sent out in the hallway, which happens from time to time, and you mediate a settlement on that, maybe a payment schedule, it still means they did fall behind in their rent. They didn't pay it. They didn't abide by the lease. Just something was worked out. It's just another tool we use to get the proper tenants in the proper tenants in the property that should be in there. So with that said.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Next opponent. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. Please don't believe that this jacket that I'm wearing is indicative of my respect for our legislators. Jeff Kringle, Jeffkringle. I just own a couple dozen units, and I have a lot to say specifically, and on a lot of things I won't bore you. I'm going to keep this very, very general. I've rented to several people that have moved into my places out of their cars. I've rented to sex offenders, to parolees, single mothers, single fathers. I believe that I have a really good understanding of probably the renters, the tenants that you most want to look after and protect. So in general, most of these bills that you are considering are going to hurt the people that I value a great deal. That is my tenants. This LB 175, that's not so much the case. On this, I just want to say, we're trying to put the horse back in the pen after it's already got out, or put the milk back in the jar after it's already out. The time to handle these things is before the rent's due. Hey, Jeff, I'm going to have trouble this month. I'm going to, whatever, be a few days late. That's when we handle these things. Every bill we pass like this pushes the problem down to the other end of the fence and makes landlords like me that very much care for my tenants less likely to want to work with them all the way through. Very much against LB 248 as well. Anyway, I just want to say that I don't know how to fix the problems, but I'm glad to be a tenant where I have a little bit of help to try to help my tenants. Questions?
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Next opponent. Next opponent.
Dennis Tierney, DENNISTIERNEY. Chair Wayne and Senators, LB 175, by expunging a tenant's eviction record after 3 years, impairs a landlord's ability to discern whether a prospective tenant is a bad risk. One of the things that's vital in the rental industry is to determine if a prospective tenant is going to cause a problem in the rental property, either through bad behavior toward other tenants or neighbors, or by not paying the rent. If for some reason they've had a previous eviction, the landlord can discuss the situation with them and can always go ahead and rent to them anyway if they think that the reason for their prior eviction has cleared up and unlikely to recur. By denying the landlord knowledge of the prior eviction, you take away their ability to make a reasoned judgment and makes them much more likely to demand a high credit score to weed out anyone who may have had a prior eviction. This would therefore exclude someone who may have a marginal credit score but still a good tenant. If a person declares Chapter 13 bankruptcy, it stays on their credit report for 7 years, Chapter 7 bankruptcy for 10 years. These reports are necessary for banks and car dealerships to determine the risk that someone will default on a loan. Likewise, an eviction history is needed for a landlord to evaluate risk. Why should a landlord's ability to determine risk be valued less than a bank or a car dealer? This bill will result in changing landlords' behavior to be more restrictive in the rental practices and make affordable housing less available to tenants. Senators, please reject LB 175. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator DeBoer.
All right. Thank you for your testimony. So am I understanding you correct that if it were like 7 years, so that it was standardized like with Chapter with bankruptcy, would that make you not opposed to the bill?
It would certainly make me less opposed to the bill, that if it's given a longer time, because if somebody has an eviction in 7 years, then you know that a lot of the time that has gone by, but whatever caused the problem, they're less likely to be a problem tenant after 7 years, certainly than 3 years. People can get their act together and certainly become a good risk again. 7 years is a lot longer for them to be able to correct their situation that whatever caused the eviction. And I certainly wouldn't be as opposed to 7 years as I am to 3 years.
Thank you, that's very helpful.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Any other ones? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Next, opponent.
Hello again, Senator Wayne. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. Lynn Fisher, Lynnfisher, and I'm here representing the Nebraska Realtors Association and the Statewide Property Owners Association. We're opposed to LB 175. If passed, the private property rights of owners to choose the best possible tenant for their private property would be diminished. The most important part of being a rental property investor or rental property manager is to find the best and most responsible tenants possible so the rents are paid, the property is well cared for, and the neighbors are secure in their peaceful enjoyment of their homes. This bill, if passed, would prevent an owner or property manager from finding the truth about an applicant's past behavior as a tenant. The conduct of a tenant, which would lead to beginning the eviction process, even if the process did not result in the issuance of a writ of restitution, is in and of itself a critical fact that must be discoverable in order to know if an applicant would be a good risk. So this bill would prevent the truth really from being discovered, and in fact would allow an applicant and the court system to hide relevant facts in the application process. Owners and managers only have financial and behavioral history to use as a measure of potential tenants' likelihood to be a responsible rent payer, neighbor, and property caretaker. Because this bill would also apply to all past eviction records, its effect would be immediately damaging to the owner's rights to the truth and facts about an applicant. It could also be a contributing factor in owners choosing to sell rental property in the market rather than keep it as a rental. And this would exacerbate the shortage of affordable housing, not to mention increasing rents in order to account for additional losses of rent and damage costs. Senator Dungan said that this would be like, he mentioned eviction as a crime, or likened it to a crime, which it's not. It's a civil matter and not a crime, so I didn't appreciate that comment. This would hide multiple filings. A single filing is one thing, but this could hide the fact that maybe somebody goes to court multiple times. There's no writ of restitution ever issued, and it's negotiated out of that final end. And so multiple filings over even a short period of time would be hidden. So, and we don't necessarily automatically refuse somebody who's had an eviction on their record if they have other positive aspects of their application and we're able to determine that they would be a good risk. Even having evictions 3 years ago or 4 years ago would not be necessarily an automatic denial. By the way, in Lincoln, and I sent a text to my buddy who knows this, and I think that the number, Senator Holcroft, in Lincoln is less than 2% of the renters ever go to
Thank
eviction.
you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being
Thank
here.
you very much.
Next opponent.
Good afternoon, Chairman Wayne and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Gene Eckel. That's Geneeckel. And I'm a board member for the Nebraska Association of Commercial Property Owners and the Apartment Association of Nebraska, appearing today to testify in opposition to LB 175. As you're aware, LB 175 seeks to prevent a housing provider from obtaining full access to a tenant's rental history. Such information is essential because it helps housing providers mitigate risk and ensure the safety and security of other tenants and the landlord or apartment community staff. Placing limits on the ability to review an applicant's eviction court records would be a significant detriment to housing providers in Nebraska. Apartment owners and operators require full access to complete and accurate eviction history of an applicant without limitation on pending or previous court findings or filings. It is important for owners and operators to be able to evaluate pending previous filings as they show a pattern of behavior. The full and accurate record gives owners and operators the most comprehensive picture of the renter to determine his or her ability to pay rent, fulfill other responsibilities under the lease. Housing providers need the ability to fully evaluate an applicant because they depend on responsible renters to pay, property manage their business. The apartment owners must fulfill their own financial obligations, including maintenance, capital improvements, mortgage payments, utilities, insurance premiums, payroll, and property taxes. Limitations on screening would have an unintended consequence on low-income renters as well, because it could result in greater reliance on financial records and credit scores. Specific problems in this bill is on page 4, section 5, and subsection 3, where it specifically states a tenant shall not be questioned with respect to any eviction proceeding for which the record is sealed under this section. 1, in any application for housing, a lease, employment, bonding, licensure, or education. None of that, some of that stuff is not even relevant to a person renting. A landlord may not know that the person asked for the clean slate protection. And then when they fill out a rental verification without knowing, they could potentially be in violation of this law. And so now they're opening up to liability. Landlords have a duty of care, it's the Nebraska law, to their residents. And I think this impacts that because there are people that do bad things. And if we don't know about that and we rent to them, who's going to be liable? The landlord. So I think we need to be careful as we approach this. If there's, I appreciate Senator Dungan at least bringing the issue up. We can certainly try to talk and see if we can find some middle ground on some things. But right now, as it's written, we would urge the committee to not advance LB 175 to general file. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Senator.
Next, Oklahoma.
Hello, good afternoon again. Again, my name is Christy Lamb, Kristy Lamb. I'm Vice President at NP Dodge Management Company and a member of Institute of Real Estate Management. We're in opposition of LB 175 as it's written today. As a third-party management company, again, we have a fiduciary responsibility to mitigate the risk for our property owners and provide safe and secure homes. And this does limit that by kind of limiting some of the information that we have access to. I certainly can't speak to the qualification standards of some other management companies. I can say that just having a filed eviction on someone's record would not exclude someone from rental housing opportunities with our particular company. We do look for patterns of behavior. So a 3-year period of time, respectfully, I think is a fairly short period of time for us to take a look at it. We choose to limit our records at 7 years, just as a policy of the company that I work with. But having that information is really necessary. I'm also concerned that the language does not provide specific guidelines when someone is looking to apply for clean slate relief. Some individuals kind of brought up the idea of having erroneous evictions on their records and things of that nature, but this just doesn't allow for any specific requirements of the resident to provide a reason why they're asking for that clean slate relief after 3 years before the property owner is required to engage additional legal counsel fees in order to object that. So if there was more specific language, if they felt it was an erroneous eviction or related to non-payment rent or for cause because of poor behavior, something on that line, so we could be a little bit clear and or the individuals that are reviewing those applications have more information on hand versus just the fact that 3 years have passed, so they automatically get the opportunity to have that wiped from their history within 3 years. There's a concern there. I'm also a proponent of resident education. So if those individuals that wanted to apply for a clean slate, there are rent readiness programs out there that often we participate in, and sometimes I instruct, that allow for education on how to be a good renter, budgeting for your rental needs, maintain your apartment home and things of that nature. Those are programs that exist mostly in low-income affordable housing projects. But if that could be potentially mandated and made more readily available to some of the renters out there, I think we could provide them some better education. So they're kind of owning a piece of this as well as they're looking forward to cleaning up their rental history.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Next opponent. Welcome.
How you doing? Name's Scott Hoffman, Hoffman. I can come before you. I haven't done an eviction actually for quite some time, but a lot of it has to do with my vetting. I mean, because in the last 10 years of coming here, I've had to increase my investigation of all my tenants, or their backgrounds. Mainly, I don't even see why people even have to be evicted. I've avoided so many evictions. I understand that people lose their jobs, something happened. We work with the people. It's not like we go running down to the courthouse trying to file an eviction. I can't tell you how many tenants I've let out of their lease, given their deposits back just so I could avoid going to court. But the fact of the matter is, I was doing an application last night with my the tenant dated use that I use, and they only go back 5 years. So we're talking a difference of just 2 years here from where they've already started from. So, but like I said, I think you really need to look at the end game. If somebody sits there and pulls down a landlord and because he lost his job, refuses to work, where are these people going to end up going? I mean, really, where do these people go? Do they go to a shelter, friends, relatives, usually the latter? And that's usually where they move to. So I'm like I said, I never can understand why anybody has to go to court, continue to stay in somebody's property, why we continue to pay the taxes and the maintenance, and who knows how they're going to leave the property, usually a disaster, and that we still have to go to court and try to evict them. And I don't understand that at all. But like I said, it's been several years that I've had to do on it. It may not affect me directly, but again, people who've been evicted, usually their credit rating or things that are going to be in collections is going to be reflected on this. There'll be another reason besides having to use the eviction if they haven't totally done their clean slate recovery, which is what you want to refer to it as. I think it should be left up to the landlord and his discretion. It does cost extra to run a eviction report. So you can run a credit report, but you have to pay extra. I believe it's an extra $7 that you have to pay for that credit report. That's all I've got to say on it. Questions?
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here.
All right, thank you.
Next opponent.
Thank you. I'm Seth Perkins, Sethperkins. I'll be brief just because I agree a lot with what many of the other have said. I think a lot of what we are in opposing LB 175 in is a lot, I think, considering maybe the time frame of the length of the 3 years and maybe further discussion of being able to possibly extend that. I did want to bring to the fact that a lot of the dismissals of evictions, usually as a management company and of the landlords, we're just working to try to get possession of the property back. And so a lot of times these evictions are dismissed just to help speed up that process and get possession of the property back. But they are filed for very legitimate reasons, whether that be payment or some other lease violation of there. So I think immediate dismissal of evictions, of that being a clean slate, would create some additional issues. And I think if tenants know that, hey, if things get dismissed immediately and their slate is wiped clean, that would encourage a recurring repetitive behavior for them to be like, look, I'll just get this dismissed. They'll just let me out of it. We'll dismiss the eviction and I'll move on to the next property and probably have a lot of the similar issues. So I just wanted to kind of reiterate that. I don't really have much else. If anybody has any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Are there any questions from the committee? Senator McKinney.
Thank you, Senator Ford. So are you arguing that people would willingly just keep getting evicted if this passes?
I think if they knew that there was little to hold them to either whether it be non-payment or if they're getting evicted for some other reason, if they know the landlord is likely to just possibly be able to stay into the unit until the eviction and get dismissed.
How do you know?
Well, I have seen if some of the people, like the gentleman before said, is not sure why we even have to go to eviction. Because a lot of times we try to say, look, just move out of the lease. We just want possession. If you're not going to pay for the unit, then we will just let you out of the lease. And if they know it'll be, if they extend that and then finally they don't move, we're forced to file eviction. When we get to eviction, if they just say, look, I'll be out, just dismiss this, and they turn in the keys.
Have any other municipalities or states passed any legislation giving eviction clean slate relief?
I'm not aware of that.
I asked this because I was going to ask, do you have any examples of this actually occurring? Because I think you would agree the eviction process, no matter if you're the property owner, land management person, or the tenant, it's not the greatest process, and it's not fun for anybody. So I'm just hesitant to believe that people would willingly just keep trying to go through that process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? I'll ask you, would 7 years, I think the testifier just before you said that they look back only to 5 years, is that right? Is that, I mean, that's what he said. Is that what you do?
Yeah, we go back 5 to 7 years, depending on the resident selection plan on the property.
So you only go 5 to 7 years back? Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? Thank you for being here. Next opponent. Anyone else who would like to testify in opposition to this bill? Is there anyone who would like to testify in the neutral capacity? While Senator Duncan is coming up to close, I will note for the record that there were 57 letters, 22 in support, and 35 in opposition. Senator Duncan to close.
Thank you, Senator DeBoer. I looked at those letters, and I think about 10 of the opposition are actually for one of John Kavanaugh's bills after mine. So I would hate for the people to not have their voice heard. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear on the record. Members of the committee, I appreciate the testimony we've heard here today, and I think that a lot of the proponents argued a lot better than I was able to say. But a couple of things that I wanted to add. During the pandemic, we saw a lot of different reasons for people being evicted. I think the pandemic really laid bare a lot of the issues that people who are in marginalized populations or low-income areas, or even those who aren't, deal with on a day-to-day basis when they live in rentals. And again, knowing people who were working with folks who were being evicted, I thought it was incredibly telling to hear some of their stories. One thing that's really problematic about eviction actions is when you just see the eviction action on somebody's record, it doesn't tell you the story of why that eviction happened. I'm sure that some of the people who have done the TAP project here, the assistance project, or other folks who have worked with eviction actions can tell you there's always some personal story or reason behind it, almost always, at least in my experience. Sure, there are some bad actors out there who simply refuse to pay. I'm sure that does happen, but the vast majority of the people dealing with these eviction actions are actually going through some sort of issue. And when you look at their record and just see an eviction action, it doesn't tell you that story behind it. And that's, I think, part of the problem here. What we're trying to address are these circumstances where either an eviction action was brought but ultimately not followed through with, or a circumstance, as you heard a testifier come up here and I think very honestly talk about, somebody who's rehabilitated their history and wants those evictions off their record so they don't have an issue moving forward. I actually appreciated the testimony of the individual who spoke about bankruptcies, and I know we've talked about that a couple times. This bill actually follows the exact same logic of what they're talking about there. The bankruptcy is something that actually happened. And so if something actually happens, then you have on your record some notice about it. And even those individuals with bankruptcy acknowledge that it shouldn't be on there permanently. So they give you the option of having it removed, it sounds like, after 7 or 10 years. So follows exactly the same kind of logic we're talking about here. If something actually happens, you can petition to have it removed in the event that you've changed your past or the court determines that should be taken off. But if it didn't actually happen, if there's no eviction action, it should not follow you. I think somebody also mentioned up here that we currently do this with criminal cases, and that's absolutely true. Again, I'm a criminal lawyer, criminal defense attorney. I can't tell you the amount of cases I've had that were dismissed, or even cases where we had a jury trial and somebody was found not guilty by a jury of their peers. And before we changed the laws, those would follow them for years. I would get calls from clients saying, you know, Mr. Dungan, I know I was found not guilty on that case 4 years ago in a jury trial, but I just got denied my second job because every time they look on my history, it shows up that that was still a charge. And so we all got together and decided that that's something that shouldn't follow somebody into perpetuity. And that's exactly the same logic that we're following here, is that if something is not an actual action, not an actual judgment, it shouldn't follow you into perpetuity. I do not want to step on the toes of landlords or individuals to do with their property what they will. Certainly, as I stated in my opening, they can do other things like do criminal background checks. They're allowed to ask for references. And I believe that anything that would potentially cause issues in their next lease would likely show up if they talk to their previous landlords. And so I don't think this inhibits them in any way from being able to determine those things. I am happy to talk to folks who have objections to this legislation. Obviously, this bill contains quite a bit, and so I'm happy to hear from them what parts of it they have specific issues with and maybe work with them on better language. But our goal here is to make sure that things that happened in the past don't follow you forever, or you're not held accountable for things you didn't actually do. So with that, I'm happy to answer any other questions, but I would also urge your vote for LB 175 to advance on to general.
Are there any questions, Senator Holdcroft?
Thank you, Vice Chair DeBoer. You know, I asked a question about how often this happens, and I agree it's wrong and we should fix it. But I also looked at the fiscal note, and I think it's $50,000, which is probably not a large amount of money in the grand scheme of things. But also that the Justice Department would have to modify their software to incorporate this stuff. So, you know, before we go into all of that, it would be nice to have some kind of a number about how often this occurs. So if you could do something and provide some feedback on that, I'd appreciate it.
I can talk to some of the individuals, both who testified today and who I know work in that area, and see if we can get a more solidified number. I will also note that Corey Steele from the Supreme Court office and others came to me to speak about some of the issues with the software. It's definitely not prohibitive, certainly. I understand they may have to update some things, but I can try to figure out those numbers and get that to the committee so we know exactly the breadth of what we're talking about here.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for Senator Dungan? I don't see any, Senator Dungan.
Thank you.
So that will end the hearing on LB 175 and bring us to LB 182 and Senator John Kavanaugh. For everyone who's left in the room, we're going to do something here a little different. See those front two seats over there on that side? Those are the on-deck seats. If you want to testify and you're not up yet, go sit over there. Unless you're already in the front row, that's fine. We're going to try and expedite things by having on-deck seats. That way you can come up to the front and it'll make things go a little bit faster for everybody as we get into these evening hours. All right. With that, Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Vice Chair DeBoer and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Senator John Kavanaugh, John Cavanagh, and I represent the 9th Legislative District of Midtown Omaha, the Sunshine District. I'm here to introduce LB 182, which makes some updates and clarifications to the Supreme Court report on evictions, as well as pleading requirements under LB 320, which passed this body in 2021. As background, LB 320 was my priority bill in 2021, and it was an omnibus that contained a number of revisions to the Landlord-Tenant Act. Relevant to this bill were two bills included in the overall package, LB 246 and LB 402, both of which were introduced by Senator DeBoer. LB 246 required a complaint seeking restitution of premises to state the specific statutory authority under which possession is sought. LB 402 required a semi-annual report by the Supreme Court to the legislature on eviction proceedings, including breakdown of eviction filings by county and specific statutory authority under which possession was sought. LB 182 is a result of more than a year of frustration with the courts not following the clear intent of the legislature in LB 320. I can speak only for myself, but I have met with the court administrator regarding this report several times since the first report was issued early last year. I expressed my concerns about the obvious deficiencies, in particular the fact that the court was not breaking down the report by specific statutory authority, only the broad categories you can see in the report I've distributed, and it would be on the last 2 pages is that breakdown by cause of action. In one meeting, the court administrator told me that they interpreted the word specific statutory authority to have a different meaning in regards to their responsibility to provide this report and pleading requirements in Landlord-Tenant Act. This, despite the fact that the same exact phrase is used in each statute and they are enacted in the same place, in the same piece of legislation. There were many other holes in the report. Lancaster County reports almost no tenant representation by council, despite the fact that the tenant assistance project is very active in Lancaster County. Lancaster County shows 0 default judgments, which would have the meaning that every single tenant showed up for their eviction court, despite not being represented. The court administrator offered several explanations for these discrepancies, but ultimately, the inaccuracies in the report persist over the 3 reports that have been issued to this date. While I believe that the court has the ability to now comply with the original intent of LB 402 and LB 320, I recognize that we have a difference of opinion, and so that's why I brought LB 182, in part to clarify what is required in this report. I must strongly object to the fiscal note in this bill. 2 years ago, the court said that it would cost $25,000 to implement the system to update Justice, the court's electronic filing system. In order to do that, report required an LB 320. This year, they quote a cost of $200,000 for system updates that should have been implemented as a result of LB 320. I hope someone from the court administrator's office will be here to explain this outlandish price, but to me, it does not pass the smell test. If it's an accurate quote, it looks like a textbook example of wasteful and inefficient government spending. Nonetheless, I prepared that the court would quote such a price, as they quoted a similar price to me in previous meetings. But I also know that the court has a capability to manually review these filings. And I know that because nearly a year into our discussions around this report, the court administrator's office undertook a review of the filings to determine what the potential explanations for the holes in the report were. I also know this because document review is a routine part of many attorneys' job descriptions. The last thing we need when making policy decisions is inaccurate reporting under the auspices of the Supreme Court. I placed in LB 182 a requirement that the court shall make all reasonable efforts to ensure the accuracy of the data in the report. But in my view, that is not at all inconsistent with the original requirements of LB 402. The court already has an obligation to ensure that the reports it makes to the legislature are factual, whether or not that obligation is made explicit in statute. I added the requirement that staff review eviction filings because clearly the automated process the court currently uses is inefficient. If the court says they need an additional full-time employee to fulfill the requirements of this report, I can see the logic there. But it also demonstrates how outlandish the fiscal note for the programming change to justice really is. One full-time employee reviewing filings manually carries a cost of $117,000 a year into this bill. Changing a drop-down box on the justice costs $200,000. That makes little sense to me. LB 182 also provides a definition of specific statutory authority and makes clear that the meaning of the same for both the complaint and the Supreme Court's report. Observers and advocates in eviction court have found that many complaints fail to state the specific statutory authority under which possession is sought, as required by law. LB 182 would require that a complaint that fails to comply with this mandatory pleading requirement shall be dismissed without prejudice, meaning the landlord would have an opportunity to refile with the statutorily required language. In almost any other civil case, a factually deficient pleading would be grounds for dismissal under Nebraska law. In fact, Nebraska Revised Statute 76-1441 already makes clear that the pleadings and notice requirement are mandatory. The statute clearly lays out what a complaint shall contain. LB 182 does not require anything of landlords seeking eviction that are not already required by law to do. It simply ensures that the courts are actually enforcing this requirement. Thank you for your time and consideration. I ask your favorable vote on LB 182, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Are there questions for Senator Kavanaugh?
I know that was a mouthful, but.
Senator McKinney.
Thank you, Senator Board. Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. I had a curious question. When you see that landlords are opposing this bill, what does that mean to you? Because I'm kind of lost as to why.
I guess I don't know what it means. I mean, when you talk about the online comments,
Yeah.
I think I just assumed they didn't understand. They were confused. They submitted comments on every one of these bills, and so maybe got their defenses up and just wanted to submit a comment. But maybe they'll come and talk after me, and they can clarify their opposition.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McKinney. Senator Kavanaugh, let's see if we can make this just a little bit
Easier to understand.
easier to understand for everyone. So a couple years ago, you and I had a bill that got smashed together, some bills from mine, some bills from yours. We passed the bill, included with my portion, which require a report that said, why are people getting evicted, right? And the other part was that when you plead a case in eviction court, that you must say what the reason is. What's the main statutory reason? Did they commit a crime? Did they destroy their property? Did they failure to pay rent? Whatever it is, right? So far, I'm right?
Yes.
And then what happened after we passed that bill that required the Supreme Court to create the system so people could do that? Did they create the system?
You mean, did they make a change to the justice system?
Yes.
I don't think they did. They might have made a small change, but they certainly didn't make all the change required for the data collection portion.
Okay. So the result now is you would like to make sure that they do the thing that was in the bill that we already passed.
Yes. So we passed the bill as you articulated, and it caused the generation of this report that I passed out to everybody. And if anybody has specific questions, probably better to talk about it in a less formal context, because there's a lot of back and forth to walk through it. But the report is factually just looks on its face is absurd. And so I went and had many back and forths with the court administrator's office about those facial absurdities, and was told that at least one of the reasons was that they interpreted those two sections of statute differently. That the section of statute that says that the pleading has to state the specific cause of action is interpreted differently than that the report needs to state the specific cause of action. And so that's one of the corrections or changes in this bill, is to clarify that those two sections should be interpreted the same for the data collection as was the pleadings requirement.
So within the same bill, two portions, one said you have to collect data, one says you have to report data, and they said it doesn't mean the same thing when you collect it as when you report it?
Well, no, the reporting and collection section, they interpret differently than the court pleading section. So when somebody comes into court and says, we're evicting this person because they failed to pay rent, that's a specific section of statute where they would cite. And the pleading is required to include that citation, that section of statute, and that specific cause of action that you listed. And that is a requirement of law, and the court administrator is saying they interpret that as such, that they have to state that specific section. But they're saying for purposes of data collection, they interpret that as only, they have to say section or chapter 76.
Okay.
And I'm trying to clarify, which was our understanding when the legislature passed this bill originally, that they need to cite chapter 76 dash whatever.
Okay. Hopefully that cleared it up for everyone. It helped me understand what you were talking about. All right, are there any other questions for Senator Kavanaugh? All right, let's have our first proponent testifier then.
Okay,
Welcome.
thank you, Vice Chair DeVore and members of the committee. I want to share my story. I hope I have enough time because the need for counsel was important for me. About 13 years ago, I was renting in the President Apartments across the street. NP Dodge, they were the landlord. They were for 5 years, never missed a payment, perfect. They were great people. And then when they were going to renew the TIF and funding, they got got a different management company and also construction company because they renovated the building. Well, anyway, when they were doing that, when the new management came in, one of the workers there that had been there for a while came up to me in tears, and I met her at a different place at his accident, and she said, you know, what was happening, and that she wasn't allowed to really help people in small ways anymore, and she was basically run off, although she wasn't fired. And so, and then also while I was there, so I was trying to handle that somehow. And the members of the Interfaith Council, which you used to be able to contact anytime, didn't respond, and they didn't respond to anybody. And, you know, we're living in a building while they're working in the other half, and there's dust. And I know more about, construction than the project manager or the construction manager, because I told them how to get, anyway, the dust. So I've renovated, I have construction experience, but that's notwithstanding, I guess what the thing is that, so they targeted me because I also helped a woman with schizophrenia, and I was trying to, she had a community worker, and I was just trying to help because, she'd drink a 6-pack or two, and she was, sometimes, but she was, targeted, basically. There was a lot of people, the turnover rate would be interesting to look at. Anyway, I'm going to get to the point. And so they were after me in the sense that it led to the point where they evicted me technically because, we weren't supposed to have an alarm system in the apartment. Well, I liked it because it had a console I could put next to my bed, fire, police, emergency. And so I wasn't supposed to have it, but if I got a doctor's certificate, recommendation, I could have it. So I got that, but it was 5 days late. And there was, a little bit of vitriol on the other side. And so I was going to go to court. And when I went there, I went there by myself, right? And then I see all these people. I mean, everybody was there. Upper management, the construction manager, Bob Lang from the Interfaith Council, everybody was there. I probably had a lawyer, and I just said to hell with it because I was too tired. I wasn't afraid. But so I didn't have, so I was evicted, and thankfully I was.
Thank you for your testimony.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair of the Board and members of the committee.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for this testifier? Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Vice Chair DeBoer, members of the Judiciary Committee, I was happy to be called out earlier today. Pronunciation was perfect. I'm Erin Feitstinger, ERINFEICHTINGER, Policy Director for the Women's Fund of Omaha. We believe that advancing housing justice furthers the cause of gender justice, and in order to more effectively address those causes, we need accurate data to inform solutions. Despite this committee advancing a bill in 2021 to provide this data, I worked on that bill. The resulting report has been consistently inaccurate and therefore has impeded the community's ability to use that information to better address the problem in front of us. And LB 182 would help us do this. In conversations with the state Supreme Court about the accuracy of these reports, there's been an idea that these reports do not matter, that the community does not need this data. It might seem minor, but having accurate data about evictions helps our community by allowing us to better understand the scope of the eviction crisis, which is a part of the affordable housing crisis. Having a better understanding of this crisis allows us to target resources. Accurate data also serves to help us articulate the need or not for changes in the landlord-tenant statutes in front of this committee. The intention behind the original bill was to ensure that the data provided to this committee was an accurate reflection of the problem. The original bill would not have passed and been amended into LB 320 if this committee did not also believe that there was some worth in having this data available to you as you make decisions about landlord-tenant bills. LB 182 should not be necessary, but it is, and we would appreciate this committee's help in making sure we are fulfilling what the legislature intended. The bills you pass here and have passed here have serious consequences for people. On these housing justice bills, they have positive, life-changing consequences for Nebraskans every single day in court. The legislature has helped in that good work by having accurate data from state agencies, and we would appreciate your support of LB 182. And I'm happy to answer any questions to the best of my ability.
Are there any questions from the committee? I don't see.
Covered it all. Great. Fantastic.
Next proponent. Welcome.
Members of the committee, my name is Ryan Sullivan, RyanSullivan. I'm testifying and speaking in favor of LB 182 as a housing advocate and as a researcher in this field, but not as a representative of the university where I'm employed. One thing I realized over the last 3 years in discussions that I've had with colleagues and government officials about the work that I do in the Tenants Assistance Project is that those not working directly with families faced with eviction have a limited understanding of how pervasive this issue really is. It's clear that many do not fully grasp the impact that evictions have, not just on families that are ejected from their homes, but on entire communities and the demands that are put on social service providers and nonprofit organizations when these families are evicted. In fact, before I started the Tenants Assistance Project at the start of the pandemic, I really didn't have much comprehension or understanding of just how bad this issue has gotten, and not just in Nebraska, but at a national level. We all know that working class incomes have stagnated while rents continue to climb, not to mention inflation. This means that people are spending a greater percentage of their income on rent, leaving them with very little in the way of savings. So that when disaster strikes, whether that's an unexpected medical expense or a pandemic, they are immediately subject to eviction and their lives turned upside down. People are not being evicted by choice. They are not making these decisions. They're simply poor. Among the many awful consequences of COVID, one positive has been the light that's been shed on this issue. We've learned that it's not really a COVID issue. These issues have always existed, but have largely gone unnoticed. The answers, policymakers have started asking questions. How many evictions are really happening in this state? And it's thousands. How many in my county? So local policymakers can make decisions related to their local area and their municipality. Why are people being evicted? That's what this report is supposed to answer, which it has not. What communities are being most affected? The answers to these questions are important to both government agencies and nonprofits so that they can tailor programs aimed to prevent the circumstances that lead to evictions, so that there are fewer evictions, but also to provide the services that are being displaced by eviction. As the senator and Aaron testified, I'm not going to butcher her last name. We already passed this bill 2 years ago, and the reports have been largely inaccurate because of some misunderstanding in the language. This will hopefully clear that up. I don't think it could be made any more clear, and I encourage you to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for this testifier? I don't see any. Thank you for being here. Next proponent.
Good afternoon, Co-Chair DeBoer, members of the Judiciary Committee. I'm Alicia Christensen, ALICIA-CHRISTENSEN, Director of Policy and Advocacy at Together, and I'm testifying in support of LB 182 because it's essential to accurate assessment of programs and services that we administer. Together addresses housing insecurity and homelessness through a variety of programs, and our crisis engagement specialists often deploy housing problem-solving strategies and other tools to help households address issues that could otherwise lead to eviction or loss of housing. In the past, this type of service was largely ancillary to HUD-sponsored programs that help people exit homelessness. However, economic evaluations have revealed that it costs far more to help someone exit homelessness than it does to prevent them from becoming homeless in the first place. This leads to an increased focus on the development of homelessness prevention programs. As public and private entities convert existing services into formal programs or start pilot projects, it's critical that we have comprehensive and accurate data to help measure outcomes. At present, the eviction proceedings report is difficult, if not impossible to use. For example, the report doesn't indicate the statutory basis for an order of restitution, so we don't know if a tenant was evicted because of failure to pay rent, or if they were evicted because they engaged in violent criminal activity. Additionally, the information in the report does raise questions of accuracy, as been mentioned before. So we encourage your support of this legislation that will require the accuracy and specificity of essential data that organizations need so we can successfully monitor the effectiveness of our existing and developing programs. In short, we urge the committee to advance LB 182 because it will ensure that the report on evictions is actually useful. So thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this testifier? Senator Ibach.
Thank you. Vice Chair DeVore, do you go on this site and use this information or pull this information up?
We have access to the information, but since the numbers don't reflect our sort of lived experience in court as far as the number of represented tenants and default orders for eviction, it led to some doubt about its credibility as far as those numbers go. And it doesn't provide any information that we can use to actually track trends in eviction. So for non-payment of rent is something that would be of use for us to track as far as if this program is effective in preventing housing insecurity or homelessness for tenants. But if people are getting evicted because there's non-renewal of their lease agreement, that's not something that our programs are attuned. They're not for that person. So without that kind of specificity, having access doesn't allow us to really. It doesn't help us in any way. So it's kind of, we haven't been able to use them, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just referring to some of my counties just to see how relevant this might be. And I just needed you to tell me, yes, this is relevant, or no, it's not.
Yeah, it is relevant, and it can help. Then we know if something is working or not. So
Okay.
we're not just throwing money at a program that is not being effective in actually bringing down those numbers or helping the people that it needs to help.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Other questions? I'll just ask you one. So the report that she's referring to, it's not that it's not relevant, it's just that you're not sure it's accurate. Is that the problem?
And I think, yes, I think that as what we were expecting based on the legislation that was passed in the past session, we were expecting it to be useful and completely relevant and very important information for our ability to track, not just for fun, but sometimes for, federal programming, you have to have measurable outcomes to show, or even writing a grant for private funding. So when we were disappointed that it doesn't fill that need for us.
So
so it's very relevant to answer your question, sorry.
The concern about accuracy of the thing sort of ameliorates any hopes that you had, or sort of,
And not just
any hopes you've had for it.
Senator. I was going to add that it's the accuracy and as well as the degree of specificity. So, saying Chapter 76 as a cause for an eviction, that includes all of the causes for eviction. So that also is not helpful as far as that goes too.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Next proponent.
Thank you, Chairperson. Judiciary Committee. My name is Scott Mertz. That's SCOTTMERTZ. I'm the Director of Legal Aid of Nebraska's Housing Justice Project, and myself and organization has extensive experience representing low-income defendants all across the state And I thank you for the opportunity to appear today in support of LB 182. And I want to thank Senator Kavanaugh for introducing the bill and inviting the Legislature of Nebraska to testify. I've supplied some written comments, but I do want to address the senator's question regarding the relevancy or the use of this data. If it was accurate. I think you pulled out a list of counties, and our organization, we're often the only ones representing tenants in a lot of counties in all the rural parts of the state. Obviously, we have the TAP projects in Douglas County and Lancaster, but in certain parts of the Panhandle or Lincoln County, Hall County, York County, it's just our attorneys or no one else. So we were quite surprised to look at these reports as they come out, look at the numbers for specific counties, see that there were sometimes one or no attorneys reflected in the report having represented defendants. We check our records, we look at, we actually did cases in those counties and encounter that with what's actually contained in the report and find that report lacking or otherwise misleading. And I believe there were explanations supplied to the Senator Kavanaugh as for why certain things are missing from the report, but it would benefit us, and I think benefit all of the communities to know where is representation, where are services lacking all across the state. And it really needs to be accurate for us to know where we should put our resources to see that there were 50 to 100 people evicted in one county, all without an attorney, to know that we should be targeting outreach and supplying our resources to those areas. If it's not accurate about that, if it's not accurate about other aspects of default judgments getting entered or just the overall number of filings, it's just not reliable and credible and not doing a service for the community as it was intended to at the passage of the original law. So in conclusion, we obviously support the passage and really support the creation and the sustainability of this report twice a year. But I do want to leave time for questions if the committee has any.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions for this testifier? Senator Iwa.
Thank you, Senator. So, because I'm new here and this is all relevant, obviously, who has the input to make this better?
For Senator Kavanaugh, I believe this is the Supreme Court who is issuing this report. We have access to the same data. These are public records as with respect to what's filed and who's got an attorney, who doesn't. But that is a commitment of resources, that is a commitment of time, is a commitment of staff, as reflected by the senator, to go into the public record and come out with those numbers and make them accurate. But it is very, very doable. It's all very much something that can be accomplished because this is just the reality of what's happening in courts.
So the fiscal note would pay attention to this and help with that, cleaning that up.
I would defer to Senator Kavanaugh, but I would certainly hope so. I hope it would not be a tremendous commitment of resources to simply just get accurate information in the report.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you very much for being here. Next, proponent. Now we'll switch to opponents.
Thank you, Senator DeBoer. Lynn Fisher, LYNNFISHER, and I represent the Statewide Property Owners Association and the Real Estate Owners and Managers Association in Lincoln. And we're opposed to LB 182. And it's not because we're opposed to gathering data and learning and researching and getting reports about evictions. But let me just talk about evictions in general. When we do a lease with a tenant, this is a private contract, should be a win-win. We should get our rent, and the tenant should get a safe place to live, pay the rent on time, be a good neighbor, and take care of the property. When we are put in a position and forced to go to eviction court, we are the victim. It's not the tenant. The tenant is the person who created the situation, which created where we have to go to eviction court as our only remedy when they refuse to answer phone calls, return emails, answer the door, let us help them to resolve the situation, whatever it is, help them work out a payment plan, work out some reasonable way to resolve the situation. They're the ones forcing us to eviction court. I do not appreciate Professor Sullivan saying that it makes it sound like landlords get up in the morning and we think, now, who can we evict today? Who can we put into that position where, by golly, we can really show them what's for, you know? And that's not the way it works. We're forced into eviction court. And there's nothing that is ever immediate. He says that something happens and then immediately tenants are subjected to eviction. That's not the case. We try very hard to communicate with tenants, to stay in touch with them and try to work out any issues that come up. No one in our position in our industry wants to go to eviction court. That's not what we're about. We're trying to eliminate the whole idea of ever getting to eviction court. I'm a volunteer with RentWise. Some of you are familiar with that. We've taught over 17 or 18,000 people in the city of Lincoln how to be better tenants. And the main thrust of the whole thing is learn to communicate, learn to do a budget, understand and read your lease, know how to take care of the property. And then what you have to understand about notices and communications and the eviction process. And that whole thing is education. It's great. And it should be a way to eliminate the need to go to eviction court. So the bottom line is, I just don't want this bill, if passed, to be another technical little tool for the tenant assistance project attorneys to figure out a way to get to attorneys when really we're there because we're forced to be there. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Senator Duque?
Yes. Well, one question, two hands. Sir, you talked about that. What is the process and the timeline from when an eviction notice is given until, what's the timeline that it takes before they are removed from the?
Well, there's a variety of different notices that could result in us having to go to eviction court. Non-payment of rent now is a 7-day notice. A 30-day notice just to move out. We want to remodel the unit. They are asked to move out. If they don't, then at that point where they don't pay the rent or they don't comply with it, whatever notice we've given them, we go to our attorney and we ask for the eviction to be filed. It's usually filed within a week or so, and then the court hearing has to be set, I think, within 10 days. The whole process, if it runs well enough, should take about 30 days. And I know that recently bills were passed to delay that process. And again, I think tenants should be represented as well as they can be by these volunteer attorneys, but they look for every little tiny technical flaw in the lease or the filing to delay and postpone and cost more money. And it's going to end up with fewer rental properties. It's going to end up with higher rents because it's going to just add more to our costs.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator McKinney?
Thank you, Senator DeBoer. Thank you for your testimony. So you're arguing that you're concerned that evictions would be stopped or overturned because of a technicality.
No, not at all.
Or a mistake. So should tenants be evicted because of a mistake or a technicality?
They should not. No. I've never been to an eviction court process where the reason for the eviction was not stated. I don't understand this bill. You don't go to eviction court, the judge doesn't say, well, we're going to evict that tenant, but we don't know why. We don't know why they're here. That's not true. It never happens. So again, this is a technicality.
So if you've never seen it and you don't know why, then why would you oppose the reporting of this data? I'm lost.
No, what I'm saying is it's never been the case that a judge in an eviction court is going to say, we don't know why you're here for this eviction.
So if that's the case, why oppose the report of this data?
I don't mind. No, the report all you want. I think it's good to have data, and I think it would help everyone to try to figure out a way to prevent and have fewer evictions. I think that's great. I'm not opposed to that.
All right.
Thank you, Senator McKinney. Let me ask you this question, because I think what the bill does, it's already existing law that you have to plead the
Yes.
cause of action.
Right.
What the bill does is it requires the Supreme Court to understand that what you already have to plead, they now have to report.
And that they should know what they should find out.
And so you're okay with what you already have to plead, they now have to report.
Yes, that's
So-
great.
So what is your objection to the bill?
It says, a complaint which does not comply with this section shall be dismissed without prejudice. And already, when we go to eviction court, the attorneys there representing tenants are looking for every tiny little, a misspelling of a name or an address,
Sure.
or some other technical reason why that eviction should be either dismissed or postponed or delayed in some way.
So you think that this will lead to more,
I'm worried about it.
you think this will lead to more, but it's already the law, so already they could do it. I mean, that part.
Well, that's what I don't understand. We go to
Yeah.
eviction court and we don't go there for no reason. We have to have a reason. Our attorney that represents us makes a pleading and he puts the reason in there. I don't know why this would.
That's
be
why,
needed.
as long as you put the reason in, it should, there would be no,
And
you
I've
would never run afoul.
And I've
of
never
it.
had a judge say, there's no reason in here. Every time I go to eviction court, and not just for my own case, but I listen to all of them, the judge never says, there's no reason on this pleading.
Yeah.
He's never said that.
So you should be okay. So as long as you're getting your pleading in there.
I'm just worried. I'm just worried because.
I understand that, but
We are the victims and the representatives that come up from the law school are really making it difficult and causing higher rents and more landlords who want to get out of the business.
I understand that. I'm not entirely sure this bill is getting caught up in that, but I
If it doesn't-
appreciate your testimony.
If it doesn't, then we have no objection.
I appreciate your testimony. Thank you so
very
much. Anyone else? Thank you for being here.
Good evening, Senator DeBoer, members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Gene Eckel, Geneckel. I'm a board member for the Apartment Association of Nebraska and the Nebraska Association of Commercial Property Owners, appearing today on behalf of both associations to testify in opposition to LB 182. We worked with this committee 2 years ago, and the agreement was that landlords would have to put in their lawsuit the cause of action. Now you're coming back 2 years later and saying, no. Now you have to put the subsection in. And if you don't put the subsection in, then your case is automatically dismissed without prejudice. And I think that's what the pushback is on this bill. We had an agreement. And now you're coming back and saying no. And I can tell you, in my experience, working with the volunteer lawyers and legal aid, they will look for anything they can to get on a technicality. And if you don't put the subsection in, then they're going to say, aha, you got to dismiss this lawsuit. And it shouldn't be that way. When we worked with you and we said, we don't have any issue, we will put in our complaint the cause of action. The statutes that deal with the eviction, it's Nebraska Revised Statute, section 76-1431. There are 4 subsections, actually 5. But you state specifically in there, depending on the type of loss of the eviction, if it's for non-payment rent, you're putting in a non-payment rent. It's for a criminal act or property damage, you're putting it in there. If it's for violating lease violations, you're putting it in there. I don't understand why seems to be an issue with the Supreme Court. But now you're trying to make it say, well, no, the landlords has to work a little bit harder. And if you don't do it, we're going to dismiss your lawsuit. And I think just putting Nebraska Revised Statute, section 76-1431, and you discuss the reasons for the lawsuit, that should be sufficient. So our opposition to this bill is this fact that we're going to dismiss your lawsuit because you didn't put a subsection in there, when it's clear as day when you open up the statute and read it. So I urge this committee to not advance this bill, LB 182, to general file. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Senator McKinney.
So would you evict somebody if they don't comply with the lease agreement?
Yes. We have to give them a notice of, here's what you did wrong. It depends on what the lease violation was.
Well, this is your notice that once this bill passes, put the subsection in.
No.
Thank you.
Okay. I disagree with that.
Sorry. Are there other questions? Let me ask you, Mr. Eckel. You don't have a problem with the reporting part.
We do not have a problem with reporting.
So my understanding is that it's already, and it has always been since we passed that law, that you have to put the subsection because that's the cause of action is for non-payment of rent for whatever. And you don't have to necessarily write the number. I'm not saying that. I'm saying you have to say which of those reasons? Because that was the discussion we had. Is that not your understanding of what you have to do?
No, you need to state the subsection.
So what you're saying is that the requirement to put the number down adds a level of onerousness that you don't want to do.
It does, because it's clear as day when you read the statute, you know, and the lawsuit specifically states, here's what you did wrong. We have to do that already. Why do we have to go the extra step of putting a subsection in?
Okay, so it's the number that you don't want to do.
We should not have to put in a subsection. No
Okay.
other civil
If you
lawsuit
don't,
has to do that.
if we don't require the number, then would you be okay with?
If we remove the language of, if you don't put in the subsection, that the lawsuit will be dismissed without prejudice. If we remove that, we have no objection to it. I understand the need for the information, but it seems like now we're coming back and want just a little bit more information. And I do think it's a game of gotcha.
Okay, so it's the number part that's the problem. We take that out, there's not a problem.
If we take out the subsection and that it will be dismissed without prejudice, if you don't put in the subsection, if you remove that language, you don't have a problem with it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Are there other questions? I don't see any. Thank you for being here. Let's have our next opponent. Anyone else who would like to testify in opposition to this bill? Is there anyone who would like to testify in the neutral capacity? Seeing none. Senator Kavanaugh, as you approach, I'll let the record reflect that there were 15 letters, 12 in support, and 3 in opposition.
Thank you, Vice Chair DeBoer. Well, that took an interesting turn. So I guess break this down into two sections, maybe one section with a subsection. So Senator Iba, I appreciate your questions about, so we created this report in hopes that it would be useful. And then what happened, I actually remember this very clearly. The first report was due in January of last year, and I had some of the folks who were interested in this data that were excited that they were going to have it. And the report comes out, and we all look at it and said, this just doesn't make any sense. And so we went through it and then we sent a letter to the court administrator and said, these are the problems we see with this report. And so then the next report comes out 6 months later and the same problems. So then we started meeting with them and walking through the explanations, and took several meetings just to explain why these numbers were so clearly ridiculous. And so as I pointed out, some of those were, as I think Mr. Mertz pointed out, they've represented people. We knew people were representing people in court, and the data is showing no one's being represented. And so there's some disagreement about interpretation of statute. And so we met with the court, and they said, ultimately, to get us to do what you thought we were going to do when Senator DeBoer brought this bill originally, we just need to clarify this section of statute that defines what we meant by statutory authority. And so there's a definition here that changes the definition of statutory, or clarifies the definition of statutory authority. And then basically the rest of this bill is to say that they need to collect this data in the way that we've intended them to collect it. And I think you asked about who can collect this data. It's basically this. So any one of these folks, Mr. Eccles, a good example, he files an eviction case. You go onto a system called Justice, and then we have Online Justice, which is a system on top of a system. And you do a drop-down menu, and you say, I'm filing an eviction, drop down Chapter 76, and then you fill in the information, the parties. And so that information is in the computer system. And then in theory, the $25,000 that we spent in Senator DeBoer's bill, which was the fiscal note, was to change that system to allow them to accurately collect this data by pressing a button. And so the reason we're back here is apparently when they told us it would cost $25,000 to make that update to the system, that was not true. And it was to not collect the data in the way they told us. So that's why we're making the change to clarify that they actually are collecting it the way they were supposed to. And they gave us a new fiscal note, which was $200,000. And I was here, Senator Holcroft, when you asked Senator Duncan about his fiscal note. And I would just say, read that with a grain of salt, or maybe a pile of salt, or however you want to read a fiscal note, because I don't know what the monetary demands of his bill are, but they have a limited relationship to reality. And so that's what's going on here. We passed a bill, we told them to do one thing, and we thought that that's what we were getting, and then we spent a year and a half trying to fight back and forth with them. Ultimately, they said we need to change this definition and require them to do something extra. So that's how we got here. This other part about the subsection versus section. So when you plead that case, you do have to, when you go into court and you make an argument, you file a case against somebody, you have to state a claim for which you're seeking your redress of the court. And when you go into eviction court, you need to state that whether you are asking for restitution of premises and whether that is for failure to pay rent or whether it's for violation of a lease agreement or violation of local law or something along those lines. And if you fail to do that, then your case would be facially deficient and should be kicked out of court. And so that's basically what this bill clarifies, is that what's already should be happening should continue to happen. That's what both sections of this bill do. They're really just clarifications. And so, and both sides, I guess, if my frustration is showing, the fact that both sides come in here, or the court didn't even come in, but to send such a big fiscal note when we're asking them to do what we've already told them to do and already given them money to do, is one frustration. And then landlords to come in and say, it's very onerous to ask us to do what we're already supposed to do, is also a bit, I guess, surprising or frustrating to me. So I hope that clarifies what's going on here. I'd be happy to take any questions. And like I said, I'd walk anybody through the report whenever you want to take the time to do that. I just would be surprised if you want to do it right now.
Senator Holcroft.
Thank you, Vice Chair DeBoer. Yeah, I was disappointed not to see Mr. Steele come in and kind of justify those numbers. Do you have a next step with them to try and come to an agreement on how much it's going to cost?
Well, I've been talking with them about it, and I would tell you honestly, I have told them that if we keep getting fiscal notes for things like this from them and others, but bottom line is this is an old system that needs to be updated, and maybe it's time that we talk about just a replacement computer system as opposed to $200,000 patches here and there. And that maybe is a bigger fix to this, but that's more or less a different conversation than telling us that we didn't tell them to do something that I know we told them to do.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for Senator McKinney? Senator McKinney.
So we listened to the opposition testimony, and it was kind of alarming to me that on one hand, landlords want to evict residents because of inability to, pay rent or a violation of the lease agreement. And they're in here screaming and hollering about, hey, what if we miss a technicality or something? But most of them hire lawyers, pay lobbyists. They have the resources. Most people who are evicted more than likely probably didn't have the resources or made a technical mistake as far as following the policies of the lease. So do you think that's fair opposition? And on one hand say, we would evict somebody for violation of the lease agreement for potential technicality, but hey, we are scared because of potential technicality and we won't be able to evict somebody.
Well, thank you for the question, Senator McKinney, and I appreciate it. And I guess my position would be that, I'm not here to say that they shouldn't be evicting people, and they certainly have legitimate complaints in a lot of these situations. But my position is when you use the court system, which is an extension of the state and therefore an extension of you and I, it should be on the level above board, beyond reproach, and that when you are implicating someone's life in such a way as to make them homeless, that it's not too much to ask that be assured of accuracy. And so to say that this needs to be dot all your I's, cross all your T's, and put the subsection, which can be as little as 76-314 or something like that, And it would honestly be easier for them if the courts actually do what they're supposed to and give them the drop down. So this wouldn't even, I'm sure they wouldn't have a complaint if the courts, the drop down, but I'll talk to them afterwards outside of court, outside of here. If we get the courts to do what the courts told us they'd do, whether they would have the same complaint. Because all they should have to do is go in there and say, I'm evicting somebody under this section, drop it down, and then hit the submit with the other information. But yeah, I think making sure that we're doing it right when we are implicating something of such seriousness is not too much to ask.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Senator McKinney. Are there other questions for Senator John Kavanaugh? Senator Ibach?
Thank you. So you're saying that this is more clarification and not interpretation? It's just clarification of what's already there and not their interpretation isn't what the previous bill intended?
Right, so it is a bit of both, if I might. Thank you for the question, Senator Ibach. So in the previous bill, it had this same word in 2 sections. And what happened in this rounds and rounds we've done is the court says, in one place we interpret it as one thing, and another place we interpret it as something else. And it's really at their convenience. So they interpret it one way for their convenience and the other way for their convenience. And so what this bill is saying is, we're doing it one way, and it's the way that we originally intended it in that bill last year, or 2 years ago now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Ibach. Other questions for Senator John Kavanaugh? Senator John Kavanaugh, I think that's it. That will conclude our hearing on LB 182. And now that will open our hearing on LB 187. Oh, Senator John Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Vice Chair of the Board. This is the one I thought was my controversial bill, so I guess I misunderstood. Good evening, Vice Chair DeBoer and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Senator John Kavanaugh, John Cavanaughh, and I represent the 9th Legislative District in Midtown Omaha, and I'm here to introduce LB 187, which provides for a right to counsel in eviction proceedings in counties containing a city of the metropolitan class and a city of the primary class. Currently, this would apply to Douglas and Lancaster County. Right to counsel has long been a policy priority for me. I have volunteered in the Tenant Assistance Project in Omaha, and I've seen firsthand the importance of tenants having an attorney. And as the last bill would probably demonstrate, there's a lot of technicalities and pressures on both sides, I'd say. If you haven't been in eviction court before, allow me to give you a brief overview of the process. Eviction court is designed to move with ruthless efficiency. Cases are decided in a matter of minutes. Tenants who fail to appear in court are generally evicted by default. Nearly every landlord has an attorney, and tenants who lack an attorney are at a serious disadvantage. They have little or if any knowledge about their rights or potential defenses, and no knowledge of the rules of procedure or evidence. Losing one's home is a traumatic event, and if we're using the power of the state to order someone to be removed from their home, we have a responsibility to make sure that they have an adequate defense. LB 187, as written, applies to Douglas and Lancaster County. A previous version of this bill I introduced 2 years ago provided for a statewide right. This was scaled back to this version in an attempt to help the most people in the highest need areas of the state. I recognize the concerns of the counties that there is no identified funding source, and if we move forward with LB 187, I would certainly be open to an amendment dedicating funds for this purpose. And I would point out that the bill 2 years ago, the opposition was to the funding source, which was a fee. Which is not in this bill. Having an attorney represent both sides in an eviction proceeding actually benefits both parties. I can tell you from experience that when a tenant is represented by counsel, we're able to negotiate with the landlords and make sure the tenants remain in their homes and that rent is paid, or that they leave on an agreed timetable. I would like to believe that the vast majority of landlords use eviction as a last resort and that a negotiated resolution is more advantageous to everyone. This bill generated a lot of comments, both in support and opposition. I want to address one opponent comment submitted for the record, which warned that landlords may be driven away from rental properties and sell them on the market. One of the biggest problems in affordable housing we face as a community is a lack of owner-occupied housing. Landlords buying up homes for use as rental properties and decreases the stock of affordable homes available for purchase, driving up competition for other homes, driving up market rates for rent, and making what was once the most affordable city to live in the country increasingly difficult to afford for many, and putting the dream of home ownership out of reach. Today, you've heard and will hear a parade of horribles by many of the same people who consistently come in and oppose even the most modest changes to the Landlord-Tenant Act. If we protect tenants, they argue bad things will happen, bad things that typically that they won't be able to make as much money or that they won't be able to summarily throw out tenants out of their homes in an efficient manner. Let me give you the other side of the coin. When the court system is used to make a member of our community unhoused, that person is more likely to lose their job. They will find it harder to find another house. They may experience health issues. They may experience a mental health crisis as a result of the stress. Those folks may commit a crime and end up in our county jails. When people are evicted using the court system, their children are more likely to have trouble in school. Their children are more likely to end up in the foster care system. Some people may say that the state has no place in these proceedings, but that simply is not true. The court is used to effectuate these evictions, and the state bears the increased cost of that homelessness. And I could share some data with you, but there are other states that have adopted this, and they've done some data reports, and you can see them all over the country. But I think a good example, so Connecticut has one that they just adopted, and they did their first report shows they saved $1.1 million to $1.2 million in the housing safety net cost responses. They saved $2.5 million to $2.7 million in Medicaid spending as a result of the Right to Counsel program there. They saved $60,000 to $70,000 in education costs related to children moving and relocating. They've saved $800,000 to $900,000 in retained residency, and they've saved $1.3 million to $1.4 million in out-of-home foster care placement costs. So that's just one state that just started this program, and that's an example. There's a lot of other ones, and there's a lot of other costs that are hard to quantify. But I say that because you can see the fiscal note here, and Senator Holcroft, it's going to call you Senator Hardin, H's. But I know you looked at the last fiscal note. I assume you looked at this one. Douglas County's report was $1.25 million for attorneys. And I would say that some folks submitted their own estimations of what it would cost to do this program. The bill in its current form allows for court-appointed lawyers. I certainly would entertain or think the idea of just an office created to service this function would be maybe a better way to do it. And I can just tell you off the top of my head that in the Douglas County, the public defender starting salary is $70,000. If you hired 5 full-time attorneys plus a staffer, you could do this for about $420,000 in Douglas County. And so about half to a third of what the fiscal note says just for Douglas County. And then if you compare that to the cost savings for all of these things that I went through that the state of Connecticut saved. Obviously, you can't do a one-to-one example with the state of Connecticut, and there's lots of other cities and counties that have done this across the country, but that's what we're talking about. This is cost savings for the system as a whole by investing in making sure that people don't become unhoused in a crisis situation unless absolutely necessary. And so I appreciate your time and attention, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Are there questions for Senator Kavanaugh? Senator McKinney.
Thanks, Senator DeBoer. Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Do you think efforts like the tenant assistance project and other tenant assistance projects across the state and across the nation are kind of like the chickens coming home to roost for property owners and landowners, for the simple fact that for years they, in my opinion, they preyed on tenants not having legal counsel and not being able to necessarily defend themselves. Now, in my opinion, I feel like they're upset that we just want to have a fair process. If they're going to hire lawyers, the tenants need lawyers too.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I appreciate it. It's almost like you've failed by succeeding too much. It's been able to use the system to your advantage to such a degree that it's reached a crisis point for society as a whole. Because if people being evicted were being evicted at a lower rate, we wouldn't see the fiscal impact to our counties, our cities, our local entities, our schools. It wouldn't be as measurable as it was, wouldn't be noticeable. It wouldn't rise to the level of having a conversation in front of the Nebraska State Legislature. But because of the disproportionate impact that this process has had on folks in our community, it does rise to that level. So, yeah, I agree.
I don't know, I just find it crazy that someone would oppose somebody having representation in a legal matter in court.
I also find that to be problematic.
But they can hire people.
Yeah. I personally think that the system works better for all those involved when everybody's represented, but that's it's my personal opinion, but it's based off my personal experience.
Thank you.
Other questions for Senator Kavanaugh? I just have one. How are we paying for it again?
I'm sorry?
How are we paying for it?
Oh, well, right now it is, as Senator Blood would say, an unfunded mandate.
That's,
I'm exploring options for ways to pay for it. I personally think it is an unfunded mandate because we're telling Douglas and Lancaster County to do it, though I would consider permissive language too. But I think that their pay-fors are in avoided costs in the future. I mean, every person that we keep out of Douglas County Corrections is saving us something like $80 a day. So if we keep somebody in their house, we save that money. If we keep kids in school, there's a lot of ancillary costs that are associated with having to then, when they get evicted and they move, the school district has to pay to bus them to the original school. And those sorts of costs that
I bet they would not find that particularly comforting when they're thinking about how to pay for this.
well, I can tell you, I don't know if they're here to testify against it, but I know the counties are opposed to this bill.
Yeah.
And I have told them that I understand that position.
Okay. All right. Senator Decay.
Would this bill require, or does it give them the right, but does this bill require that council be present for every eviction that takes place? I don't know how to say it. If it's a simple eviction where it's pretty spelled out that's going to happen, would the council need to be council there for it, or?
Yeah, so the way it would work is the court would appoint counsel, and as this is written, which, there's other mechanisms by which you could do it. You could create like a civil public defender office where they would just have somebody that works there. And they would be required to be present. I mean, in my experience with volunteering in the TAP program, which is the Tenant Assistance Project in Douglas County, I've showed up at the courthouse on the day that the hearing is, stood in the rotunda of the courthouse there, and there were clerks and things that had cases, and they said, if this person shows up, you want to represent them. Say, okay, sure, that's what I'm here for. And then I would get to have like about a 10-minute conversation with that person. I'd go and talk to their lawyer, sometimes Mr. Eckel, and work out some kind of negotiation. I'd explain that person's rights to them, what their potential defenses are. And in a lot of those cases, say, well, if they can pay this much, can they stay until the end of the week or the end of the month, or stay for another month or till the end of the lease? I personally not actually litigated one of these cases, but some people will, you'll have a trial, and in that, 1 hour window, most of the time these cases are resolved, start at 9 o'clock, that courtroom's done at 10 o'clock.
Well, I guess the way I'd ask it, if there's a landlord there and a tenant there, and is there any cases where we could maybe save the people some money by having a court-appointed counsel by just going before the judge, and the judge let them plead their case one way or the other, and let the judge handle it from there?
Well, in most of these cases, the landlord's going to be represented. And so they have a lawyer there who's going to plead their case for them. And the tenant is somebody who's probably not fully equipped to make the legal or factual arguments. I mean, the old saying is a lawyer represents himself as a fool for a client. And so it's the same sort of thing. You don't represent yourself because you're passionate about it and you can't see which facts are relevant, which aren't. You might get up there and have like a person just be very mad at their landlord and yell at them, and that's not going to be, a constructive situation. So the role lawyers play in those situations is to bring the temperature down and just talk about what the relevant facts are.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. We'll have our first proponent.
Good evening, members of the Judiciary Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear today in support of LB 187. My name is Destiny Fant, DESTINYFANT. And again, I'm the Tenant Assistance Project Specialist within Together's Crisis Engagement Program. I'm testifying today in support of this bill as a concerned citizen, and again, not on behalf of Together. I attend eviction court in Douglas County 4 days per week to work directly with our low-income tenants being evicted from their homes. Through this work, I know the firsthand the significant challenges the individuals and families face. They already have a lot of worries on their mind, and they also cannot afford lawyers to represent them. They come in unsure of what they're getting into, what the legal terms mean, or what they're agreeing to if a deal is made. By providing legal counsel, this helps to ensure equity, fairness, and peace of mind during the eviction process. Not to mention, it adds an additional layer of accountability for the landlords who are filing these evictions. In conclusion, advancing LB 187 would give families an opportunity to be represented and fairly advocated for. So I encourage you to advance LB 187, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Any questions? I don't see any. Thank you.
My name is Chelsea Egenberger, CHELSEAEGENBERGER. I'm representing NeighborWorks Lincoln. As a community housing development organization, NeighborWorks Lincoln has the great privilege of working to address affordable housing in our community. While we have helped thousands of low and middle income families and individuals achieve their dream of homeownership, we know that that route is not for everyone. However, housing stability is a goal that the state should embrace for all Nebraskans. This is why NeighborWorks Lincoln supports LB 187 and in its ability to further expand housing stability across the eastern part of Nebraska. From the report Understanding Evictions in Omaha, the authors state, a lack of affordable housing leads to higher rates of eviction in a city. Higher rates of eviction increase the number of people who are unhoused. Evictions can also set off a cycle of disadvantage that is difficult to break. And they go on to map evictions in Omaha from 2012 to 2019, which show that areas with higher eviction rates also reflected increased racial segregation and correlated to depressed education and health outcomes. One of the report's primary recommendations is to ensure legal representation for persons facing eviction. In the 39,345 eviction filings reviewed for that, only 1% of the tenants had legal representation. In Kansas City, which passed the right to counsel ordinance effective in 2022, they found that 3% of tenants had legal representation compared to 85% of landlords, a power dynamic that is reflected in the national data. New York City saw a dramatic reduction in evictions when they passed similar legislation in 2017, leading to 84% of defendants with legal counsel remaining in their homes. 84% stayed in their homes. And since then, several municipalities and 3 states have passed similar statutes. In a 2018 comparative study, fully represented tenants won or settled their cases 96% of the time. And settlements for tenants are significantly better, including receiving more time and moving out to move out and leaving court without an eviction on their record. Please advance this bill.
Are there any questions for this testifier? I don't see any right now. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Let's have our next proponent. Remember about these on deck seats here. So if you're gonna testify in support, there's some room up there. Welcome.
Thank you. Judiciary Committee, my name is Scott Mertz, Scott Mertz, SCOTT-MERTZ, Director of Legal Aid of Nebraska's Housing Justice Project. I come before you with over 13 years of experience representing low-income tenants, and I want to thank the committee for providing me the opportunity to appear today in support of LB 187. And I also would like to thank Senator Kavanaugh for both introducing this bill and inviting Legal Aid of Nebraska to testify. In my written remarks there, I cite to some of the studies that were referenced by the senator and in previous testimonies there of the benefit financially to prevent homelessness in the community and how it actually saves money. You know, we're investing dollars in providing people with legal counsel. And at Legal Aid Nebraska, we demonstrably show that having an attorney makes a difference. As over 85% of our clients, when we're there in court, we do avoid eviction in order to keep people housed, avoiding that cost to the community. And I want to just highlight a certain paragraph here to state that while we would like to represent all Nebraskans threatened with evictions, Legal Aid Nebraska is still a non-for-profit organization. You're not a government entity, and so we rely on funding to do our work. Grants from federal, state, local government, grants from foundation, contracts, and our private donations. We rely upon that year to year and use that funding to provide housing-related legal services to 2,573 applicants in 2022. But that number is but a small fraction of the individuals who are housing burdened in Nebraska, and even a smaller portion of the 300,000 people who are eligible for legal aid Nebraska services. We just do not have the resources or capacity to provide a counsel for every Nebraskan facing eviction and in need of representation, and that's why LB 187 is so necessary, and why Legal Aid Nebraska supports that passage and enactment. I do want to just leave some time if there are any questions for any members of the committee.
Are there any questions? Senator McKinney?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mertz. When you are finding alternatives or working with tenants and landowners about as far as like evictions in the process, are there times where landlords may negotiate a reinstatement fee to avoid an eviction?
Yes, when we are looking at those alternatives, engaged in negotiations, we're looking at not just the arrearages for rent, the balance owed, but an administrative cost that would be incurred by the defendant as part of that settlement. That would be a cost that would go towards the plaintiff's cost of filing and prosecuting the eviction.
So would it go to the court would get the reinstatement fee, or would the reinstatement fee be paid to the landlord, or?
It would be paid to the landlord.
Okay.
That would be their money, yes. It ranges from $250 to $500 typically.
Do you typically see tenants being able to pay that?
No, not out of pocket. In recent years, a lot of this has come through assistance with rental assistance, so perhaps they can split the difference where some of the arrearages are absorbed through the rental assistance program, and then they might have to have some funds they could free up to pay that reinstatement fee if that's not going to be covered by rental assistance.
Have you heard of situations where landlords are using the fact that tenants utilize the rental assistance program against them once like the lease comes back up or anything like that?
Yes, I would say broadly speaking, it is often cited as a negative if a tenant has utilized rental assistance more than once. They might cite that as why they're at risk as a tenant and not want to continue with the tenancy.
And I also would ask you, have you heard of situations where landlords were overtly encouraging tenants to apply for rental assistance?
Yes, that is also certainly something.
So it's highly potentially likely that on one hand, they're encouraging their tenants to go ahead and file for the emergency rental assistance, maybe even multiple times. Then on the other hand, they're using it against them when they're trying to refile their leases.
I can sort of repeat that I have seen both things occur, both the incentivize get them to eviction court so they can get set up with someone or get the ERA money. They can get money not just for rent, but also for fees. And at the same time, yes, there have been instances we've had firsthand accounts of, being told that our clients are not viable as tenants because they got that exact same rental assistance.
Thank you. And for those who are questioning what I'm just saying, I know a firsthand account where somebody was encouraged by their landlord to file for emergency rental assistance multiple times. The person did. And when they went back to file their lease, that landlord used it against that person. So it's not a lie. It's not a myth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions for this testifier? I don't see any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's have our next proponent. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello again. My name is Lizzie Turner, Lizzie Turner. I am a community organizer at Nebraska Appleseed for Collective Impact Lincoln. Nebraska Appleseed is a nonprofit organization that fights for justice and opportunity for all Nebraskans. Collective Impact Lincoln is a partnership between Nebraska Appleseed and Civic Nebraska that works with residents of 6 Lincoln neighborhoods to build community, support neighborhood leaders, and take action on policy that is responsive to their needs. I am here today on behalf of Collective Impact Lincoln in support of LB 187. In response to the great need that we hear from our neighbors, Collective Impact Lincoln advocates for improved housing processes that advances Nebraska as a place where everyone has somewhere to call home. This bill would give Nebraska renters the right that our state motto promises: equality before the law. This has become a deeply personal issue for me over the past year. While I have been lucky enough to not have experienced eviction myself, I have spent the past year listening to the stories of many folks in Lincoln, Omaha, and Hastings who have. Around this time last year, I began a months-long project talking with renters, service agency providers, and volunteer lawyers who represent renters at eviction court. I heard so many heart-wrenching stories from tenants who faced injustice leading up to and during their eviction. Many of these people believed that with a guaranteed right to legal counsel, they likely would have had a different outcome in their case. In Nebraska, approximately 90% of landlords had legal representation in eviction cases, while fewer than 3% of renters could say the same. And this is prior to the tenant assistance project. These numbers make it very clear that this is a vastly unequal and unjust system in which vulnerable renters are left to fend for themselves in a really scary situation. Most of the stories I've heard have been complex cases in which renters really needed someone who understands the law on their side. One renter I spoke with, who is a wheelchair user, would make reasonable requests for her building to be more accessible, which caused strife in the relationship between her and her landlord. She ultimately received an eviction notice. She did not have representation to review her case and raise legitimate defenses when she went to court. And unfortunately, in spite of the injustice she experienced, she was still evicted, removed from her home, and was unhoused for months after that. Since the beginning of the pandemic, volunteers through the Tenant Assistance Project in Lincoln and Omaha have been doing amazing work to keep hardworking Nebraskans in their homes by representing tenants at eviction court on a volunteer basis. They have demonstrated the positive impact of having representation with a nearly 98% success rate of avoiding immediate eviction. However, TAP relies on volunteer lawyers who can only represent tenants on the day of the hearing, and its reach is limited only to Omaha and Lincoln. While TAP provides a critical service, we can do so much more for Nebraska renters. For that reason, I urge you to support this bill. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this testifier? I don't see any. Thank you. Next proponent.
Senator DeVore and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Lexi Chappelle, Lexichapelle. I'm a student attorney with the Housing Justice Clinic at Nebraska Law and a volunteer with the Tenant Assistance Project. I am testifying today in support of LB 187 in my personal capacity. In my experience, the number one reason for any dispute to end up in civil litigation is a breakdown in communication, and evictions are no exception. Tenants face multiple communication barriers with their landlords. Often tenants will not speak to their landlord about problems with their tenancy due to embarrassment or pride. When tenants try to negotiate with their landlords, the inherent imbalance of power means that a tenant is often unsuccessful without help. Sometimes tenants' concerns are not taken seriously or are ignored. On eviction day, their volunteer attorney hears it all. Attorneys representing tenants in eviction cases not only act as the trained negotiators and communicators that they also are the point person to navigate tenants through the legal process, inform tenants of their rights under the law, enforce those rights against their landlord, provide understanding, sympathy, and help arrange support for their other needs. In the short amount of time that I have volunteered with TAP, I have heard stories from tenants losing employment, facing sudden medical emergencies, and the death of family members. I've also heard stories of tenants facing eviction while the landlord refuses to fix the heater when it is 10 degrees outside, or living in houses with roaches or rats. And that's just a few examples among other horror stories. To ensure fairness under the law, tenants must have a lawyer that will listen to them and fight for their interests. Part of why I signed up to work as a student attorney in the Housing Justice Clinic is to help prevent homelessness in our community. I think that should be a goal of all Nebraskans. The Tenant Assistance Project has been a saving grace for many tenants. I personally have been able to help about 30 families in 2 months, but they need their rights recognized under the law rather than just de facto support from volunteers. Funding and support from the government are necessary to sustain these efforts and address the state's problems with endemic homelessness. We know that a right to counsel in eviction matters leads to a better outcome for tenants and for society. Connecticut has already implemented a right to counsel. One source stated that of the 82% of clients that wanted to prevent an involuntary move, 71% achieved that goal. Of the 80% that sought to avoid an eviction on their record, 76% achieved that goal. The estimated cost saving to the state were $6 million. In Washington, the enactment of their law has encouraged landlords to seek alternatives to eviction that still protect their interests while reducing harm to tenants. I support this bill because it recognizes that tenants deserve legal parity with their landlords. I urge this committee to take the first step recognizing tenants as worthy of equal representation in eviction matters.
Thank you very much. Are there any, doesn't look like there are any questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's have our next proponent. Next proponent.
Good evening and hello again. My name's Jess Giesecke. That's Jessgieseke. I didn't realize that I was going to be able to make it back, so I don't really have a prepared testimony for LB 187, but I just wanted to say that I am once again here as a landlord and I support this bill. Please feel free to think of any questions you might like to ask me at the end, but I guess I'll just start out by saying, as a landlord, I'm already going into a contract with a tenant with an advantage. I've had an attorney help draft my lease agreement, and I have, I've got somebody representing me that, I can call if I need to serve, a notice to terminate, or if I need to serve a notice to correct, or, I have legal representation if I need it. And, if I'm showing up to court, I'm going to have an attorney that is helping me handle the eviction. I see no reason why, if I'm evicting a tenant, I see no reason why they shouldn't also have legal representation. I think it's ridiculous to expect a tenant that has that maybe doesn't have thorough knowledge of all of the local ordinances and the Landlord Tenant Act and housing codes and all of that to represent themselves against a landlord that has legal representation. I guess I'm not entirely sure how you guys would intend to fund this, but as a taxpayer, I'm happy to pay taxes for that. I pay taxes so that people can be represented in the county court. If they're facing criminal charges, I'm happy to pay taxes for this as well. I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Are there any questions for this testifier? I don't see any. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next proponent.
Yeah, that's right. There's a murmur over here. Good evening. My name is Spike Eichholt, S-P-I-K-E. Last name is E-I-C-K-H-O-L-T. I'm appearing on behalf of the ACLU of Nebraska in support of LB 187. I'm not going to read from my statement. You've been here for 5 hours. You've heard a lot of testimony. This bill's straightforward. It's a good bill. People are entitled to be represented in criminal cases, even if it's a minor charge, if they're going to get even 1 day jail. You're right to have an appointed lawyer if you cannot afford it and you're looking at a day jail. This would have a similar sort of proposal, and that is if you're looking at getting evicted and losing everything, your home, your property, your job, your family's home, then the county will pay or the government will provide for you to have an attorney appointed to represent you. Many of you, if you've ever been in legal trouble before or have someone close to you, you have a lawyer help you do that. You'd never ever consider, even if you're passing laws and state senators, not going into court without a lawyer or going to court without a lawyer. You have lawyers on this committee, not here right now today necessarily, but you have lawyers on this committee to help you do your job. You have lawyers working in the body, so you appreciate the significance of legal representation on these things. I don't know if there's going to be any opposition to it, but if there is opposition, I suspect that would be reason for supporting the bill, because that would tell you, as a policymaker, I would respectfully suggest that lawyers make a difference, that lawyers matter, that lawyers make evictions more difficult for landlords, that they make it more difficult for people who are represented versus someone who's not represented. I had court today at 1:30 for 3 clients. I was able to get in and out of here and back here probably about 1:45. It was just an arraignment, but I was able to do it because I know the people, I know the court system, I know the court staff, and that's how lawyers make things work more efficiently and smoothly and benefit their clients. This is a good policy decision, as Senator John Kavanaugh explained before, because it does save the counties, it does cost the counties, but it does save the counties and the community more. There are defenses to evictions. Last year, one of the bills that were included in the omnibus package was a bolstering of the domestic violence exception for criminal conduct for victims and family members. Someone not represented is not going to know how to raise that in court if they're facing eviction. They're just not going to know how to do that. And this bill will provide for that opportunity. I'll answer any questions if anyone has any, and I appreciate the committee's time.
Thank you, Mr. Eichel. Questions from Mr. Eichel? I don't see any. Thank you for being here. Next proponent. Next proponent. Okay, we will now take opponents. Is there anyone who would like to testify in opposition? Welcome.
Thank you. Got rid of my jacket. Jeff Kringle, Jeffkringle. Have any of you spent a session in eviction court? I do. I represent myself for my evictions. And I'm going to give you just a little brief picture of what that's like. And what I have to say is what around 90% from what my seat poll tells me of every attorney and every other landlord that represents themselves says. I am Jeff Kringle, 13,000 Old Cheney Road, Walton, Nebraska, managing 1814 North 68th Street. The defendant has failed and neglected to pay their rent for a certain amount for the month of such and such. That's it. That is the question before the court. It is that simple. What's an attorney going to say about that? I will tell you, now that we've had the free blood-sucking leeches down there for about 2 years, I'm going to tell you a couple or 3 things that they've done. Nothing to do with the case before us. Did they or did they not pay their rent? One case, the service of the 7-day notice or the court, I guess it was the notice of the court date by the sheriff's department, didn't get sent to them within 3 days of filing. It was 4 days. By some Supreme Court thing, that's against the rules. However, once this gets thrown out of court, I find out, oh, that's judicial days, 3 judicial days, not calendar days. This included a Saturday and a Sunday. That court's not even doing business on a Friday, so I don't know if that would have really counted. Another time, you folks and your predecessors and your larger body decided to go to a 7-day notice because of the mail. We understand that. There was a reason for it. Because of one of these people that are helping them, talking about 3 to 4 extra days for mailing, the judge decided since we mailed it, that wasn't good enough. Nope, thrown out, didn't get 7-day notice. The exact 7-day notice that you folks have asked us to do, we did to the letter, and it got thrown out. Anyway, that's just a couple stories, reality, the subject at hand for, I suppose, well over 90% of the cases before the court is did they or did they not pay rent?
Okay.
Thank you.
Are there any questions? seems the
Thank
later
you
it
very
gets, the
much.
less questions there are. All right, next opponent.
Dennis, Dennis, Tierney, Tierny. Vice Chair DeVore and Senators, LB 187 would appoint a public defender for every single defendant in an eviction proceeding at the county taxpayer expense. Right now, the defendant has the right to an attorney at their own expense. There's no Nebraska precedent for one side of a civil proceeding to have their attorney supplied by the taxpayers. This is a bad precedent that may lead to all sorts of other individuals asking for taxpayer-funded attorneys in civil proceedings. What makes tenants so special that a taxpayer should pay for their lawyer in a civil matter, but not for others? Americans have the expectation of equality under law. How is it equal if one side has a taxpayer-funded attorney and the other side doesn't? I take issue with Senator Kavanaugh's numbers as to how much this is going to save the taxpayers. The already beleaguered Nebraska taxpayers. The numbers that I could find, the latest numbers for the Princeton Eviction Lab, there were 10,300 evictions in Nebraska in 2018. The overwhelming majority of them would be in Douglas and Lancaster counties. According to the Nebraska Bar Association report of July 22, the court-appointed attorney hourly rate for 90% of the counties in district, juvenile, and county court is $95 to $100 an hour. So you'd expect that would be if there's a court-appointed attorney, that would be how much the taxpayer is paying. According to attorneys I've asked, it would be reasonable to expect the taxpayer-supplied court attorney to ask for continuances and submit many other motions designed to delay proceedings, all of which will add more billable hours to the county taxpayers and extra legal costs for landlords. One would expect each eviction to cost the taxpayers a minimum of $500, which come to a total of $5,150,000 yearly. Since they have a free counsel, one would also expect many tenants to ask for an appeal of the eviction, which I've been told by lawyers would easily add another 20 to 40 billable hours for legal research, writing, and arguing the case on appeal. Senators, this bill is not only unjust, it would result in potentially ruinous costs to the already overburdened Nebraska taxpayers, and I ask you to reject it. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Senator Decay.
Thank you. What's the main reason for evictions? Is there one that's above the other?
Probably the main reason is non-payment of rent, but there are other reasons. I mean, I had a tenant who was schizophrenic, who went off his meds, who became not a liability, a threat to the other tenants. He was armed, and the police wouldn't do anything about it. They wouldn't help us. We ended up having to protect the other tenants. We ended up having to evict this poor man. So there's a lot of other reasons that can happen, but we had to protect the other tenants. It was our duty to protect the other tenants. This guy was threatening the other tenants with guns, and the police couldn't do anything about it. So there's a lot of reasons that people can be evicted. I mean, not just one personal case we had, but the most common reason is non-payment of rent.
So like when, are these standard contracts that tenants and landlords sign together, or are they drawn up, or how does that work?
Most leases, it depends. I mean, they have to all conform with the Nebraska Tenant and Landlord Act. But each landlord can make up their own, as long as it conforms with the Tenant Act, Landlord Tenant Act. It has to conform with that.
So when these contracts are signed by a landlord tenant, is there lawyers present for that or not?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, Senator McKinney?
Thank you, Senator DeVore, and thank you for your testimony. So as I'm listening, you argued that if tenants are afforded an opportunity to have legal counsel, there's potential for added cost to you for attorney fees and things like that. But have you considered that an eviction and the impact that an eviction could have on somebody? It's like a domino effect. If somebody gets evicted, It's potential that they could lose their job, they could lose their custody of their kids. It's so many things that can happen if someone is evicted. So the same way you're saying that there's an added cost to us if they have legal counsel, there's an added cost to the tenant if they're evicted, especially if they're evicted based on a technicality and not having adequate legal representation.
Senator, I have never heard of anyone being evicted for a technicality. A landlord does not want to evict a tenant. There are customers. We want to keep our customers. No landlord wants to evict a tenant, and no landlord is foolish enough to evict a tenant because of a technicality. It just doesn't happen. And I think that's a bad characterization of what happens with evictions. They're not evicted because of a technicality. It's a reality that they know they're not paying the rent, or they know that they're being a bad actor towards other tenants.
So
it's not a technicality. It's not a technicality.
Everybody in court for evictions found, are all evictions upheld? When you file for an eviction, in every situation, is it upheld or not? Because if not, that means that people are going to court that may end up in this domino effect if they don't have adequate representation, because I would guarantee not every eviction that is filed is upheld.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
that's obvious. You can't have, there's not such a thing as 100% of evictions filed are upheld.
Okay. One person is going to talk at a time. Please let the senator ask.
There's not 100% of evictions upheld. I mean, that'd be silly for somebody to say that.
And that's my point. All of them are upheld. So the same way you're arguing that you are worried for added costs, you also should consider the added cost to somebody that has to go through eviction court who potentially is evicted because they didn't have adequate legal counsel. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
Are there other questions? Senator Decay has a question.
Thank you. When you said the main reason probably for evictions, late notice or late payment?
But non-payment.
Non-payment. So do you, as a landlord, do most landlords go in and say, hey, non-payment on a Monday and you start the proceedings because they're a day later? Do you give them a letter in the mail that says non-payment and like, we need to be paid by Friday?
Most landlords will try to work with the tenant. Most of landlords will give them a grace period in which to pay. It's quite unusual to have a landlord say, you owe on the first, I'm going to evict you on the second if you don't pay. That just doesn't happen very often at all. That would be quite unusual. The vast majority of landlords and property management companies are going to give the tenant a grace period to pay. And they'll call them up and say, hey, what's the issue? We'll discuss it with them. They say, I didn't get paid like I thought I was going to get this week. I'll pay you on Tuesday. They work it out.
Would that grace?
They have to communicate.
Would that grace period still apply, say, in the contract that says no pets, no smoking? Would a landlord go in and visit with them, say, hey, contract says no pets, you have 3 to 4 or 5 days to get rid of them, find another home for them, or is it a first day, first offense eviction on that?
No, most of the time they'll tell them, well, they've got a couple options. One is you can start paying pet rent, which they do, but that's another story. But they usually say you either have to start paying pet rent or you have to get rid of the pets, and you got so much time to do it. What was your other thing?
Smoking.
Oh, smoking. Yeah, I mean, to give them a chance to quit the smoking, and quite frankly, I have non-smoking buildings. Smoking, in addition to all the damage it does to the person, causes damage to properties, and so we have non-smoking policies. But you have to give them a certain notice. You can't just evict them. You have to give them a 14, 30-day notice. They have 14 days to quit the behavior or to make a change. So they're protected by the Landlord-Tenant Act. You have to give them a notice. You just can't evict them the Landlord Tenant Act gives them those protections.
Thank you.
Other questions for this testifier? I don't see any. Let's have our next opponent.
Thank you, Senator DeBoer. Other senators, Lynn Fisher, LYNNFISHER, and I still represent the Statewide Property Owners Association. And on this bill, I've been asked to speak on behalf of the Nebraska Manufactured Housing Association as well. And I've already submitted under the Statewide Property Owners a statement, and I'm not going to repeat it. But I just want to make a couple of clarifications and state that as an industry, we have a vested interest in helping tenants avoid eviction. That is our number one goal, Senator McKinney, is to avoid eviction. We do not want to go to eviction court. When we have to go to eviction court, it's because we are forced and dragged with our expensive lawyer in hand to go to court because of the actions or the lack of actions on the part of a tenant. Fortunately, it's only a very small minority of our tenants. My personal company, we manage over 800 doors. I go to eviction court maybe 4 or 5 times a year. Very small percentage of my customers end up in court. I don't want to go there. None of my fellow property managers want to go to eviction court. That's not our goal. We're trying to avoid it at every possible opportunity. We do that by trying to work with tenants to avoid these things. So if it turns out that they force us, that they create a situation that's unavoidable and we have to go to eviction court, I agree that they should have legal representation. And I think our association agrees that they should have representation. They have it now. They have the tenant tenant assistance project. They have legal aid. If you decide to force the taxpayers to pay, so be it. It's just going to raise taxes and consequently raise other expenses to all property owners. Maybe it won't be that big an effect on our members in our organization, and maybe it's not a problem. But so who's going to pay for it is the question. In other states, and I think this is one of our biggest concerns, if this passes and initially the taxpayers pay, in other states it ends up being property owners who get the bill eventually. They're going to change the law once it's in place and say, well, this is something that the people that are defending themselves against non-payment of rent are going to have to pay for. So not only pay our attorney, we're going to have to pay the other side. And that's what happens in other states now. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions for this testifier? Senator McKinney.
Honestly, the reality is though, regardless if they get a lawyer and the taxpayers pay for it, or they don't have a lawyer and they're evicted and put on the streets, the taxpayers are gonna pay for that. That's just the reality. And I just don't understand, what are you so scared of if everything you're doing as far as your eviction filing is up to code and up to the standard? So if someone is having a lawyer or a legal counsel, what are you scared of?
I'm not. I think they should have representation. I said that.
All right. I'm just curious.
I said they should have representation.
So if you think they should have representation, why didn't you come in neutral?
I didn't. I came in opposition to this bill.
That's my point. You came in opposition, but you think they should have representation.
Because I think this is going to be a slippery slope where we're going to end up having to pay the other side's attorney fees.
Why?
Because it happens in other states. When this bill, a similar bill is passed in other states, then eventually we end up paying the bill.
Do you have an example?
I can bring them to you. I'll send them to you.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Senator McKinney. Other questions? Thank you for being here. Next opponent. How many more are going to testify on this bill? Okay, thank you.
Scott Hoffman, HOFFMAN. After hearing all the testimony here, man, I'm glad I haven't done an eviction in a while. But I second what somebody brought up here. This is a civil matter. It's not a criminal matter. People are not entitled to attorneys unless it is in criminal court. And I totally agree with that. And here's another thing. You're talking about discrimination. There's nothing on there about a landlord having an attorney appointed him to represent. Not all landlords got deep pockets. Okay, you need to understand that some landlords are out there, maybe have 1 or 2 properties. Somebody's not paying their rent, the mortgage don't get paid, and then the banks are saying, well, I got a tenant that's not paying me rent. He's dragging me through eviction court. I mean, you're not looking at the big picture here. I mean, there's 2 sides to every coin here. And you're also going to take where I've avoided going into court, where I've negotiated with tenants. You know, somebody may come to me and say, I lost my job, Scott, I can't pay the rent. I go, well, what are you going to do? I go, well, are you going to move? And they say, well, I'm going to try. And so we negotiate and work that through. But if they're going to have a situation, well, no, I get a free attorney. Let's just go to court and hash it out. Yeah, that's not too fair to us. When we're going to sit there and have to hire an attorney to belabor the fact, there is certain issues here. I mean, if you're not paying the rent, I don't need to know what counsel has to be involved with that. I mean, if you're having domestic problems or you're disturbing the neighbors or the police are coming over to your property or destroying my property, it appears to be that way. Yeah, we can use that. And to answer your question, Senator DeKay, it's a 1430 on something other than paying rent. We have to give the people 14 days to take care of this. This is something I tried to explain to Pansy Brooks last year because she didn't understand it. It's complicated. You have to wait 14 days. They have to get rid of the pet within 14. So on a 15th day, they don't have it, then they have to be out by the end of the month. Okay. So all this is explained in the Tenant Landlord Act, which a lot of you senators are creating these bills, but don't completely understand the Tenant Landlord Act, like a lot of us landlords have been doing it for 30 years. And we go to our attorney. And when we do approach our attorney and the tenant isn't being represented by a lawyer, my attorney goes to them and talks to them. If it's about rent, ask them if they've got the rent. And if they say no, then he's going to go to the judge and explain to it. The last time I had an eviction court, the gal asked for an extra 3 or 4 days. And if I didn't grant it, she wanted to have a hearing. I granted it, voided the hearing. We were out of the courtroom and she left. Okay, so a lot of this, you don't need to be represented by an attorney. My attorney's going to come over and talk to the tenant, work things out, make sure everything's, copacetic, and then we move on from there. But to have somebody come in with a technicality, mainly on the tenant side, well, you didn't do this, or you have a code violation here, so therefore they're entitled to continue to stay there. It's like, I don't understand that at all. So.
Thank you, sir. Let's see if there are questions. Senator McCain.
So you just argued that you don't understand the tenant statutes completely. We potentially don't in your argument. So what makes you think the tenants understand it, which means they probably should have legal counsel as well?
I'm talking about the difference between criminal court and civil court.
No, what I'm saying is you argue that because you don't fully understand the tenant rights in the statutes that you hire a lawyer. You also argue that senators sitting on this committee potentially don't fully understand the statutes either. And if that is the case, what makes you think that tenants also fully understand the statutes, which would be a prime example of why they need legal counsel?
Well, Senator, is it my responsibility that a tenant's supposed to understand the Tenant Landlord Act any better than I am or any less than I do? No. I mean, if you're going to rent property in the state of Nebraska, and we explain it to them all the time. In fact, some of our rent wise, which Mr. Fisher explained earlier, they hand them pamphlets about the tenant landlord. You're supposed to give that to your tenants. It's one of the registration requirements in the city of Lincoln. If you have a triplex or above, I don't. But countering your offer, I'm saying, like I said, the tenant landlord is it's very complicated, and it keeps on being revised. And who understands it? What are you supposed to do here? Before we end up in a courtroom of law, and people are still trying to figure it out.
So you think it's fair for somebody who doesn't fully understand the law to negotiate with your attorney?
No, I think it's when you.
That's what you said. You said in court you get tenants to talk to your attorney.
If they're not represented by a lawyer.
Do you think that's fair?
I think it's fine. If he goes over there and asks him if it's involving non-payment of rent, I mean, do you have the rent? Are you going to be able to pay it? These are questions that my attorney asks them.
See, that's
and they say no. Well, then where do you go from there? Okay, you think you should be entitled to stay in somebody's property because you can't pay the rent while we continue to maintain that property and pay the property taxes, some of the highest in the nation?
You shouldn't have your rights violated. That's the point.
There's no rights violated. This is about my rights being violated to pursue my business so that I can get the money that I need to to pay everybody else to support this state through my tax dollars.
So every eviction that you filed over the years was upheld?
Yes, because I haven't done one for a while. And there's a
Everyone-
reason why I vet people. I have to vet them because of everything you're doing here. We go through it. I can tell you, there's a dozen reasons I can reject somebody. I can come up with a dozen reasons, you know, if I don't want to rent to somebody. I don't do that intentionally, but if you force us, yeah, anybody can do that.
So
Yeah.
everyone you have filed was upheld, but the reality is every eviction that is filed in the state of Nebraska is not upheld. For
And
whatever reason.
for reasons that just are beyond my comprehension here. If you're not paying the rent, you're not following terms of the lease, why should you be entitled to stay in that person's home?
But sometimes they're dismissed because landowners are doing something wrong or not doing what's right.
I think that's a very small fraction. I think from what you've heard in this hearing room today, a lot of us are not like that.
If it was a small fraction, then our courts would not be filled with evictions weekly.
Well, I
Thank you.
don't handle inflation, I don't handle the rents, and I know they're extremely high. And like Senator Kavanaugh, with the inflation, everything like, the only people responsible for that are government, okay? I mean, everything has to do with how they set the valuations, how much tax dollars we have to pay, that spurs everything. And I mentioned earlier, I've had problems hiring
And we're
people.
also allowed the ability to, establish laws to create fairness inside of our courts pertaining to the eviction process.
Well, I think we'd all do better with a lot less laws personally. And, and then we can negotiate with, no, we have our own personal leases. I haven't been in, tell you, Senator, I haven't been in the courtroom for over 5 years. I've been doing this for 40 years, okay? And there's a reason why I stay out of the courtroom. And there's a gentleman in this room that I would never want to negotiate with trying to get somebody out of my property. But the problem is I hear all the horror stories that people tell me. I went to eviction court. You can't believe what had to do or some kind of technicality. And it's usually on the tenant side arguing about something. The landlord is just trying to rent his property. This is a business. We're in it to make money, okay? And if we're going to lose money, we're not going to do it, okay? And the myth, one thing about Senator Kavanaugh, I've been trying to buy property, Senator, and I haven't been able to do it. Property values have skyrocketed. A lot of landlords have been priced out of the market. In fact, I sold several of my homes to people privately. So that's a myth too. That's not happening right now with the market.
Thank you.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you.
All right.
Let me see if there are other questions for you. Oh, I don't see. Okay, next. Welcome.
Welcome, Senator Boer, members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Gene Eckel. It's Geneckel. I'm a board member from the Nebraska Association of Commercial Property Owners and the Apartment Association of Nebraska, appearing today on behalf of both associations to testify in opposition to LB 187. As has been pointed out already today, LB 187 issues an unfunded mandate to Douglas and Lancaster County to fund court-appointed counsel to any tenant that's being evicted, regardless of their ability to pay for legal counsel themselves. Such costs will likely be paid by the residential homeowners and commercial property owners in these counties by increased property taxes. In other words, property owners in Douglas and Lancaster County will pay increased property taxes to pay for free legal counsel by tenants who breach the terms of their lease because they failed to pay rent, failed to abide by the terms of the lease, rules, or regulations, committed a criminal act on the premises, intentionally caused property damage to the rental dwelling, refused to move out after their lease terminated, or illegally are squatting on a property's owner's residential property. While proponents of right to counsel legislation like to point out that landlords are typically represented by counsel, they fail to explain that a lot of rental properties, especially multifamily housing, are owned by limited liability companies, limited partnerships, and corporations. And in Nebraska, only an attorney licensed in Nebraska can represent such entities in the courts of the state. That's Nebraska Revised Statute, Section 7-101. So landlords have no other choice than to hire an attorney to represent them in court evictions. Some, if they represent themselves because they own the property in their own name, they can go and represent themselves. But typically, they're going to be an incorporated entity and they have no choice. And if they show up at court to try to do an eviction, the judge will dismiss it or tell them, we're going to go ahead and continue this to another day because you can't represent your company. Even in cases where a tenant is represented by counsel, the end result is typically that the tenant is forced to move out anyway, which costs more for the evicted tenant because of moving costs, perhaps higher rent at their new residence. Any delay provided to the tenant to move out results in a loss of income to the landlord for not receiving rent during an extension of time given to the tenant to move out, and the detrimental effect to neighboring tenants or neighbors that are in fear of retaliation by the tenant that may have committed criminal acts or were interfering with their quiet enjoyment to move out. A better approach would be to establish funding to pay for emergency rental assistance. That would allow tenants to stay in their properties and not be evicted, at least for cases that are involving non-failure to pay rent, which is the majority of all the eviction cases. So we urge you not to advance LB 187 to general file. Thank you for your time, and I'd like to be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Eccles. Senator Blood.
Thank you, Vice Chair DeBoer. Can you repeat that sentence about when they have attorneys, they still are likely, like, I want to hear it verbatim. I just want to make sure I heard
Sure.
you right.
Typically, when there is a negotiated agreement at court.
I want to hear the sentence verbatim because I want to make sure I ask the question.
Okay.
So you said, I'm sorry to put you on the spot.
Even in cases where a tenant is represented by counsel, the end result is typically that the tenant is forced to move out anyway, which costs more for the evicted tenant because of moving costs and perhaps higher rent at their new residence.
So can you tell me, based on your experience, what percentage that would be then? What percentage of evictions?
The ones that we negotiate at court,
The ones that you're aware of? Because you said it in a very broad way, so are you just saying that this is your knowledge base from what you know?
yes. Well, again, if someone doesn't show up at court, it's going to be a default judgment.
Right.
Okay.
But
Someone shows,
what I want, I'm not, sorry, we're all tired. I just want to make sure we keep moving, so I'm not trying to be rude in any way.
sure.
What I want to know is what percentage of people are going to get evicted anyway? And if you're talking, based on that sentence, are you talking about evictions in general or in your knowledge base?
I'm talking about evictions where there is a negotiated agreement at court where the tenant is represented by counsel.
What percentage
I-
do you think that
well,
happens?
I would, in my opinion, without having all the numbers, I would say 90% or more.
Really? 90% or more? So do you see then
Depending-
why there also might be a concern?
No.
And I'm not taking sides here, so don't get angry with me. I just want to know if you
I
can see where
understand.
people could get concerned.
Well, let me write that back. Again, it really depends on what the negotiated agreement. Sometimes they get rental assistance, so
Right.
they get to stay. But if they don't pay the rental assistance by a certain period of time, they have to move out. Sometimes there is an agreement that they will be given 10 days, 7 days, 14 days to move out.
But are you saying that only like 10% get rental assistance?
Only
I mean,
10%.
based on 90% are going to get evicted anyway? Or are you saying that the rental assistance just drags it on longer?
It could. What I'm trying to say is that there are times when, and I can't give you an exact percentage because we have to work through all the, what I'm saying that there, a lot of times, if there is a negotiated agreement, it could be they agree to move out by a certain date, even though they're represented by counsel because that was the agreement. The counsel could see and say, look, they didn't pay rent, or they committed a criminal act, or they committed some other lease violation. And so they know that we could have a trial, or we could forego the trial and reach an agreement, and the person would still have to leave.
So you kind of lumped everything together in one sentence, it sounds like. And I understand why you did that because it's more timely and.
Well, yeah, but
I wish I
again,
could see some like real data, real facts like that report we were talking about earlier. Like
Sure.
for me, I clearly understand both sides, like clearly. And having been on the city council, we worked with landlords a lot. I know there's issues on both sides. But here's what I'm not seeing is people on your side, I hate to say sides, I kind of hate using that word, giving me facts, data, science. Like I want to see data. So if you can provide stuff like that for me, for my office, I'd be very appreciative.
well, I mean, I can give you based on my experience, right? And I can pour through all the negotiated stipulated orders. I can't speak for all the other attorneys, but I believe that would probably be majority of the time that there might be some. There's going to be cases where regardless if they had a counsel or not, they're still moving out.
But do you see how data like that could be really beneficial to you? When you come
But
in
the
front
only
of
way you're
us?
going to know that is if someone pours through the stipulated orders, and the Supreme Court's not going to give that information.
I'm sorry, what am I not gonna have access to?
The only way to know and do a report on how many of those cases that were, a counsel was there, that the person still had to move out. The only way to know that is if you poured through all the cases and downloaded all the stipulated orders that were submitted to the court when you created, you made an agreement in court on the eviction. The only way you're going to do that is if you pour through all the cases, downloaded all the stipulated orders, and reviewed them.
Who do you represent again?
I represent the Apartment Association of Nebraska.
How many members do you have?
We have, I believe we have 84 owners and property management companies. I forget how many properties we have represented, but I think it's over 52,000 units.
So, I mean, clearly based on letters of opposition and things that I have, somebody sent out some kind of email blast that people cut and paste into our online comments. Wouldn't it be just as easy for you to survey your members and say, hey, we need this data? How many evictions did you have? What were the results? Did the people have attorneys? What were the results with and without the
Sure.
attorneys?
Yeah, it'd be voluntary. We can't control the response
Which
rate.
is how we get a lot of our data. Is voluntary.
But we can't control the
NACO does
response
that
rate.
all the time for us. We get information from the counties. They blast it out to their members.
Sure.
So do you see what I'm saying? I'm saying like, I know you guys come here every year and you fight this. And every year, the people that are trying to lift up the people come here and fight this. One group is showing me data and statistics, and the other group seems to be kind of angry. And again, I understand why you're angry, but I'm not hearing data.
Well, Senator, first of all, the reason why we oppose this bill, because it's an unfunded mandate to the counties that will be shifted, we believe.
I get that. I'm
property
all about
taxes.
unfunded mandates.
If people
you know
want,
that.
if the groups want to pay and find funding for council, they can do that. But don't make it an unfunded mandate on the property owners. which we
I
believe
hear
is gonna happen.
clearly what you're saying. I don't think you hear what I'm saying.
But
I'm asking, and because we could go on all night. I'm asking that when you guys come, bring me data, bring me facts, not just opinions, because that helps you and that helps us.
Well, we can ask our members for a survey, but again, that's only our members. It's not the whole state. And the people that are coming in here with data are probably getting it from whether it could be Supreme Court or whoever. So
But
we don't
again,
have that information available to us.
when we campaign and people do those polls, do you think they pull every person in our district? They pull a very small section, and based on that small section, big decisions are made. I know it's a small group, but it's still a benefit to us. And again, I hear what you're saying, and it's good on you that you keep going back on what you're trying to say, but I want you to hear what I'm saying. Please bring us data.
We'll ask our members to provide that data.
Thank you.
Any other questions for this testifier? Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Senator.
We're going to take a break for a few minutes after this hearing. So everybody just hang in for another few minutes.
Thank you in advance for your time, committee. Again, my name is Christy Lamb, represent MP Dodge Management Company. I am a member, KRISTYLAMV. I am a member of the Institute of Real Estate Management and a member of the Apartment Association. We do oppose LB 187 for some of the similar reasons that Gina Eckel and the Apartment Association brought to the table. I would offer, and maybe I can help provide some clarity in some certain areas to the best of my ability. I do believe that the National Apartment Association does have some information and data as it relates to other states have already put similar legislation in place, such as New York City and some other states have considered pilot programs with similar legislation. And their information that I have read, similar to what Jean was trying to articulate, is saying that those individuals that have legal representation, there is a high percentage, and I would say at least 70%, especially if it relates to non-payment of rent, that there's still a high likelihood that those individuals, even with that legal representation,
they may forego having that writ of restitution on their record, or they may get an extension of time, but they are still forced to move. So as a representative of landlords, we want to keep people in their homes. That is in the best interest of the renter. That is in the best interest of the landlord. That's our win-win situation. So when we talk about putting excess funds, through taxpayer monies into something like this, I guess I would be remiss if we didn't say, where can we use those funds in better places, again, to create win-win situations? These types of funds, we could spend less money than potentially what is being proposed here and bump up that emergency rental assistance program, with the caveat that those funds are getting in the hands of the right people that truly need emergency rental assistance. I was a little dismayed over the last few years when working with individuals that applied for rental assistance, which were pretty open and honest about the fact that they really didn't need it due to COVID or lack of employment. But there is a need out there. And this is a very specific case where if we can get in front of them in advance, we're not getting to that point where we're having that risk of eviction or excess moving expenses. When we do win those cases, we can keep them in their homes. So bump up that emergency rental assistance program and or provide more funding to those public housing authorities so that we get more people on those programs and things of that nature. So I just think there's a better use of the funds, considering some of the data that shows those individuals that do have legal counsel likely still need to move. So how can we keep them in their homes? That's a win-win solution.
Are there questions for this testifier? I don't see any. Thank you for being here.
I have one last comment. That's right. Thank you.
Sorry, you read my face. Next testifier.
Hello, Ann Sheffield, ANNESHEFFIELD. I'm in the apartment management industry. I work for commercial investment properties. This is my first time ever doing this. I oppose this bill not because I don't think they should have representation. I just don't feel it should be paid by the tax dollars of the people. Legal aid has been excellent when I go to court and when I've had my experience with them, and I feel like that using a nonprofit to have access to those legal aids is helpful. To answer some of your questions, the last time I had to go to eviction court was for 1430 due to a lease violation because they continued to smoke weed, and we are a smoke-free property. We gave them ample opportunities. Me going to the door, physically smelling it, letting them know, issuing the 1430. Even after issuing the 1430, we gave them another chance. Hey, this is your final warning. Like, if we smell this again, if we continue to have complaints by your neighbors, I will have to take further action. I can't be your mom all the time to tell you not to do this. You've signed this document knowing we are smoke-free property. As we issued the eviction, because they still failed to adhere to the 1430, they came to me, and as a company that I work for, we are one of our key things is to be transparent to our residents, just as we would want to be. So we met. I told them what court would be like. I said, it is your best interest to be there, to communicate to us, to make an amends. We actually let them stay longer because they were struggling to find a new place. They didn't have the money to move necessarily right there. But again, they were not considerate of understanding the lease terms of what they agreed to. And so we did ask them to move within the 30 days and gave that time. Again, legal aid helped them with this, but I oppose this because I do not feel that it should come from the funds of which we're looking to have it. I think there's other options with getting the assistance program, which has been great. There's been some tremendous oversight, I think, and mistakes where we've been overpaid by the funds. And so we've actually caught them and we've given the money back to those agencies. We've had residents who've taken advantage of those programs where we didn't catch them and they got the monies and then they put their notice to vacate in and just kept the money because it was in their account. We try to catch all of that. I think there's lots of issues within these programs that we have set up, but I think there's other ways around it than this route to still get everything that's needed to supply, give tenants options to have counsel, just not in the way that it's put into the process right now.
All right, thank you. Are there questions? Senator McKinney?
Thank you.
Yeah.
So if instead of the counties paying, the state pays it some way so legal aid could do this, would that be okay?
I think that would be a great, I mean, I think that would be helpful. I think it is helpful for the leases that we have with our residents. I mean, I know it's been said that, they're 8 pages. There's other addendums to it, but they're for the resident and they're for the company.
In your argument, you said you don't think the utilization of taxpayer dollars is okay. But if we pay for it through our budget, that is taxpayer dollars.
Right, so legal aid, I believe, is also a nonprofit. Is that
Yes,
where they get?
but we could, if we passed a bill and we had a grant program for entity similar to legal aid to apply to get a grant, which is coming from taxpayer dollars, that would be the same thing.
Is that grant reviewed every year for if they're going to offer those grant processes?
Some grants are yearly and some are not. I'm just saying, we would still be using taxpayer dollars as the state pays for it. So either way, taxpayers can pay for it. And you argued that it's not good for the county to pay, but it's good for the state to pay taxpayer dollars for it.
Right. And so you've heard a lot about property taxes and all of that stuff too that have gone up. But I feel that the agencies that have spoken for this bill, they get funding. And I think that there's ways around it for them to help in the same fashion without having to go this route.
No, what I'm saying is some of them do get funded and some of these agencies get funded through taxpayer dollars.
Right. And I don't know all the logistics of that, so I don't want to argue something that I don't know in depth with you without stating facts. So that would be something more for me to research and get back with you.
Thank you, Senator McKinney. Other questions? Don't see any. Any other testifiers in the opposition? There we go.
Hi, my name is Pierce Carpenter, Piercecarpenter. I oppose this bill, and I'm somewhat grateful to Mr. Kavanaugh for actually coming up with a lot of numbers. If you search for Douglas County evictions online, the data comes up, and he's got July through December. So if you take that number and double it, it should be about what it is for a year, which is doubled. It's 8,950 evictions. So if you take that and you multiply, you figure an eviction costs a landlord $500 and you lose 2 months rent. And when you multiply it out, that's $22 million. That's what the evictions cost last year. Now, the reality is this number is a lot lower than it was in what Dennis pointed out. In 1918 or in 2018, it was 10,800, something like that. The reason for that is Biden spent $7 trillion last year, and there's money everywhere. So what's going to happen is when all that money stops flowing and Match Systems no longer has money for the COVID, you're going to see this eviction count go up to 1,200-1,300, and that 22 million will become 33 million. And then when you add on to that free attorneys, the attorneys will make those costs go up because they're going to search through your eviction procedures and documentation, and they'll find out, well, he didn't sign it here. Well, the name is spelled wrong here. Well, this is good, but it's 3 lines off and it's supposed to have this contained. So, the protocol things are probably going to cost, I was estimating $7 million. Now, this is based on today's numbers, but the reality is we're talking in terms of 2023. By 2030, my guess is there'll be unlimited continuances put into the eviction procedure. So in other words, you go to evict somebody and it takes a month, and then they say, oh, well, the water wasn't hot. So you get 2 weeks for that. And they say, not only was the water hot, but my windows broke in the bedroom. So you get 2 more weeks for that. It can go on and on forever. That's what's going on in California. So if you lock the state or the county into any of these expenses, they will go up geometrically. This will be an astronomical figure before I die. And whatever gets approved is going to go off the charts. Look what happened to Social Security and Medicare. This is just another government program that's going to ramp up and become so expensive that it'll be a catastrophe for everybody. Now, how does that affect tenants? Well, we have to spend another $7 million on evictions, that money has to be paid by tenants. And that means we'll have to raise every tenant $7 a month for every tenant
So
in
that's,
Omaha.
that's your time, sorry.
I know, I see that.
Okay, let's see if there are any questions for you. I don't see any. Thank you
Good.
so much for being here.
Yes.
All right, are there any other opponents? Is there anyone who is here in the neutral capacity? All right, while Senator Kavanaugh comes up to close, I will read for the record that there are 56 letters, 26 in support, and 30 in opposition.
Thank you, Vice Chair DeBoer, and thanks everybody for your attention. I'll try and be as brief as possible because I know everybody wants a break and you've been working hard and you've got a lot of work left to do still. First off, I would just point out that we changed the continuance law last year to actually get eviction court to be closer to actual other civil court, which allows for one continuance with good cause shown and no subsequent continuances without extreme cause shown. So there's not going to be runaway continuances in these courtrooms. These hearings get resolved in minutes, even when they're represented. You heard folks come and say, even when there's representation, the outcome is mostly set. But I appreciate, I think it was Mr. Tierney's testimony. He made the case exactly why we need this. The story he told there, none of these folks want to evict anybody. I believe that. Everybody would rather have tenants stay in, pay rent. But when it comes to the point and they feel like they really have to evict somebody, they avail themselves of the court system and they go through the process. Mr. Tierney laid out a situation in which he violated the Fair Housing Act by evicting that man because of his mental health issues. And so if that man had a lawyer, he maybe wouldn't have been evicted or they would have resolved that issue. And so they don't want to go through this process. And when they choose to do that, then it needs to be done appropriately. And so that's a good example. 90% of these are for non-payments. 90% of them are going to be resolved the same way. But to that one person who's experiencing that mental health crisis, having a lawyer who's there that can tell them that they have a right to have this go through this process and they have a right to object to this because they're experiencing a mental health issue, that's what this is about. And that's why this is important, to make sure that everybody's rights are effectuated. I would point out also that I appreciate the folks who came, Mr. Fisher and I believe Mr. Eckel came and testified on this bill last year or 2 years ago. Mr. Fisher testified in the neutral, didn't like where the money came from last time, but liked that people had lawyers. We're just trying to find the right place to put this money to make sure that this gets done right. Mr. Eckel, same problem last time, said didn't like the funding mechanism last time, doesn't like funding mechanism this time. We are continuing to look. Senator McKinney's suggestion is a fair one. I think some other federal funding may be available if we can figure out a way to do that. But if we can solve the funding problem, it sounds like people think people should have lawyers. And I think they've made a very good case. The opposition here today laid out good reasons why it'd be important for people to have lawyers. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions for Senator Kavanaugh?
One quick one.
Senator Decay?
Thank you. I appreciate the testimony of the bill coming forward today so we can visit about it. With that being said, with representation by either party involved in these eviction court cases, you said that they, most of the time, are settled in minutes rather than, are lawyers, are they going to be, do they charge by the hour or how, if they're in there for 10 minutes, do they charge for a full hour or is that?
That's a great question. Thank you for that question, Senator Decay. So the way it works in current, when you get a court appointment in Douglas County, it's $80. $80 an hour. And for county court cases, if you bill more than an hour, the county's going to ask you to justify that to a great extent because they're saying a county court case shouldn't take an hour. But you bill in, I think it's 15-minute increments for county court.
Thank you.
Yeah, in theory, you could do 4 cases in that time as a court appointment.
Thank you, Senator Decay. Okay, that will end our hearing on LB 187. We're going to take a 10-minute break. That means at 7:25, that's not quite 10 minutes, but at 7:26, I'll be back here and we will get started at 7:26. Take just a minute. We need to give our committee clerk and our pages who have been here for 6 hours without any breaks a second. Okay, everyone, we're back. Whoa, that was very loud. All right. I don't have a gavel, but Senator Conrad was unable to join us this evening because of something that happened, and she sends her regrets, and her very lovely LA, who will be introducing this bill to us today. So we will now start the hearing on LB 545.
Thank you, Senator DeBoer, members of the Judiciary Committee. For the record, my name is Julia Holmquist, JuliaHolmquist. I'm the legislative aide for Senator Danielle Conrad, who represents the Fight in 46 Legislative District. LB 545 applies to the Uniform Residential Landlord and Tenant Act and relates to the trial for possession, that it should be held but not less than 10 or more than 14 days after the issuance of the summons unless additional time is granted pursuant to the court order. LB 545 is necessary to harmonize Section 76-1446 with Section 76-1443 as amended by LB 320 in 2021. This change would confirm that a court may exercise the judicial discretion granted by the legislature via LB 320 to continue an initial hearing in an eviction action beyond the 10 to 14-day window after issuance of the summons. Courts in some jurisdictions are already exercising this discretion. This amendment would bring uniformity among our courts. Nebraska is currently facing a severe affordable housing shortage across the entire state, meaning that it is increasingly difficult to quickly find replacement housing. According to data published by the National Low-Income Housing Coalition, Nebraska is currently short over 35,000 available rental homes for families who are at or below the federal poverty guidelines. Although 76-1446 currently provides that the writ can be executed up to 10 days after issuance, in practice, the default is to provide a tenant 0 days, i.e. they're immediately subject to removal from their home on the same day as their initial hearing. In Lancaster County, the average provided is about a half a day. A tenant cannot know the outcome of the eviction action until after the first hearing. Thus, it is not always feasible for them to secure replacement housing ahead of their initial hearing, because if the eviction action is dismissed, which is probable as more than 50% of eviction actions are ultimately dismissed, they will then be tied to 2 lease agreements, not to mention the fact they've already packed all their belongings and taken other steps in preparation of possibly being evicted. Section 76-1447 provides tenants with the right to appeal judgment for restitution as in other civil actions. However, in order to stay the very eviction that is being appealed, a tenant must perfect the appeal before the writ is executed. The writ can be executed immediately after the hearing. The 10 days provided for under the Act as originally introduced accounted for the need to provide tenants a meaningful opportunity to appeal. For comparison, a landlord is provided 30 days to appeal an adverse judgment. Section 76-1446 is currently enacted and enforced, essentially nullifies a tenant's right to meaningfully appeal a wrongful eviction. LB 545 would carry out the original legislative intent of the Nebraska Uniform Residential Landlord and Tenant Act, providing tenants at least 10 days to find replacement housing and remove their possessions from the unit, to move the court to alter or amend its judgment pursuant to 25-13-29, or to appeal an incorrect ruling pursuant to 76-1447. There are several experts who will follow me who can answer any of your questions. And thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you for being here. As is our custom, we will not ask you any questions. Thank you very much for sticking here late with us this evening.
Thank you.
And now we will go to our first proponent.
Thanks for staying. It does matter. Vice Chair DeBoer, members of the Judiciary Committee, once again, my name is Erin Feichtinger, ERINFEICHTINGER. I'm the Policy Director for the Women's Fund of Omaha. We believe that housing justice is a gender justice issue, and we also recognize that women are disproportionately impacted by evictions at a higher rate than men. So for this reason, we support LB 545. This is a bill that's rooted in compassion and an understanding of both the affordable housing crisis in Nebraska and the lived reality of the growing number of Nebraskans facing eviction and housing instability in our communities. Several points should illuminate the importance of this legislation. 33.2% of Nebraska women work in low-wage jobs, which places them at higher risk of eviction. Women experience eviction at a 16% higher rate than men, and this number grows significantly for Black women who are evicted at a rate 36% higher than their male counterparts. Women with children are at a higher risk of eviction since research has shown that simply having children in the household is equivalent as a trigger for eviction to falling 4 months behind in rent. Evictions contribute negatively to both maternal and prenatal health. Evicted mothers experience more material hardship, are more likely to suffer from depression, report worse health for themselves and their children, and report more parenting stress. Eviction during pregnancy compared with maternal eviction at any other time can cause adverse birth outcomes, including reductions in infant weight and gestational age at birth. LB 545 would help to ameliorate at least some of these adverse outcomes by recognizing that families already in economic distress cannot just pack up their lives and find a new place to live in an extremely tight affordable housing market within 10 days. Allowing for more time after an eviction will allow families to connect with appropriate resources should they need them, find their next housing, and ensure that their families are taken care of in a time of crisis. Additionally, this legislation would reduce the burden on an already stressed emergency housing system and help families avoid crowded shelters. The basic fact of the matter is that when people have time to recover, they have a better chance of doing so. We appreciate your thoughtful consideration of this important legislation, and I would be happy to answer any questions to the best of my abilities.
Are there any questions from the committee? Senator Takei.
Thank you. Just looking at this, it just sparked something in my brain. Does this work for like subsidized housing where their rent, I mean, is these statistics still apply to subsidized housing with eviction, or how's that? Or does eviction work in subsidized housing?
Yeah, and congratulations for this late hour having something sparked in your brain.
Here we go.
Yeah, no, I mean, whatever it takes. It's a hard job. Yeah, this would apply generally. The research has shown that this is, for any eviction really. I will note that, and I didn't get to the points on the source of income bill, but research has shown that having housing assistance, particularly that federal subsidized housing assistance, improves both women and girls' health outcomes way into the future. I don't know if that answers your question. Maybe that's.
Well, I was just looking, well, when you said 33% of women working low wage jobs, it just made me think that, is this if this worked if this was applied to subsidized housing, or if it was just basically your standard home or apartment rent, if there was a difference in how those cases are handled.
There would be people who would be able to testify better to that than me. That's why I like to say to the best of my abilities. I would be outside. I will say that, again, this is for all evictions. I will also say that in terms of that statistic you're pointing to, 33% of Nebraska women working low-wage jobs, it was pointed out much earlier in the day that a lot of people who are eligible for that housing assistance don't receive it. I think I know the research shows that 1 in 4 households who would otherwise be eligible for that assistance are not receiving it. So,
thank you.
Other questions for this testifier? Don't see any. Next testifier.
Senators, hello again. Ryan Sullivan, RyanSullivan, testifying today as a researcher in the field of housing advocacy and justice, but not representing the interests of the university. I passed around my written testimony, but Julia, the senator's aide, made a lot of the points that I intended to make. And so what I want to provide instead is just a little bit of history in studying this area and how the law came to be. In 1974, Nebraska adopted the Uniform Landlord-Tenant Act, except it didn't. A uniform act was proposed, and instead of adopting that act, they made over 100 modifications to it. So what happened, and this was one of them, so the original legislation, the Uniform Act, has been adopted by more than 30 states, provided at least 10 days for tenants to vacate if a judgment was entered against them. And you'll hear testifiers in opposition that say, well, the eviction process already takes too long, this is going to prolong that. And you'll hear them say that tenants already know that they were being subjected to being evicted, so they already had plenty of time. But the problem is, they don't know if they're going to be evicted until the judge orders them evicted. And so that's why the law was created, to give them at least 10 days, so that if they lost the trial, they'd have 10 days to appeal, or 10 days to find replacement housing and maybe avoid homelessness. Right now, the law gives them 0 days. And that change was made through an amendment, part of a 37-part committee amendment, was not discussed, not debated. They changed one word. It said not less than 10 days. And they just changed one word to not more than 10 days. And that's evolved into 0 days. So this creates a sort of paradox for a tenant. So a tenant thinks they have a valid defense to the eviction, so they want to go to trial and fight it. But because they have 0 days to move in, literally seconds after the eviction is ordered, they are compelled to find replacement housing ahead of time in case they lose. But if they find replacement housing and enter into a lease agreement at another place, and then they win at trial, then they're stuck in 2 lease agreements. They paid a first month's in deposit at a new place, found the new place, went through the whole process, packed up all their belongings, and then the court finds that the eviction was unlawful because it was discriminatory, retaliatory, and they fine for the tenant. Now the tenant's stuck in these 2 leases. That's why that 10 days was there. Plus it connects with all of the other statutes that contemplate it being 10 days. So by making that one change and changing that word, it really messed up the whole act, and that's why you don't mess with a uniform act the way that it did. So, thank you.
Are there any questions for this testifier?
Thank you.
Thank you. Next proponent.
Hello.
Welcome.
My name is Caitlin Evans. That's KAITLYNEVANS. I'm a licensed social worker and currently serve as the resource navigator for the Tenant Assistance Project, otherwise known as TAP. I'm here to testify today in support of Legislative Bill 545 in my personal capacity as a social work professional with expertise in providing direct support to families facing eviction from their homes. I support LB 545 for a multitude of reasons. I will share 2 today. First, the bill would allow tenants more adequate time to get their belongings out of the home after a judgment has been entered. I've witnessed firsthand the loss of not only significant household items, but essential medications and crucial documents because the writ was able to be immediately executed. The loss of these items had substantial effects on the tenants and created more challenges to achieving their goals of long-term stability. The second point that I want to make, and the foundation of my support for this bill, is that increasing the amount of time for tenants to vacate following a judgment is an essential safety net for keeping them out of homelessness. In my time helping tenants in eviction court seek replacement housing, I have found that it commonly takes between 2 and 4 weeks for a person to find and be approved for a new place to live. For those tenants facing additional barriers to housing, finding housing is even more difficult. For tenants who receive judgment and have not already secured new housing, any grace period at all to formulate a plan of action disappears. I witnessed the power of time in helping families to avoid homelessness. There are countless examples I could give you, but I will instead highlight a few instances of common situations that I see at eviction court. A domestic violence survivor whose additional 12 days to vacate allowed them the time to become housed through an agency. A single parent with no local support system who received 4 extra days to vacate to allow them time to transition into a home that would not be available until then. an elderly tenant with limited mobility whose additional 10 days bought them time to locate assistance moving 12 years worth of household items into a new home. The list could go on. People need a reasonable amount of time to transition after they are ordered to be evicted. Keeping people housed is not only in the best interest of those individuals, but also in the best interest of our community. When people are immediately forced from their homes, they are often thrust into homelessness, and those costs are borne by us as the service providers and taxpayers. I think 10 days is a reasonable compromise between the interests of the landlord and the interests of our community and the families we are trying to keep from homelessness. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there questions for this testifier? Don't see any. Thank you for being here. Next proponent.
Hello. Good evening, I guess now. Co-Chair DeBoer and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Alicia Christensen, ALICIA-CHRISTENSEN. I'm the Director of Policy and Advocacy at Together. We support LB 545 because giving individuals and families more time to vacate their home makes it less likely they will end up living on the streets, in their vehicle, or in emergency shelter. In 2022, Together received over 9,800 calls to our crisis line from households facing emergency situations, including evictions. Our crisis engagement program specialists connect callers to appropriate services and help resolve emergency situations that might otherwise result in homelessness. But getting the right supports in place can take some time. And LB 545 will eliminate the uncertainty and extremely short time frame that makes homelessness prevention measures more difficult. The scarcity of safe, affordable, and available housing only adds to this challenge. LB 545 addresses this issue by giving households a better opportunity to avoid perpetual housing insecurity. Just a few extra days makes an enormous difference to a household grappling with an eviction, and it increases the effectiveness of the crisis engagement services an organization like Together can provide. We urge this committee to advance LB 545 because this small change will benefit the state broadly by reducing the factors that contribute to cycles of eviction and homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, committee. My name is Scott Mertz, SCOTTMERTZ, the Director of Legal Aid Nebraska's Housing Justice Project. I have over 13 years experience representing low-income tenants in Nebraska. I want to thank the committee for this opportunity to appear and support LB 545. And I also want to thank Senator Conrad for introducing this bill and inviting Legal Aid Nebraska to testify. I don't want to be redundant, repetitive of previous proponent testimony, but I do want to highlight a few items in the written remarks prepared by Legal Aid Nebraska. I want to emphasize that we don't have any tiered system of remedies in eviction court. It's just, is there a writ or is there not a writ? That's what's before the judge. And when the writ is issued, it is issued that day. It simply does not matter if that eviction is about 1 month's rent or it's about 5 months' rent. It doesn't matter if the tenant has resided at that property for 1 year or for 10 years. It doesn't matter if that tenant is current on their rent and has the ability to pay. This is simply a non-renewal or any other eviction without cause. The law, as it is enforced right now, results in writs being issued on the morning of court and being served on the individuals as soon as possible. We do not have any exception to this rule in our current landlord-tenant law. Recently, we were faced with a real-world example of the harm done by this lack of flexibility. Legal Aid in Nebraska assisted a single mother with a developmentally disabled school-age child. She knew she had eviction court. She was prepared to attend, but her child was having an episode related to their disability on the morning of court. She even contacted the court to inform the court that she would be late and not appear at 9 a.m. as was intended. She appeared at 9:25 a.m., and by that time, judgment had been entered in default, and the writ had already issued. We at Legal Aid Nebraska were able to motion the court that same day and stay the writ, but this should not have been an emergency circumstance. This was just 25 minutes late for somebody who had cause to be late to court. Their entire life could have been entirely upended without any time to safely or gracefully move with your disabled son to a different address. LB 545 ensures some reasonableness in imposing a reasonable time frame for individuals to remove themselves and their belongings post-eviction. Legal Aid Nebraska supports the passage of LB 545 and I welcome the opportunity to answer any questions.
Very good. Any questions? Don't see any, thank you.
Thank you.
Next proponent. Welcome back.
Hi there. Jessica Giesecke, JESSGIESEKE, representing myself as a landlord. And I am also, I'm going to advocate for tenants too. I know that that doesn't seem to be the common thing here with landlords, but I feel like this is a really small ask. I mean, we're just asking for a longer time frame for people that are in a really terrible position. Facing eviction is, I mean, you're basically ruining somebody's life there, and additional time to round up, housing, which, I guess now if they have an eviction on their record is going to be at least how many years before that is sealed if we pass that other bill. So they've got that to contend with, and so they have to find housing in a very, very short amount of time. This is something that affects children. It is something that affects people with disabilities, affects elderly, people that can't necessarily afford the rising costs of housing. And I'd like to mention that not everybody is getting evicted because of non-payment of rent. I realize that that's a common reason, but there are also a lot of people that are given notice to terminate and told that they need to move out within 30 days or, obviously you proceed with the eviction process if somebody doesn't move out. And they're being told to move out of their apartment within 30 days because somebody's purchased their building, they want to come in, they want to renovate it, and they want to double rent. My neighbor Teresa was here earlier and she didn't have an opportunity to testify because she had a meeting she had to get to, but she faced that exact situation. She was unable to secure housing after her month-to-month lease of 16 years. By the way, she's been my neighbor for 16 years. And after 16 years of living in her apartment in the near south, was given 30 days to move from her house and find another place to live. She was unable to find any place that would accept her housing voucher and also allow her to have a dog. And she could face eviction. She could have an eviction on her record just for simply not being able to move out. So it's not just non-payment of rent or damaging or, creating nuisance conditions why people are being evicted. There are people that could be evicted because somebody wants to turn their apartment into a more expensive rental.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions for this testifier? I don't see any. Thank you for being here. Next proponent. Not using the on-deck chairs.
Good evening, Madam Vice Chair DeBoer and members of the committee. My name is Spike Eichholt, SPIKEEICKHOLT, appearing on behalf of the ACLU of Nebraska. You've got my statement. You've been here for hours. I'm not going to read it, and I don't want to be duplicative. The writ of restitution basically is an order of the judge telling the person to get out and letting the landlord have access to the property back. Allowing some time between when the judge says, okay, I'm going to sustain the order, or I'm going to grant a writ of restitution, I'm going to fine for the landlord and the tenant needs to get out of there. Having just a few days makes all the difference. I volunteer at the TAP program here in Lancaster County, and admittedly, a lot of these cases are just not defensible. And what we do is kind of what Mr. Eccles referenced earlier. We just try to negotiate time. And sometimes it's just 3 days, it's 7 days. It's just a matter of a weekend so they can get their things together, get out, hopefully find somewhere else to be. This accommodates that. The opposition I'm going to presume is going to oppose this. And they might argue that this deprives them of their access and right to use their property. Those are arguments that they can make even if this law passes. This is a discretionary thing that the judges can order. There's some arguments that they can make case by case, instance by instance, and this just alleviates and provides some sort of accommodation and discretion of the judges, and we would urge the committee to advance it. I'll answer any questions if anyone has any.
Thank you. Are there questions for Mr. Eckholt? Don't see any. Thank you for being here. Next, proponent testifier. Is there anyone else who would like to testify in favor of the bill? Let's switch then to opponents. We'll have our first opponent testifier.
Hello again, Senator DeBoer. Thank you very much for the opportunity to stay late. So, Lynn Fisher, Lynnfisher, and on this bill, I'm representing the Nebraska Realtors Association as well as the statewide Property Owners Association. And what Professor Sullivan failed to mention in the history about how the Landlord-Tenant Act was formed back in the 70s is that it was intended to be an expedited process in order to restore property back to rent-producing property for the sake of keeping the investment secure. And so that's the reason for the not less than 10 days, or not more than 10 days, the opposite. This bill would change it to not 10 days, but not less than 10 days. So it means 10, 11, 12, 15, a 30 day, 60 day, whatever the judge decides. It's completely arbitrary. So that is a big problem. The eviction process is supposed to be expedited and not stretched out beyond what's reasonable for someone to be able to maintain an investment property as a viable operation. If this bill passes, it will directly result in many fewer rental properties, affordable rental properties, definitely higher rents, and we'll be leaning towards what you can see and read about and see about in New York and California, where all kinds of anti-investment property, affordable property provider laws, bills, ordinances are passed and continue to be piled on to the point where rents have to have gone through the roof in order for anyone investing in property in those locations. And only the richest people can live in San Francisco, New York City, LA, Chicago. And it's because of these kinds of bills. And that's the direct result that's going to happen. So, by the way, when I go to eviction court, writs of restitution are issued, usually to be taken effect the Monday after the following weekend. And that's generally what is asked for, generally what is the judge allows for. So if court happens on a Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, the tenant's going to have that weekend to take care of business that they should already fully be aware of, where they are, where they stand in the process. It's not a surprise. It's taken at least 30 days or more to get to that point. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions? Senator Takei.
Thank you. After an eviction or a vacate of property, I know this is speculative, but how long does it usually take to restore property back so it's ready for the next tenant to move in on an average?
On an average, 30 days. Because generally there's a lot of damage.
Other questions? Let me ask you one.
Yes.
So they have the weekend to get out, you say, usually? Have you ever seen it not that way? Where they didn't have the weekend?
Generally, it's if we had already some kind of a negotiated delay and the the tenant didn't uphold their end of it.
Uh-huh.
And we go back to court and the judge says, yeah, they didn't show up, they're not out, whatever, and he might say the next day or the day after that. But under normal circumstances, if you can call an eviction normal, the judge is usually allowing at least a weekend.
How many evictions would you say, like, I don't know, how many evictions are you participating in a year?
In the year, less than half a dozen.
Less than half a dozen? And how long does it take from sort of the point where you say, okay, I gotta go this direction, to when you get that writ on average?
Yeah, it's 5 to 6 weeks.
5 to 6 weeks?
Because we generally, when the rent is due, we work with the tenant, we try to come up with some kind of a plan. So it's usually about the middle of the month before we actually file for the eviction on a non-payment of rent. And then it takes another 30 days to process.
Okay. You understand I mean, I've known you to be a very reasonable person on a lot of things. And so you understand when someone's saying, oh, there's this person and they've lived there for 20 years and now they've sort of gotten pushed out, and maybe they didn't know exactly where they were, because if they've been there for a long time, they can't really fathom that this is really happening to them or something like that. In those kinds of circumstances, and I'll grant you they're probably outlier circumstances, what should we do for those situations?
Well, for a long-term tenant, the example that the person before us spoke, her neighbor that was in there 16 years. If that was my tenant and I had an owner that I managed for that building, and they said, we're going to rehab that unit. Number one, I would try to find her alternative housing. I would try to work with her myself to find one of our properties somewhere else where we could place her. At the very least, I would try to give her more than a 30-day notice and give her plenty of opportunity. And then I would try to assist her with connecting her with resources. And there are a lot of resources out there, social services agencies that can help.
My concern isn't so much you, because I feel like the people who come here are probably going to try and do things right. It's, there's some guy out there who's maybe not going to be so
Right.
scrupulous and so
Right.
helpful.
Right.
So what do we, as the legislature, do for those kinds of circumstances? I think and I don't know where I'm at on this bill, but I think what I understand this bill to be envisioning is a sort of extraordinary cause, kind of the judge can find it in those circumstances. I take someone's point from earlier, and maybe it was yours, it's getting late, that it goes from 10 to 14 days. And so if it's, unless additional times, it'd be more than the 14
It could be more than 10, yes.
from the issuance of the summons.
The way it's written, it's no less than 10 days. Or, I'm sorry, not.
No, I think it's unless
Not more
additional
than-
time.
Yeah,
No
no
more
less.
than 14.
Yeah, it changes to no less than 10 days. So 10 days at least, but that doesn't mean it couldn't be.
Isn't that the current law, trial of the action?
It has to be within 10 days, not more than 10 now.
Okay,
More is crossed off, and the only change is to add the word less.
okay. I may be looking at a different,
So the
'Cause
the judge can't issue the writ of restitution
my.
unless 10 days or more.
Oh, I see down there. Yeah, I need the glasses. Needed the glasses. Okay, so what would you have us do to fix this bill? What would you do?
I don't think it's necessary
Okay,
for the general
for
situation.
the general situation. So what would you have us do to give the court some kind of, in extraordinary circumstances? Do you think that we should have some escape valve for extraordinary circumstances?
Well, I thought we were supposed to all be equal before the law.
True.
We have to abide by fair housing laws and treat everybody exactly the same. We don't discriminate. So why should one person get an advantage over other people?
I mean, I think maybe in the interest of, somebody said mercy. Yeah,
I would do that.
that's the thing, is I know you would. So how do we make you for everyone?
Education. I think there's a lot of opportunity out there to educate not only property owners, but also tenants.
Okay, well, thank you for.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? I don't see any. Thank you. Next opponent.
Dennis, Dennis Tierney, Tierny. First, I'd like to take some of my time to rebut the slander that Senator Kavanaugh made against me on the last proceedings. He accused me of illegally evicting a tenant against his rights. That was not the case at all. The man was a clear and present danger with 2 guns threatening other tenants. It was our obligation to support those other tenants to make a safe place for the other tenants. We went to the police 3 times. They didn't help us. We went to Adult Protective Services. They didn't help us. We had no choice. And the judge agreed with us. If it was illegal, the judge would not have agreed to us. I think Senator Kavanaugh owes me an apology for that slander. So LB 554 is a bad idea. No landlord wants to evict a tenant. There are customers, we want them to stay our customers. An eviction is an expensive and painful procedure for all involved. Right now, our landlord is inclined to give a tenant a little time to pay their rent and work with them so that they can get caught up. This bill automatically and arbitrarily delays by 10 days or more the time a landlord can regain possession of their property after an eviction proceeding. The result is that landlords, realizing it will be much longer before they can start getting the property ready for the next tenant, will be much less inclined to give the current tenant time to get the rent paid and more likely to start an eviction proceeding earlier in the month than now occurs. The grace period that some landlords give a tenant to get the rent paid may disappear. We saw the same effect when the eviction notice time was raised by the legislature from 3 days to 7 days. It gave landlords incentive to start evictions much more quickly. The result of this bill is that it hurts both tenants and landlords instead of helping them. Senators, I urge you to reject LB 545. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? I don't see any. Thank you for being here. Next opponent.
Hi, my name is Pierce Carpenter, Piercecarpenter. I come before you today at this moment as an auctioneer. Now, I don't look like an auctioneer. I certainly don't sound like one. But let me tell you the path to being an auctioneer. First, you have a tenant that doesn't pay rent. So you wait about 2 weeks, and then you give them a 10-day notice. And then after the 10-day notice, you file on them, and then the court goes in 2 weeks. You go to court, and of course you don't get a judgment for money because you didn't get personal service. That would take another week. But you go in there and you get a continuance, which takes 2 more weeks. Then you get the order of restitution, which takes 3 days. And you go lock the apartment up, but the guy left everything in there. So now you have to hold his stuff for 14 days after you send him a letter and notify him that you've got all this stuff. And he's got to pick it up. So if you wait to send that letter 3 days, that means you've got 3 days plus 14. So now he's got his stuff in your apartment for 14 more days. Now, sure, I can move that stuff to a storage unit somewhere. But, I'm like one guy. And if I hire somebody, it's going to cost so much to move it. You got to get a big truck. You got to rent the storage unit. It's not worth it. I just let it sit in the apartment. So he's got it for another 14 days. So if you add all that up, that's 8 weeks. And then you want to say, okay, he needs a little more time. We're going to give him 10 more days after you get the restitution. Well, 10 more days. So I have this form I sent out. I don't know if it made it to your desk, but this is the cost per day and because that money, because if you got a property and you're getting a return on it, somebody is going to pay for those 10 days. And it might be the landlord right after the bill is processed, but in the long run, the other tenants are going to pay. So if you go 10 more days, if you look way off on the right, $1,000 rent turns into $1,002.71, except, it won't be just $2.71 increase. It's probably going to be like $3 or something like that per month For every tenant that's a good tenant paying, that's where that money's coming from. It's coming from those other tenants. And then if you go down to the bottom, I can't believe that there isn't going to be some smart attorney that's going to make that 10-day into a 14-day, because they'll say, well, they have to be work days. So it's going to be 14. So now it's $4. So everybody's rent goes up $4, so you can give this guy 10 days. I am totally against this bill, and I think that as a landlord and an auctioneer, because you have to auction that stuff off after it's sat in there, I oppose this bill.
Okay, thank you. It looks like Senator Decay has a question.
Thank you. Your tenants, I'm looking at it from the perspective of an apartment complex or something of that order, not a single dwelling house.
Multifamily.
But your tenants are most of the time, all the time under contract, a year, 6 months, whatever.
I generally, I used to have a job, and so I hated to disturb them. So some of them were in there 15 years without a rent increase. And then now that I'm working, I've got them all under new leases, but they're all month-to-month leases, except, actually, I think they're all month-to-month leases now, because they've all been in there for years.
Well, my question was going to be, so you got tenants there that are under contract.
Yeah.
The eviction comes and the costs are going to be increased to the new tenants coming in because the other ones are already under a contract, right?
Right.
So if you increase the rent payments to the new tenants coming in, it's going to be considerably higher than the existing tenants already in the building.
Yeah, most of that's just due to the market.
How much harder is it to rent to somebody come in when there's elevated rental payments coming?
I'm probably not a good person to ask that. I mean, my rents are exceptionally low, and I don't raise them very often. The only time I've ever really raised them in the last 20 years was last year. 24 units, nobody moved out. So I think my rents are really low. If you, the way I came up with that $4 figure and stuff, I said, if you have it as an investment and you're making a 4% or an 8% return, the percent return doesn't matter because it's superpositioning, it's different. But if you hold that return the same and you take 10 days of rent or 14 days, then you got to get $3 or $4 out of all the other tenants. And that's based on the figures that Senator Kavanaugh supplied for 8,700 evictions out of 9,600 apartments in a year. So I was just trying to figure out what it's actually worth in the market.
Are there other questions for this testifier? I don't see any. Thank you so much for being here.
Yes.
All right, let's have our next opponent.
Good evening, Senator DeBoer. My name is Gene Eckel. It's Geneeckel. Testing on behalf of the Apartment Association of Nebraska and Nebraska Association of Commercial Property Owners in opposition to LB 545. Our main objection to this bill, one, is that it does allow for additional time to be granted for the court hearing, it looks like. But Nebraska Revised Section 76-1443 already allows a right to continue if it's for good cause. So we already agreed to that 2 years ago. And now we're coming back again and saying, nope, we want more time. If the statute already provides for a continuance, I don't see any reason why we should be adopting this bill that gives someone else to go in and ask for a court order to push it back or push it later out than 10, 14 days from the date of issuance of the summons. So we already provide for a continuance. I just don't see that the need for 76-1446 to have that new language in it. With regard to the writ of restitution and changing it to no less than 10 days, the problem is that a lot of times when we're doing evictions, sometimes it's for criminal conduct or people have been harassing other tenants or have been causing problems. Those witnesses, when I try to subpoena them, they're afraid to come because they're afraid of retaliation. But when I can say, look, the constable might be out within 24, 48 hours, they feel a little bit more secure because they know that person may not be able to come and harass me or retaliate against me because I know that person's going to be removed pretty quickly. And this is true incidents that happen. It's hard to get people to come testify. They're scared. They did their thing. They complained, but now they're scared because they're afraid of what happens at court. We also got to look at there's situations where someone is going to have their lease non-renewed. Some of our clients give them 60 days, some of them give them 30. They know in advance, 60, 30 days out, that their lease is going to terminate. You could have re-rented the unit during that time. Now they don't want to move out. So now we have to file a lawsuit. That's another 14 days. You can't move in. Then if we get the judgment of restitution, now you want to do an additional 10 days. Where are you going to live? You already told your landlord, I'm moving out. Packed up all my stuff. The person didn't move out. Now the landlord's got to scramble. Property manager's running around trying to find, do we have another unit to put them in? It's not fair to some of these other residents. They did what they were supposed to do, and now they can't move in. So when you expand these things to past 10 days, it makes it really difficult on other people. And I think we need to start recognizing that these people had the opportunity to move out. They knew that they had terminated a lease, and they still didn't move out. So I'd be happy to answer any questions, but I urge you to not advance this agenda file.
Are there questions? Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Next opponent.
Scott Hoffman, Hoffman. Talking about the weight game with the evictions. And I mean, it's the first time I heard that could be pregnancy complications for a tenant if they're getting evicted. I'm sure that might be a possibility, but we as landlords are sometimes having a hard time going to bed and sleep, trying to figure out how our tenants are treating our property while they're being evicted. There's time involved. I mean, I can tell you every single time I've had a tenant that I've evicted in the past, I've had to go in and the average repair was several $1,000s. Mr. Fisher said it takes him 30 days, but he's got a team of people. I don't. It takes me 3 months to go in and clean up a place. And I can tell you right now, they're not going to clean the place up, but they're going to be evicted. And they'll, and two is, it's not just the rent, it's the utilities, especially if a house, water will have to pay. The gas company, they'll shut the gas off, it'll get turned back into our name while they're still living there. And we're paying, they're not paying rent, but we're also paying the utilities. So I don't know how we should inherently just assume when somebody gets evicted, we tell them to leave. We have to look at the end game here. I mean, where are they going to move to? Is it going to be a shelter? Most generally, it's relatives or friends that they're going to move into with. Do that sooner than later. So, and from what I understand the law, it's no less than 10, but no more than 14. And every time we filed, it was always the 14 day. It was almost on the button. It would be 14 days after we filed. So, and then we had the 3 days, which we had to allow 2 days for mailing, and now it's 7 calendar days. And the tenant knows right away that they're not paying the rent, or if it's a 1430, that would be another situation. But after that, we're going to go over there, ask them, call them, you're going to pay us. If not, then we have to go to our attorney. And then it's the big weight game and why they need to extend it further, which Mr. Eckel explained that we had a continuance, that they've got that law in the books. And now we've got to extend that further. It's funny because we were looking about lobbying somebody to get the 10 or 14 down lower since we pushed the 3 days back to 7 days. And now we're saying, no, we want the 7 days plus we want this additional time. So yeah, that's where I have a problem with this bill. It's just, it's not right. Bills continue to escalate while they're living in the property. If they're not going to pay the rent, then they need to move on. So that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? I don't see any. Thank you. Next opponent. Is there anyone else who would like to oppose this bill? Is there anyone who would like to testify in the neutral capacity? I will tell you then for the record, that there were 56 letters, 15 in support, 41 in opposition. That will end our hearing on LB 545 and open our hearing on LB 270 and our own Senator McKinney. Senator McKinney, you are welcome to open on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Chair DeBoer and members of the Judiciary Committee. Good night. My name is Terrell McKinney, Terrell McKinney. I represent District 11 in the legislature, which is in North Omaha. I am here today to discuss LB 270, which would change provisions relating to the Uniform Residential Landlord and Tenant Act and Rental Registry ordinances. LB 270 requires cities to notify residents of a rental property when a municipal code violation is found on the property during an inspection. Prior to condemning a rental property, a city is required to meet with residents of the property and create a plan for providing housing, food, transportation, moving expenses, and legal services for those residents. Additionally, LB 270 creates two new duties for landlords. It requires landlords to comply with the rental registry ordinances adopted on or before January 1 of 2024 and to remove lead service lines. If a landlord seeks a remedy under section 26-4335, they must be in compliance with the rental registry ordinance to qualify. During my first term in the legislature, I introduced LB 453, and we had a lively discussion and hearing, much of discussion today. That bill was voted out of committee onto general file, but we did not have time to pass it. Since then, the need and importance of this bill increased. Evictions continue. Landlords continue to showcase a lack of humanity by their actions, like accepting emergency rental assistance and in a lot of cases, overtly pushing residents to apply. Then on the flip side, using that against them when they are up to sign their leases again. My district has the most renters and the worst eviction numbers in the whole state. And it is clear that we have to do something about this issue. Landowners talk about how bad tenants are and what doesn't need to be done and what needs to be done to protect them. What was left out of their statements was accountability. I would like to state that not all land and property owners are slumlords, predators, or unempathetic. That being said, a great deal of them are. Accountability is a two-way street, from tenants to landlords, and it has to be balanced, which is why they shouldn't be able to use a legal remedy if they're not holding up their end of the bargain. They should also not be allowed to rent homes that they knowingly are aware of having lead service pipes running from their homes. If they don't, this is just bad. Cost is one thing, but the health and life outcomes of my community matters more. According to the EPA, in children, low levels of lead exposure have been linked to damage to central and peripheral nervous system, learning disability, shorter stature, impaired hearing, and impaired formation and function of blood cells. Removing lead service lines is essential to protecting the basic health of society. My district also has the worst life expectancy, and it also has the most homes that are being rented with lead service pipes. And also, I am really disappointed in the city of Omaha, and I will make that clear on the record, for opposing this bill. But I'm always energized when they do oppose my bills because I have a lot of issues with the city of Omaha, and this allows me to talk about them. And this is yet another example of why many in my community feel like the city doesn't care about them. The city should have a displacement plan, and the city should notify residents of code violations. It shouldn't be hard to do that. It's only right, and their opposition proves why, when the Legacy Crossing apartments were condemned, that it was primarily the community, not the city, that helped and assisted residents that were displaced at the last minute the week of Christmas. But they don't want to put together a displacement plan. It's really sad. And I hope they're watching. This bill is about code enforcement, it's about accountability and accountability only. But also ensuring that homes that are being rented in communities, especially communities like mine, are not being rented with lead service pipes running through them. The problem is those service lines are a part of the property, and it's up to the property owner to address those lines. It's not up to MUD, it's not up to the city, it's not up to the county. It's their property. They're renting homes with lead service pipes that have been shown to have detrimental impacts on especially minority communities, but they're okay with renting those homes. And they act like they care about the residents they rent homes to. And this discussion today hasn't proved that they actually care about anybody but themselves and making money. And I'll open myself up to questions. Thank you.
Are there questions for Senator McKinney? Senator McKinney, what is a lead service line?
It's a pipe that water runs through, pretty much.
So it's the water pipe that goes from the main pipe into that's what I figured from context clues, but I thought I would ask. Are there other questions? All right, thank you, Senator.
All right, thank you.
Let's have our first proponent.
Vice Chair DeBoer, members of the Judiciary Committee, once again, my name is Erin Feichtinger, ErinFeichtinger, and I'm the Policy Director for the Women's Fund of Omaha. The Women's Fund believes that every family has the right to safe and habitable housing, and for this reason, we offer our support for LB 270. Rental registration ordinances exist to ensure that cities can appropriately enforce minimum housing standards and promote safe and healthy housing. Low-income women and their families are more likely to live in substandard, unsafe housing in neighborhoods where this type of housing is specifically concentrated. Unsafe housing has been linked to health problems in children, including increased exposure to lead, as well as asthma from mold, which in turn contributes to lower educational outcomes and decreased future earnings. Of all the various dimensions of housing, location, size, affordability, among others, poor physical quality is a strong predictor of emotional and behavioral problems in children. The portion of LB 270 that requires tenant notification of code violations is a critical addition to the previous iteration of this bill. Just as a potential home buyer would request an inspection in order to understand what they are getting into before closing on a purchase, though I wish I would have known what I was getting into with my 100-year-old home a little bit better, but we'll move past that for the purposes of this bill. So too, should a tenant have all of the information about the safety and habitability of their own home. This is a crucial layer of protection for tenants, not just to know if they are at imminent risk of a mass evacuation days before Christmas, but also to hold landlords accountable for the minimum standard of habitability that is indeed their responsibility under the Landlord-Tenant Act. Low-income women and single mothers are already more vulnerable to exploitation in the landlord-tenant relationship, and because we do not have strong anti-retaliation statutes in Nebraska, this vulnerability makes them less likely to report code violations for fear of losing the housing for which they will have a difficult time finding a replacement. Landlords should not be able to exercise the full force of the law to make someone homeless if they are not willing to comply with the law themselves. Tenants should have as much knowledge about the safety and habitability issues in the place they call home as their landlords do. Thank you for your consideration, for staying late. Like I said before, it does matter. It's important. Thank you. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions, Senator Duque?
Thank you. Your testimony peaked a couple things. My brain's still working a little bit, not very
Good, you
fast.
didn't need another one of those? It's probably too late.
How often are homes inspected? Are they inspected if they're a rental, or are they inspected once a year, or are they?
So under this bill, this applies to only existing rental registration ordinances. I believe there are only 4 in existence in Nebraska right now. In Omaha, there is 2 different cycles. We have a proactive inspection process at this point after we pass the local ordinance. Landlords who have open code violations that have gone unremedied in the last 3 years will be placed on an annual inspection cycle, or for those who didn't register, would also be placed on that. So inspected once a year. The number of units also depends. So a very large multifamily complex would have only 10% of their units inspected initially, and that would change depending on how, as you go smaller. Everyone else who does not land on that annual cycle is subject to an inspection once every 10 years. We also have, in addition, still the complaint-driven system where a tenant can call the city and say, you know, I'd really like to get this fixed. I think there's something wrong with my unit, and the city will then come out and do an inspection.
The reason I asked, two things. Number one, if it was inspected once and there was lead pipes in there, wouldn't it be condemned or be ordered to fix those lead pipes or pipes, or the pipes inspected once a year or once every 10 years? And the other part of it is when you're talking about black mold or something like that, I was just wondering how often those situations were inspected so that they could be remedied.
Yeah, I don't think inspectors inspect the housing inspectors housing enforcement inspectors would not be dealing with the lead service pipes. In terms of black mold, I know there is testifier behind me who will be able to talk about that. In my experience working for the last couple of years with tenants who are in these situations, the mold problem is more pervasive than you would think, particularly in what landlords refer to as Class C properties, the majority, you know, which are concentrated in Senator McKinney's district.
Thank you.
Other questions for this testifier? Thank you for being here, sticking it out this late in the evening. Next proponent.
Good evening. My name is Tina Murray, TINAMURRAY. I'm the Senior Director of Crisis Engagement Programs at Together. I am testifying as a concerned citizen and not representing Together. Recently, the City of Omaha started a landlord registry, getting a list of all rented properties and inspecting them once every decade. While the registry is helping, particularly in educating the community more about tenant rights and how to report code violations, there needs to be more accountability for the landlord and property owners. Education is great, but if you don't have the enforcement piece to hold landlords accountable, they could possibly not fix code violations or respond to complaints filed by tenants because they know that there are more people that are willing to live in those conditions and pay for it because it's better than living in a car or under a bridge. When buildings are condemned, it increases the need for nonprofits to raise money to serve those people and to keep them out of overcrowded shelters. In January 2022, Together removed 18 people from a condemned building without any notice. The cost was around $10,000 a week to keep those people at hotels until they were rehoused. To rehouse them, there was a cost of deposits and first month's rent for the new residents as they were not prepared to move. There was also a cost of storage fees for their belongings that were stored while looking for housing. The landlord or the city did not help with the cost or be held accountable to assist people in finding new housing. The nonprofit sector had to raise the money to support the needs of those people who were forced from their homes and pull from resources that were already serving an underserved population that are already understaffed to assist in the emergency of a condemned building. It's not an immediate fix to take people from their housing and place them in hotels. It takes months to keep people housed. You have some people with felonies, evictions, they have low income, etc. Those are harder people to house, so it takes more resources than just placing them and finding them housing. The problem is commonly forgotten about once they are placed in alternative housing and not in the mainstream media, but lives are still being impacted. Just like Legacy Crossing, you barely hear anything about it. Landlords have processes in place that hold tenants responsible, such as late fees if they don't pay their rent. So the landlords and the city should be held to the same standards. I ask this committee to advance LB 270 because it will supply a much needed enforcement piece that makes rental registration ordinances actually work.
Thank you. Are there questions? When was the Legacy Crossing?
It was December, it happened like 3 days before Christmas in December 2022. So just like few months ago. A few months ago. It was about 166 people were displaced.
Okay. Thank you. Next proponent.
Good evening, committee members. My name is Rachel Tomlinson-Dick.
Can you speak a little louder?
Yes, is that better?
Yes.
My name is Rachel Tomlinson-Dick, RACHEL, I'm a licensed attorney and have volunteered extensively with the Tenants Assistance Project. I'm also fortunate enough to rent a safe and affordable apartment for my daughter and I. I'm testifying today in support of LB 270 in my personal capacity as a housing advocate and an attorney with specialized knowledge in eviction defense work and Nebraska landlord-tenant law. I support LB 270 for numerous reasons. Because of the housing conditions I have witnessed while working with families in eviction court, because of the documented need for more safe, affordable housing in Nebraska, and because it's a reasonable and common sense way to encourage landlords to comply with existing laws. While providing free legal services to tenants in Lancaster County, I have heard firsthand accounts, seen photos, and in some instances personally witnessed truly deplorable housing conditions. Such conditions included lack of heat in the dead of winter, raw sewage in a basement, ceilings crumbling from water damage, and collapsing into children's bedrooms. In one case, we helped a family whose infant developed a serious lung infection due to mold issues in a rental unit. It is abundantly clear to me that our current system is insufficient to ensure that residential rental housing meets the habitability standards currently imposed by law. This is particularly true where landlords can move forward with evicting tenants without addressing existing code violations and replace them with a family who is more vulnerable and therefore less likely to complain. Secondly, Nebraska is in dire need of more safe rental housing for low and moderate income families. In its 2022 statewide housing needs assessment, the Nebraska Housing Council pointed to the shortage of quality, affordable housing as one of the largest housing-related challenges in the state. Finally, common sense and fairness militate in favor of LB 270. Owning a residential rental property is a voluntary business venture that can have potentially serious impacts on the health and safety of consumers. This body has found it necessary to require credentialing in a wide range of businesses to protect public health, safety, and welfare, and to impose penalties on businesses that do not comply. It's unclear why a business that can have as profound and far-reaching effects on the public welfare as providing rental housing is given special treatment. Ensuring that landlords comply with existing registration ordinances is simply treating them similarly to other comparable businesses in the state. For these reasons, I urge this committee to support LB 270. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for this testifier? I don't see any tonight. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Next proponent. Welcome.
Thank you, Senator. My name is Scott Mertz, SCOTT-MERTZ, Director of Legal Aid Nebraska's Housing Justice Project, since experience representing low-income tenants across the state, and I thank this committee for the opportunity to appear today in support of LB 270, and I want to specifically thank Senator McKinney for both introducing the bill and inviting Legal Aid Nebraska to testify tonight. Now, at Legal Aid Nebraska, we see cases where tenants are fed up with the conditions of their home and they stop paying rent and are then evicted for that non-payment. Under current Nebraska law, a tenant is not excused from paying rent unless a landlord has failed to provide essential services, and even then only after appropriate notice has been provided. This can be confusing to tenants who cannot navigate the procedural requirements of providing a required notice, and it leaves those living in substandard conditions with far too few options to improve the habitability of their residence. LB 270 would ensure more habitable rental properties without requiring any further action from the tenant. It would greatly improve living conditions for all tenants, including those who are afraid to complain to their landlords due to fear of retaliation and losing their homes. It is important to keep in mind that tonight we are not here to debate whether or not rental property registrations and inspections are even necessary. In the cities already cited, landlords are already required by law to register properties and comply with the inspection requirements. LB 270 simply provides a mechanism to incentivize landlords to to be in compliance with the pre-existing laws. LB 270 benefits not only low-income tenants, benefits the entire community by ensuring rental properties meet minimum standards, reduce the stigma of rental property, and help maintain property values of surrounding homes. LB 270 also benefits the taxpayer by allowing cities to spend less time trying to get landlords to comply with the pre-existing registration requirements. Passage of LB 270 would restore some semblance of fairness to rental and the eviction process. Legal Aid Nebraska supports the passage of LB 270. I thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? Don't see any tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Next proponent. Anyone else wish to? There we go.
Jess Giesecke, Jessgieseke. Once again, representing myself as landlord and also as a former tenant who has lived in substandard housing where the water has been turned off for a couple days. I've gone weeks without heat and a couple months without a bathroom once. So I have experience with substandard housing. As far as the lead service pipes, the lead service pipes in my 120-year-old building were updated probably 15 or so years ago. That's not like a really expensive endeavor. I mean, yes, thousands of dollars, but over the life of a building, I feel like that's a fairly small cost to absorb. And the impact that it has in preventing exposure to lead toxins, I think, is the benefit far outweighs the cost of replacing those lead service pipes. As far as minimum housing codes and registry requirements, there are, having a 120-year-old building and having to get it up to minimum housing codes and in compliance. And when I bought the place, I had to get a certificate of compliance, go through annual inspections. There was a long list of things that I had to do in order to get in compliance. But in the end, it was, I have nice rentals and I have tenants that pay their rent on time. And I think, that's a fair trade, a safe, habitable building in exchange for rent. And I think that's like a minimum expectation we could have here. I feel like if I'm providing less than habitable conditions, it's unreasonable to expect, full rent from my tenants every month. And if I'm providing substandard housing, I feel it's unfair to be charging somebody market value and forcing them through the eviction process when I'm really not abiding by local codes or ordinances. I support this bill, and I understand that this could force some landlords to get their buildings in compliance, but I think the cost is worth it.
Thank you for testifying. Any questions? I don't see any. Thank you for being here so late. Next proponent. Anyone else want to testify in favor of this bill? We'll switch to opponents. Thank you for sticking here so late.
Thank you for sitting here. Dennis, Dennis, Tierney, Tierny. I just want to say first off, for any of the senators that don't know, for the Omaha rental registration program, there's about 96,000 that have already been registered. So many ways this bill is moot, and it's already being done by the landlords. They are complying with registering their properties. 96,000 that have been registered in Omaha. At any rate, I think this, I'm not a lawyer, but I think this bill is unconstitutional. It violates the Fifth and the 14th Amendment rights of a property owner and potentially their Fourth Amendment rights. The Fifth Amendment states that no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. And the 14th Amendment, quote, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, unquote. The only real control a landlord has over his or her property when a tenant violates the legal contract called a lease is in a court of law by evicting a tenant and obtaining a writ of restitution so they may repossess the property. This bill states that if a rental property owner forgets to register his or her property under a rental registration ordinance, that property owner automatically and arbitrarily loses his or her right to evict a tenant, therefore loses their right to possess that property. Is therefore illegal taking of the landlord's property by the tenant, sanctioned by the state, without due process. Do you really think that an investor accidentally forgets to, or inadvertently forgets to register a property, they should be deprived of their constitutional rights to due process regarding that property? It is also, it doesn't make clear what, quote, comply with any rental registration ordinances, unquote, on line 19 entails. Does it mean that if a landlord registers a property but exerts his or her Fourth Amendment right to withhold consent to a warrantless inspection, that the landlord is deprived of the right to possess the property? If that is the case, this bill flouts the U.S. Eighth Circuit Court ruling of 31521 that clearly states the landlord has the right to withhold such consent without penalty and cannot be prohibited from renting their property. It's in the U.S. Circuit ruling. If a landlord cannot possess their property, they can't rent it. Senators, this is a bad law, flagrantly unconstitutional, and I urge you to reject it.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? I don't see any right now. Next opponent.
Evening, Senator DeBoer, members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Gene Eckel. That's Geneeckel. Testifying on behalf of the Apartment Association of Nebraska and the Nebraska Association of Commercial Property Owners. What we want to do is just point out what we see some problems with the bill. When you look at section 1 of the bill, it talks about, the city needing to inform residents if there's been a code violation. You got to take into account that sometimes it's the tenant that created the code violation. So, for example, one of our members, the resident went in and hit the HVAC unit outside, the air conditioning unit, with his truck. Well, they couldn't replace that particular unit for a couple of days. Did they give him temporary air conditioning? Yes. But he got mad about that, filed a code violation. Now we got a code violation against the property, but it was the tenant that caused the damage. These things do happen. When we look at section 2, the question is, if there is a fire or a flood, does that mean the city has to come up with all this plan? Because it wasn't the landlord's fault. Maybe it was a tornado. It wasn't the landlord's fault that the place was condemned. It was because an act of God. So again, we need to look at those and say, okay, this needs to be addressed, because you can't, I don't think, put the burden on the city for something that was an act of God. There was no control of the city or the landlord that the property was going to be condemned. With regard to the lead lines, it's focused strictly on the onus is on the landlord. I think perhaps if someone's going to be selling the property, maybe they might have that responsibility as well. We just can't necessarily put it on a landlord, right? Because if the landlord sells his property, or somebody sells the property and doesn't tell the person that there's lead lines, and then they purchase it, it could be dangerous for them as well, right? It's a health hazard. So those are some things that we had some concerns over. I'm happy to answer any questions, but I think right now, as the bill's written, we just urge the committee not to advance it to general file.
Are there any questions for this testifier? Don't
Okay.
see any. Thanks for being
Thank you.
here so late. Next opponent.
Good evening again. Thank you, Senator DeBoer. And thanks to all of the senators for all your hard work in working these long, long days. It's very tough, I know. Representing the statewide, Lynn Fisher, LYNNFISHER, and representing the Statewide Property Owners Association. And we're generally opposed to this bill for some of the same reasons that other people have spoken about. And even though personally, and I think as an organization, we abhor the types of situations like Legacy Crossing and the Yale Park disaster that Senator McKinney has talked about, and those are horrible situations. Any kind of unsafe and unhealthy living conditions and any kind of rental property or any property at all, those things need to be addressed. What we would say is that if a city has a registration ordinance and it has ordinances which it should have against these kinds of poor practices on the part of certain property owners, that the local ordinances and the local health ordinances, building code enforcement, those are the things that should be utilized. And even the Landlord Tenant Act has provisions for remedies for landlords who are not holding up their end of a lease. So there are existing laws, there are existing remedies, and a lot of resources out there. And I think those should be brought to bear. And this is not necessarily a bill that would do good for the whole state. I think the majority of property owners do a good job, provide very safe housing. And unfortunately, it seems like there's a concentration up in Omaha of these kinds of issues that need to be addressed locally. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Thank you for being here so late. Next testifier in opposition.
Hi, my name is Pierce Carpenter, PIERCECARPENTER. I'm representing myself as a landlord. I thought it was kind of odd that the bill has the lead pipe and the code stuff in it, but regarding the code violations, Scott Lane runs the code department in Omaha, and he's had people that have had an inspection and failed it, and they fix everything and they go back to inspect it and something is broken. Like the example used was a door off a cabinet had the handle broke off. So they wrote him up again, and then the guy went back and inspected it a third time, and the handle was broken. And what was going on is the tenant was breaking the handle. So if you pass something like this, this would put evictions in the hands of the tenants. The tenants would be able to stave off any eviction by just breaking everything as fast as you could get it repaired. And there wouldn't be any recourse because city code does not make the tenant responsible for anything. So, I mean, that was one of the concerns I have. The other is if you get a problem that simply can't be fixed in any reasonable way, you need to get the tenant out of there. This would prevent that. The last thing is lead pipe's kind of an odd thing. I know I don't have any lead inside, but what I'd be concerned about is any joints and connections going out to the main line in the street. And I'm not sure how you'd find that. You'd probably have to use probably a lead test or something. But from what my plumber tells me, he says that lead oxidizes and water flows over and really no lead comes out. So I don't even know if you could find any of the lead connections that are out there. And if you did, and you got to make a street cut, it's $3,000 to $6,000, and the landlord or the homeowner would pay for it. I'm totally against the lead pipe. I'm totally against this other stuff. I think our system works good as they have it. I don't think you should approve this law. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions? Thank you for being here so late. Next opponent. Is there anyone else who would like to testify in opposition to this bill? Is there anyone who would like to testify in the neutral capacity? Senator McKinney, there are 18 letters in support, 33 in opposition, for a total of 51 letters on LB 270.
Well, this is how our night ends. But thank you for everybody that came out to testify today, whether you supported or didn't support this bill. I enjoy these days. They're actually enjoyable and they're not just boring. But I want to be clear that I'm fundamentally against landlords being able to evict people and not being in compliance with the rental registry or having code violations. It just should be a thing. You know, these landlords come in here saying that they agree that they don't support these terrible situations, but they also argue against us being able to enforce code enforcement. They sued the city over the rental ordinance and lost because it's not unconstitutional. They come in here on one hand and act as if they are legal scholars, but then they come up here and say, we don't understand the landlord-tenant statute, so we hire lawyers. So either you're legal scholars or you're not. Lead service pipes are bad, and water running over lead pipes is very harmful. There's many studies, and I advise the landlord behind me that said somebody told him you can't find any traces of lead. If that was the case, you know, areas in North Omaha wouldn't have been declared lead. It's slipping my mind, but if there's a huge issue with lead, especially in, you know, communities like the one that I represent, and the one that I represent has the most lead pipes for homes that are being rented, and most of those homes are being rented by slumlords who have code violations, who don't want to follow the law, who want to evict people and not care about humanity and just only to make money. And lastly, the city of Omaha needs to get it together. They basically displaced people the week of Christmas because of code violations that they knew were there. And they don't want to support this bill because they would have to come up with a displacement plan and tell residents that there are code violations in their residence. Just think about that. The city of Omaha doesn't want to tell a resident that your house is potentially going to go up in flames because they think it's too much work. That's ridiculous. And they just need to get it together. So thank you, and I'll open myself up to any questions.
I am confident you won't get any, but let me check. Any questions? I don't see any.
No, I'm just kidding.
I don't see any. That will end our hearing on LB 270 and end our hearings for the day.